Well, a very good morning to you. Welcome along to the East Midlands and Nottingham Trent Bridge for day two of the Rothsay Test match between England and Zimbabwe. And the first thing I have to tell you is it is an absolutely glorious morning here today. The sun is shining, beating down. There is high cloud, but there's far more blue sky than there is white cloud at the moment. And the big news is England are still batting. There was some potential thoughts overnight of a possible declaration, but it is England who are still out there, and they will be about to get underway. Muzarambani is going to be coming in from the far end, and he bowls the first ball, and Ollie Pope turns it around the corner, and it is into the leg side for a single. Pope goes to 170, England 499 for 3. And Steve Harmison is alongside myself, Andrew McKenna.
Good morning, Macca. Yes, good morning to everybody listening. It was a fantastic day's cricket yesterday from an England point of view. You know, the negative noise coming in from Crawley and from Pope answered very, very well. Zimbabwe weren't at their best. Hopefully for them they'll have a better day today, but all you can do is score the runs. Crawley was, got the much needed 100. Pope's been magnificent. So it's about how many England can get, not so much. I don't think the score matters. I think the captain would need a knock because he hasn't batted since, 2020 in 2025.
Muzarambani in from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end once again, and again it's played defensively by the England batters. Harry Brook just drops it down at his toes in front of him, and there remains no run.
I think the captain will probably want some time in the middle, and then it'll be about having a look and seeing what this wicket is like with England's bowlers on it, because it looks quite flat, it looks quite slow, but it'll be interesting to see what it's like with Atkinson and Cook on debut and big Josh Tongue, who plays his club cricket here.
Muzarambani from the far end past the umpire, and Harry Brook in a little bit of a tangle, going down the leg side, probably a bit high as well, taking him on the body. Strangled appeal for LBW, nothing more than that. So I guess the big question, Harmy, how long are England planning to bat? Because I think we all agree they've probably already got enough runs, and declarations are, generally speaking, more about time.
I don't think it's time in the game. I think it's getting some time in the middle for some of their players. Harry Brook's batted once this year in a game for Yorkshire. Like I said before, it's about, I think the captain needs a hit, and I think once he's had a hit, I think that'll be it.
Muzarambani from the far end beats Brook with an absolute beauty. Lifts, beats the outside edge, and it's through to Seager, the wicket keeper, with a very good bounce.
We didn't see that yesterday. Seeing bowled upright, that's bounced beautifully. I mean, Harry Brook's trying to drive it, as though Muzarambani's 5'8", never mind 6'11". So, good bounce, good carry. I'm sure Josh Tongue, Sam Cook and Gus Atkinson will be very, very happy to see that. Muzarambani was probably their best bowler yesterday, but he wasn't at his best either.
He comes in from the far end once again, dropped into the offside by Brook defensively, and there's no run.
But you see a time, I can't see England batting at lunchtime. I think if England lose a wicket, Ben Stokes comes in. I would imagine a little bit like, where was it? Was it in Hamilton? No, was it in Wellington we came in, or was it in the first game? Might have been in the first game in Christchurch in New Zealand, where he came in and had a sort of thrashed a quick 40 to try and get them up to a total. You might see that. That might be Ben's time in the middle, and then I'd imagine just before lunch they'll declare and have a bowl.
Two slips are waiting behind Harry Brook as Muzarambani goes in once again, drops it in at his toes, sets off for a single that he's never there. Muzarambani in his follow-through grabs the ball, and that will do it for the first over of the day. England adding a single to the overnight total of 498 for 3. They're now 499 for 3. Ollie Pope has that. He's now 170 not outs. And for the first time this morning, good morning, Jarrod Kimber.
Macca, if Muzarambani started that way yesterday, Harmy, I just feel their whole day would have got... I mean, he bowled way slower than he normally does. That was about 82 miles an hour, I think, that over. which is all he needs to do because the ball's still moving now. Hit the pitch, get a little bit happening. Unfortunately, yesterday he tried too much in that first session, and he bowled some great balls, but they weren't going to get wickets because they were moving too far.
But I thought his first 3 overs yesterday was really good.
They were good, but I mean...
But I think the other end was leaking massively, and then all of a sudden he's got to drag it back as well.
They were good, but like he averages 11 in Test match cricket in the first 6 overs of a Test. He had to break through, and he wasn't putting the ball in the same spot every time. He bowled good deliveries, but he bowled a good full one, then he bowled a good back of a length one, whereas here he just went, this is where I'm going to bowl for the next 6 balls.
I might have thought he's bowling good because everybody else wasn't very good.
There's also that. You haven't seen as much of him. Like, he's played county cricket. He knows how to bowl here.
Chivanga is going to open the bowling from the Radcliffe Road end where we're commentating from, and he will be onto a length, just backward of a length. Ollie Pope will turn it on the leg side and take a single, and the England 500 is up. Harmy said yesterday it could be a 500 day. He was 2 runs out. It's not taken England long this morning to get there.
Where's Goffey? Where's Bumble? We need a replacement.
Yes, yeah. Well, I wasn't far out, but right, ridiculous statement today. It could be a 20 wicket day. Well, 21 wicket day, because I'd imagine the captain's going to come in. He's got his pads on. He's ready to go. He'll have a bat. He's on the screen in front of us. I'd imagine he's got itchy feet at this moment in time. Not batted since Hamilton, 2024.
Chivanga is in, right arm over. Ray Brook is trying to work that on the leg side. Gets in again in a bit of a tangle, taken on the body, and it just drops down in front of him. No run. Just to tidy up, by the way, a couple of things from yesterday. Press conference yesterday evening. Zimbabwe wheeled out Charles Langefeld, the bowling coach.
Didn't he almost hit both of us with a football the day before?
Yes. And I think he was asked the grand total of 4 questions in the press conference, 2 of which were about Richard Ngariva, to which he replied on both occasions, "I'm afraid I'm not the doctor, I can't tell you, but we think it was just a back spasm." So be worth keeping an eye on whether we see him today and for how much. Chivanga is in once again. This is going down the leg side, comes off the pad, and England will take a leg by that Alhurdin Pelika now signals. 500 and 1 for 3.
Is he on the field? Is that him down at deep third?
No, I don't think so.
That was a no ball, by the way, as well, Macca. It's just been called very late. Then he's not on the field, then, is he?
No, I don't think he's on the field. It makes no sense in being on the field anyway because he can't bowl. You've got to be off the same length of time. That's what the rules say. So,
oh my days! I'm sorry, I'm just seeing the replay of that no ball.
Yeah, he slipped.
He slipped.
Yeah, he slipped.
But it was a no ball already, and then his foot went about a foot. He's got a very weird delivery step.
Delivery step, and then he stops. Yeah. He looks as though he's pulled up injured.
Chivanga's running away from us past the umpire, and is that an edge behind? It is. Ollie Pope's innings is over. 171. And Chivanga gets him caught behind. Pope's wandering up, and they are going to send this upstairs for a DRS review.
I don't... Well, I think you called it early. He's now reviewing it. He didn't review it straight away, and he didn't review it after the first conversation, and then eventually he sort of did it on the way off.
I was sitting downstairs when Zach did his, and I was sitting a little bit lower down, and I was like, Zach, that's absolutely stone dead. Just walk off. You got 100 men, and you've got a sore hip. And in this one, I'm a bit similar. You've got 171, Holly. Just walk off. The captain needs a bat.
So we're going to go through the process. And it is interesting because that old comment about, well, you always know whether you've hit it or not. And it was Ollie Pope coming down, and Harry Brook had a conversation about whether their review were caught behind. And we're now seeing...
He's not hit it. He smashed it.
He's now seeing it with the ultra edge next to it. Ball is next to bat, and there's a big old wave
ball. You watch enough cricket, Jarrod. I always go off player reaction, first reaction. There's not one of them slips or wicketkeeper or bowler thought that wasn't out. Everybody went up.
You're right, but I thought that even when Ollie Pope, I know it took him a while to review it, I thought straight away Ollie Pope thought, I'm not sure I've hit this.
I'm not sure I've hit it.
He was the only one. Everyone else, you and I both thought it was an edge straight away, but everyone else on the field was positive, and you could see Ollie Pope go, I don't know, I feel like I've missed that. And it does tell you, Macca, that you always know when you hit it, when you know when you've hit it.
Right, this game's going in fast forward now. Here comes the captain, Ben Stokes. And I imagine we'll soon see what the declaration is going to be in this next 15-20 minutes, because I'd imagine he'll come out aggressive. I'd imagine like he did in, I'm sure it was in Christchurch. His second innings he was a bit more cautious, but in the first innings he came out with a big whirlwind to get the game going, to get to a declaration, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he's thinking right now.
Well, he high fives Ollie Pope on the way past as they cross on the boundary edge. In fact, just down there, if you're watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, which obviously you are, down by the players' entrance this morning was the honours board writer. They actually set him up on the pitch side, and he was updating the honours boards.
But that means they have to take the honours board off.
Yes,
carry it around.
Well, I think it's only temporary at this end anyway, so it might be quite easy to do. But he was updating. And now we can have another go, because obviously we now have the completed numbers for Ollie Pope. It's
a very Andrew McKenna story, isn't it? The honours board. Have you found out what happened to the grass yet? You've got one job here.
Not yet, no. I've not worked it out. It is peculiar. One thing I will say is, at ground level, it looks a lot better. At the angle that we're looking at from here, from 3 floors up, it looks pretty ordinary. But
it looked pretty ordinary when we were out on the ground the day before, so I'm not sure I follow you. But yeah, it looks a lot worse from above. It's not the prettiest crop circles we've ever seen.
No. Right then, 2 slips and a gully for Ben Stokes. He's taking guard. There's a point, a mid-off, mid-on and long leg as Chivanga is coming in. There's also a deep point. Chivanga is into the pads of Ben Stokes, and he plays a lovely clip out to the deep mid-wicket. Sweeper, and he's off the mark. First ball with a single, so the captain underway.
I might have to look this one up, Harmy, but I'm not sure Chivanga can bowl to left-handers. Because, again, he's just straight away got onto the pads. And you watch him to Ollie Pope there, and early on, he's moving the ball away. He just, for something, there's something about the way he falls away at the crease or something. He can't get the ball outside the off-stump of the left-handers, and he swings it back into their pads every time.
Yeah, he's trying to drag his body across, isn't he?
Chivanga on his way to bowl to Brook, full straight. Brook is digging out a York length delivery. Bowler fields in his follow through, and there's no run.
Manchi, I mean, he's got to bowl to the left-handers because he bowled at left-handers all day yesterday. Unfortunately, they were standing the opposite way around. I mean, he was bowling in-swingers starting on leg stump all day to the right-handers yesterday. He literally bowled a perfect left-handed line.
I can't remember ever seeing someone bowl as many half volleys outside leg stumps in professional cricket. Even in first-class cricket, I don't think I've ever seen it.
And also, by so much outside of leg stump. Chivanga in. Hurries Harry Brook on this occasion. He's beaten. Taken on the thigh pad. Drops out on the offside. No run.
There was the one that Pope hit for 6 down here. Oh, well, there was one down there, but there was also one down here. Well, I don't know how he reached it. I don't know how he got his bat out to it. I don't know how much footage of old cricket you've ever seen, but if you look at cricket from like the early 1950s, when you could have more than 2 fielders behind square on the leg side, and you would sometimes have 4 or 5. Do you want to explain Chivanga's body position when he delivers the ball?
Yeah, he lands and then slides, and as he lands and slides, it's like doing a hamstring stretch with both legs straightened when you're touching your toes. And unfortunately, when they say get through your action, that's one thing, but you get over your front leg as opposed to your front leg stopping.
He's vertical, but his head is pointing vertically down. He's a straight line, straight down.
His legs are marginally apart, and his head between them.
He looks like an ostrich. And also, he doesn't look like he's the most naturally flexible man. Like, he looks like he's quite well built. But I tell you what,
he was flexible there.
That's what I'm saying, and then you see that. It's like he's looking in his own pocket.
Mazharambani to start the new over to Ben Stokes. Outside of off stump, gets through at a decent lick to Seager, the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. From the Stuart Broad pavilion end, 2 slips a gully. Backward point, and then a deep point on the boundary sweeping up. Mid-off, shortish mid-on, and a deep square leg and a long leg. And we've just now seeing the bowling action of Chivanga from the stump cam, and he's basically viewing stump cam.
He is. He's smiling back at the stumps as he bowls. Or grimacing.
Mazharambani is in. Bowls to Stokes outside of off stump, and it's away for 4. Ben Stokes, that's almost a throwdown to the England captain. It's 4 more to the total. It's 507 for 4.
Yeah, good shot from Stokes, but overpitched again from Muzarabani. I mean, his first ball was a good one to the England captain, left-hander, bouncing. And I was just about to make the observation. I think the pitch has got quicker. I mean, we've only had a couple of overs this morning, but I just wonder if this pitch has got a little bit quicker, a little bit more, a little bit more carry, more bounce. It's hard to tell because he's 6'10", but that there was just over pitch. You've got to use the surface, hit the pitch.
Muzarabani in once again as Stokes. It's one of those that he looks like he's about to play a ferocious pull and then goes, "Whoa, no, hang on a minute, I'll just let that one through, no run."
Yeah, he just got squared up a little bit. Big tall bowlers have caused Ben Stokes problems in the past because he sometimes his left shoulder comes in and he does square up from a left-hander's point of view. When the ball bounces and it goes vertical like Muzarabani would do it, then all of a sudden Ben then becomes a target and he either flat bats it and flaps at it, or he sort of fends it towards slip.
Muzarabani again outside of off stump. Stokes is raising the bat high, allows it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And you can see him there. He's making a conscious effort to steer legs, not leg side of it, but to try and steer square on, and not open his sort of left shoulder to come in. And when his left shoulder comes in, he gets squared up, and that's when he pushes it away from his body. So this is why England haven't declared. This is why England need to keep batting, because Ben Stokes hasn't had a bat since the end of 2024 in Hamilton, and the nets are one thing, but being out there in the middle, and Muzarabani's bowling nicely here.
Muzarabani's in. It's a big swing and a miss from Stokes, and it's through to the keeper, no run. Now, he did take on that one. Yeah, the pace and the bounce has beaten him.
It was there to be took on. I mean, that should have gone over the Ratcliffe Road end, and we've seen a few yesterday. Ben Duckett top edge one for 4. Ollie Pope top edge one for 4, which a short wide thrown the kitchen sink at.
It's actually a little closer to him than he thought. It's where it's gone past the bat. It's sort of up near the stickers, whereas he was trying to obviously use the good wood much lower down. So there's bounce and angle there. Muzarabani in once again. Stokes is forcing through point. They will take a single on this occasion. 508 for 4.
It's good from the big bowler. I mean, he did start like this yesterday. As I mentioned before, I thought his first 3 overs yesterday was good, and then everything just leaking from the other end, and then all of a sudden he's starting to try things. He's young, he's raw, he's naive, but there's a lot to like about Muzarabani. His run-ups smooth as anything. His action's lovely. He's got that Stuart Broad gather when he brings his right arm, which locks into his body, and then he gets through the crease very, very nicely. His front leg's braced. So there's a lot to like about Muzarabani. And again, this morning he started really, really well, but it's about being backed up from the other end. Yesterday the new ball was wasted because the end that the Stuart Broad end was going at 9, 10, 12 and over. So you can only do so much before you start chasing it yourself.
Well, Chivanga's got a wicket this morning from the other end, and he starts a new over. Oh, it's a square drive from Ben Stokes, fielded at point, and there is no run. Mataveri is the man stationed at point.
But it's been better from Zimbabwe this morning. I know Hulse has bolted, and it was difficult yesterday. It must have been massively difficult yesterday. The occasion, what it's like to play against England. It's been a long time coming. I know they've got a lot of Test matches coming in this calendar year, but I think the emotion of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday going into the Test match, I think you've seen that yesterday with they were a little bit frantic.
Chivanga is in. Stokes driving this one hard into the floor. It flies up to backward point, and there is no run. It feels like they've got the feet under the table today, doesn't it? It feels like they're a little bit more settled in.
Yeah, but it's easy doing that when your day has been so bad. And I mean, it was so bad yesterday. I was trying my hardest yesterday, try and give some crumbs of comfort, but I mean, they didn't put. I think the best over of the day was the 85th over. It was the 85th over of yesterday before they got 4 balls in a row and together, and I think that just sums the day up from Zimbabwe's point of view.
In goes Chivanga and bowls a low full toss that's square driven by Stokes out on the offside. Curran will do the sweeping up out on the deep point boundary. Single taken, 509 for 4. Yeah, that was one of the points that Charles Langerfeld made in the post-match press conference, that he said, look, we just didn't put enough balls in the right place. And you think about what Charles Lagerfeld did throughout his career. That was absolutely metronomic. It was crying out for Charles Lagerfeld to be playing, not being the coach, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, but there's only so much you can do from a coaching point of view. I think it's quickened up this morning, like I mentioned, so that will encourage somebody like Sam Cook. I'm really looking forward to seeing Sam Cook bowling it, because a couple of balls that have been in a good area, his area, have just kissed and bounced this morning.
Chivanga into the right-handed Brook, who was again playing off of the back foot. Oh my goodness, I thought he was just sort of guiding that one backward of point, and he's hit it so much harder than I first thought. It's cannoned into the boundary sponge almost before we blinked. It's 4 more to England, 5-13 for 4.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Harry Brook. The first time they've really given width. They've bowled well at him this morning. They've bowled tight at him. The ball's actually nipped back at him more than anything else this morning. So it's not giving him a chance to get his hands free. But you give Harry Brook just a sniff of throwing his hands at it or getting them out in front of his body, and that was a beautiful shot from Harry Brook. It means the field has gone. It means the field has gone squarer. He's gone now backward point behind square, which leaves it open that if he over pitches, he's now got extra cover. I'm wide open.
Chivanga is in. Brooks using his feet down the pitch, launches it, and it will go away for 4. Harry Brooks got the bugle out. The alarm has been sounded.
Yeah, and I think that shot, the ball before, the shot before, I'm not sure Harry would have played that shot before if the fielder hadn't gone 20 yards to his left. He's gone from cover point just in front of square to now going behind square. So now Harry he's got the confidence that if he does come down the wicket, he does get his hands free. He normally hits that a lot squarer, and he's now got the ball before he's moved the field in a position. So smart batting from Harry Brook, and that's 2 shots now. That's just probably relaxed him a little bit, because like I said before, Zimbabwe bowled really well this morning and he's bowled at his body.
Chivanga comes in for the final ball of the over, goes short. Brook pulls into the leg side. The sweeper out on the leg side will gather, and a single taken. 5-18 for 4 after 92 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm glad you picked up on the fact that Chivanga asked it's Sikandar Raza who's out on the cover boundary to move round, because the look on Raza's face when he asked it, he sort of gave him the look, said, "What are you doing here? You should be further." And Raza looks at him and said, "Mate, if I was 15 yards that way, I still wouldn't have got within 10 yards of that shot."
Yeah, Sikandar Raza had a go at his 2 bowlers last night. It was late on. It was probably in the last sort of 20 minutes last night. It was down here, and he was trying to say to the bowlers, "Will you just bowl to your fields? He was pointing. I knew what he was saying. He was pointing at the fielders, and he was more or less saying, "Look, you've got fielders in these positions. Just bowl to that field." And there was a little bit of under 13 stuff going on yesterday, where a bowler would get hit for 4 and he would put a fielder there and chase it. It was like, you're setting fields for bad bowling. You should never. I know that more than anything. I bowled some horrendous spells, but you never set fields for bad bowling. As a captain, you should just be taking the bowler off if he's bowling that badly. But unfortunately, for Irvine yesterday, he didn't have enough bowlers to go around, and because they were all bowling badly. So there was a little bit of chasing it yesterday from a fielding point of view, as opposed to, well, if you're bowling bad balls, don't put fielders in areas where you're bowling bad balls. Try and bowl a better ball and then bowl to your field.
Mazharambani to start the 93rd over of the innings from the pavilion end, and that's a beauty to Harry Brook, past the outside edge, through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, good area. Again, a good area. Top of off stump, and it's just bounced. That's the encouraging area. If I'm Sam Cook, I'm enjoying that, because it's just held. It's just held its line, and it would be encouraging, because from that area it's been bouncing as well. So I would imagine the likes of Gus Atkinson and Sam Cook will be encouraged by what they're seeing this morning.
Mazharambani from the far end once again. Oh, he's gone short. Harry Brook's gone on the pull. There's 2 fielders out there, and they're both watching it fly all the way for 6. 5:24 for 4. 6 more to England's total. Harry Brook 24 not out from 32 balls faced.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. It just seemed that square cut for 4s just open. I relaxed him a little bit. He was a little bit fidgety this morning, Harry, and more from the way that they bowled at him, rather than anything to do with Harry Brook. I thought Zimbabwe bowled nicely to him this morning, but You've got him a chance to get his hands free, and it's just opened his shoulders up nicely now for.
What's the follow-up? Muzarambani goes in. Brook takes on the leg side again. It's flying down to long leg and clears Bennett at long leg for back-to-back sixes. For a moment, Bennett thought he was in the game. Then he turned into one of the 15,000 spectators in Trent Bridge. It's 6 more, 5:30 for 4.
You know, he was 9 off 20. I think he was 9 off 23 balls, was Harry Brook. He's now 30 off 33. So, you know, it just shows you what a boundary does to you. And I mentioned before, that square cut for 4 was the one that really got him going. And now he's in shot mode now. He is in shot mode. Wherever Muzarambani's going to pitch it, Harry Brook's going to throw his hands at it. So, you know, let's be ready for some fireworks. The captain's, you know, he's been out there for 15 minutes. He's faced 10 balls. I think Harry Brook's going to have some fun here. That's 2 very, very good shots, 2 big sixes that he's hit to the longest part of this ground.
Long leg, square leg and mid-wicket all out on the boundary edge. Muzarambani does the sensible thing and goes fuller on this occasion, and Brook pushes back down the pitch, fielded at mid-on. So we've got 3 out on the leg side, the only 3 fielders on the leg side, and there's mid-off, short extra cover, backward point, and a deep point on the boundary, and there's a third down beneath us for something uppercutty. So it's a heavily dominated offside field, but most of the runs are disappearing through the leg at the moment. Muzarambani is in. Brook uses his feet down the pitch, hits it back to the bowler in his follow-through. On the bounce, Muzarambani throws out his hands and stops it, no run.
Yeah, I think the way the field is now, I think Harry Brook's looking to open up that offside. I think, what has he got? 1, 2, 3 men, one at deep mid-wicket, one at deep square leg, and one at fine leg. So he's looking to give himself some room, open his shoulders there offside, and I think because of that, I would just keep bowling bounces at him. I'd just keep bowling bounces at him. It's a long way down there. If he hits me for a couple of sixes, I've got nothing to lose. So if I was Irvine, I'd be saying to my bowler, just keep bowling short at him. He's going to play a shot. We've got a chance if it's going in the air.
Muzarambani in, and it's Yorker length. Harry Brook actually drops the bat down on it, doesn't know where it goes. It's trickling towards square leg, and Ben Stokes said, do you know what? That's an easy single. We can come through for 1 on that one to end the 93rd over. 5:31 for 4. Brook has got 31 from 36. Stokes 7 from 10.
It's not doing us any favours for a declaration, though. Stokes keeps getting off strike for the last ball of the over, so we want Ben to have. You want Ben to face a few balls, but you know, time in the middle is what he needs. There's a huge amount of time left in this game, irrespective whatever the weather forecast says for later on in the weekend. I think England will have enough in their bowling unit to bowl Zimbabwe out twice, and it's just. I think it's important about who needs what. I think from an individual point of view, they've got to be selfish here. It's who needs what, and I think Brook probably does need some time in the middle. He hasn't already played. He played. I think he played 1 first-class game. He played 1 first-class game for Yorkshire. He got a 33 and a 20. So he'll want some time in the middle, and the captain hasn't batted. So
Chavanga is on his way into starting new over. Ben Stokes will get some strikers. Harry Brook turns the first ball to deep square leg, and they will take a single. Harmy mentioned the weather forecast. Let me update you where we are. As I said earlier, it's absolutely glorious at the moment. Tonight, round about midnight UK time, we are due to get some heavy rain that, if the forecasters have got it correct, will go through to round about 6 o'clock in the morning. That then gives them 5 hours or so for it to all drain away and get it cleared off before play. There's then potentially some rain in a similar kind of time slot on the following day. So if there is going to be some rain, hopefully shouldn't have an impact on play. But weather forecasting, as we all know, is not an exact science. Neither's cricket. Chavanga's going to go around the wicket to Stokes. In he goes and bowls him a short one. Stokes immediately on the pull. And it's out to the fielder at deep square leg. And they will take a single. Stokes off strike almost as quickly as he gets back onto it. He's got 8 from 11. England 5:33 for 4.
Yeah, these outfields now are the ones, I mean, the water just goes straight through them. It was like the worst invention in the world for a cricketer, like these outfields. It's like one of the reasons I retired, because of these outfields. I mean, It was terrible. If it rained like what we were expecting through the night, you wouldn't play till tea time the next day. And now you're even ready for warm-ups, which is any cricketer will tell you that it's. I mean, it's so frustrating when you think, right, I've got half an hour, 40 minutes here comfortably, no problem. They're not. We'll start in 10 minutes, lads. It's a real bane in a lot of cricketers' lives. So the way these outfields are now.
Chivanga over the wickets. Oh, that's very short and wide, and it's called wide. He dug it in. His own toes were in danger. He whacked it in that short, and Hurling Palika has decided, we're going to stretch the arms and give that one a wide.
But if his toes are in danger, you would have a good look at it, because that's the things he looks at when he lets go of the ball. I mean, that's what he's looking at when he's letting go of the ball. I don't mind this, though. I don't mind the short ball. I really don't. I think I would have extra cover. I would continue bowling the short ball. I'd have extra cover down on the sort of fly slip area out on the boundary and just bowl bounces at Harry Brook. He's going to take you on. He's going to hit you for 6, but you've got a chance if he's hitting it in the air.
Chivanga goes in. It's shorter, but it looks like a slower ball shorter. And it's pulled out on the leg side by Brook. They'll come back for a couple. Stokes, coming back to the non-striker's end, has to evade the throw that's coming in. But 2 more to the total. 5:36 for 4. Yeah,
good slower ball bounce. It was an excellent shot from Harry Brook. And what a bit of fielding from Ben Curran. And even more better was the running between the wickets by England. They were going for 2. So positive, and they had to run both, first and second runs really, really hard, because Ben Curran got down, he got the ball out quickly, and he got it right over the top of the stumps. It was a good bit of cricket that all round.
Chivanga in once again, short wide, and Harmy was talking about the uppercut a moment ago. That's the shot that Harry Brook plays. It goes down to third, and it goes away for a boundary through the fielder's fingers.
Do you know what? I want to see this again. I don't actually think this is... Fielder's gone chasing after it. He's uppercutted it. Fielder's gone chasing after it. He's got 2 hands to it, dived, and it's spilled it. But I'm not actually sure it's hit anything. I wonder if it has gone for 4 or 6.
The fielder runs away.
He gets a good hand on
his
it.
Left.
Oh, it does. It hits the boundary boards, yeah.
So the only question is, does it hit them flush, or does it bounce? And then it's one of those that it seems to pitch round about the same kind of spot. I think it might be 4, that one.
I thought it was 6. No, he's given 4.
He's given 4. So Harry Brook put the bat there, just ramps it up and away and gets a boundary. England 540 for 4. They've been going at this just over 93.5 overs now.
But a bit like we said yesterday, a bit muddled thinking. If you're going to go with a bouncer, like England normally do, bouncer tactic, get extra cover down there. An easier catch.
Third is way too wide for that. Yeah, absolutely. Chivanga is in, shorter and wider of off stump, and nobody moves on the offside as that ball smashes into the boundary edge and bounces back, and I'm not exaggerating here, 15 metres. That's how hard it was hit for 4.
That's a beautiful shot. This is the shot. It's a carbon copy of the shot that got everything going this morning. Got Harry Brook going. He was 9 off 23 balls. He's now 42 off 40 balls, and that was the shot that got him going. Wide outside off stump. Doesn't move his feet that much anywhere, does Harry Brook, but boy are them hands quick. Boy are them hands quick. Fielder's on the boundary 70 yards away and didn't move. Didn't move, and it wasn't because he didn't see it. There was no point. It was past him before he even blinked.
And he had to walk forwards 10 metres to go and get the ball. In goes Chivanga again. Again, lovely use of the pace that's on the ball by Harry Brook. Effectively just putting the bat in the way of the ball and just guiding it down to third for a single.
He's nicked the strike again. Ben Stokes I reckon in the last 20 minutes, Ben Stokes has faced about 4 balls. So we are trying to get the captain some middle time, and he's spending some time in the middle without actually facing a ball.
Harmy, we've overstayed our welcome. It's time for us to get out of the way. Ed Rainsford and Jon Norman are coming in to pick up the commentary.
Well, greetings and good morning. Trent Bridge is looking resplendent. Better crowd than yesterday. I think there was about 10,000 in on day one. It's certainly gone past that here today on day two. As the action continues, it's Muzarabani running in from the pavilion end, which is covered in tarpaulin, white tarpaulin. It's the biggest sight screen in world cricket. And Zimbabwe, actually, they've gone about their business a little better today than they did yesterday. Good morning to you, Ed.
Morning, John. How are you? Hello, everybody. Sun's out. Crowd is filling up nicely. People are streaming through the gates.
We had a nice night last night, didn't we?
Fantastic.
Muzarabani again. This is driven. And Ben Stokes will see a delivery because it's fielded at wideish mid-off. So Harry Brook moves to 44. He, like Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope, the 1 wicket to fall today, going around 100, strike rate of 100. Ben Stokes hasn't seen a lot of the action. He's faced 11 balls for his 8. England started the day 498 for 3. They're now 546 for 4. Ollie Pope was caught behind, adding just 2 to his overnight score. He, like Crawley, burning a review on his way. So England have got just the 1 left. And the field is spread for the left-handed Ben Stokes, who hasn't batted in a test match since December 2024, but in fairness, nobody has. And he's about to face this delivery from Muzarabani, who's in now, and this is cut on the front foot. Square of the wicket on the offside, and Stokes moves to 9. It was a lovely evening last night, wasn't it? We tried 3 restaurants, and we were lucky at the 3rd attempt. And do you know what? I'm really pleased we ended up there. The food was terrific, the company good, or equally terrific.
Yeah, good night. It's pity we got kicked out the first one. I weren't kicked out.
Well, we didn't even get in.
Couldn't even get in.
I think you confused them when you walked in asking for a mechanic.
I did ask. I said, I'm looking for a mechanic.
It's a real kind of confusion behind the counter. On both sides of the counter, because we were wondering what you were talking about as well. And then you turned round as Harry Brook will push this towards short mid-wicket and come through for a single.
Trying to raise some pulses.
And then we went next door to the pizza place and had to leave once we found out that they didn't sell bourbon.
Yeah.
Jarrod.
Yeah, picky, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, he drinks it with Diet Coke.
Exactly. What's the point?
I don't know. But in the end, it all worked out well. We ended up at a lovely tapas place. And we were seated at the back. There was 8 of us. We were joined by George DeBell and a friend of his who sees more tennis than anyone else on the planet, I think, apart from Tim. As this is hooked skywards, and there's a catch running in from the boundary at fine leg. Would you believe it? Ben Stokes has been bounced out for 9. Good tumbling catch just in front of us by Ben Curran, who's going to have a lot of work to do today. But England have lost the 2nd wicket in the morning. Stokes has got to go. And it's just a question of, Jamie Smith appears like he's going to be coming out for a little bit. The declaration is still on ice. Harry Brook's not going anywhere. But that was a good short ball from Muzarabani.
Yeah, fantastic delivery by Blessing Muzarabani. It rushes the England skipper. He gets into all sorts of trouble there, gets a top edge, and it's a good catch by Ben Curran down at fine leg. A brute of a delivery, and no surprises. It comes from Blessing Muzarabani, who has set the tone this morning. He's looked like he's found his lines, his lengths, and he has a little bit of pace. And so England lose number 5 at 548. 90, well, into the 95th over. And England continue to bat.
They do indeed. We thought they'd have an hour, and we were talking yesterday, weren't we? Was it going to be runs, time? I made the point that I didn't think I'd see Gus Atkinson bat, but it makes sense that we are going to see Jamie Smith. You know, just get a little bit of batting time out there.
Yeah, fair enough. I think they're in pole position. They can make all the decisions they like. They've still got time on their hand if they're sort of looking to bat once, and also give some of the players an opportunity out in the middle in front of this crowd on a test surface, as India is just on the horizon. But Having said that, there's 2 games for the Lions. I don't know if someone wants to put their hand up and go play in the Lions game against India. The skipper may get in there. Jamie Smith, would he put his hand up? Nah, shakes of the head in the comm box.
No, I don't think we'll see Jamie Smith play, but there was some... Who were we talking? Stokes, yeah, well, Ed's just said Stokes. Was there somebody else that we thought might play in that Lions? It kind of came up in conversation last night. I don't know, it got a bit blurry after a while.
No comment.
There was a lot of food ordered last night. Jofra Archer, that's right. That's who we were thinking would play. Although he's just been ruled out with a thumb injury, out the white ball stuff, so he won't play, I doubt. Jacob Bethel, maybe? Or is he in the he's in the white ball squad, isn't he? There was talk at the back of the box that Bethel and Pope might play in that first test against India. Anyway, Blessing Muzarabani is in, and this is driven. Punch drive from Jamie Smith. So strong in the V. I'm not sure if you see much of Jamie Smith, Ed, but he oozes class. Scores really freely. It's quite wristy, but also quite technically compact and correct as well.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of him last season in the England summer when he's taken over from Folks. A lot of surprise there, but there's obviously the decision or the thoughts that he gets the game moving, and he's more technically correct.
Yeah, I think it's about operating with the tail, and as you say, just advancing the score at the kind of strike rate that England want from their middle and lower order. I mean, he's had quite an introduction. 9 tests, there's a century in there, a couple of 50s, 3 50s, 4 50s, average of 43. I mean, if you get that from a keeper, then you're in biz. Shivanga turning away from us now and running in. It's Harry Brook on 45, facing up, and he dabs this down to backward point, sets off, but is sent back by Jamie Smith, no run. England 548 for 5. Welcome to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Get in contact with us via the chat facility or via X. I think we had a message from Crete that came in via cricket_TS. There's John Squire. Commentary coming in loud and clear in Crete. Great effort and very much appreciated and enjoyed. Welcome, John. Welcome to Trent Bridge as Chivanga is in again. And Harry Brook seizes on the length of this shorter, back of a length delivering. Wow, that's good running as well, because he's hit it powerfully to the fielder on the boundary at mid-wicket. And the throw back was fast and accurate, but still 2 runs.
Love the intensity there. You're right, it comes off the bat at a rate. Fielder makes a good effort, and it just skips across the surface very quickly, but the agility and the speed to get in and out of the blocks and pick up 2 quite comfortably. He's on 47 now. Fielder's spread.
Yeah, if you're watching us or listening to us anywhere in the world, drop us a message and we'll give you a shout out as Chivanga continuing. And this again just dabbed down to third to the left of backward point, and Harry Brook moves on to 48, and that will give Jamie Smith a new bat. A delivery here. 2 wickets falling this morning. Ollie Pope adding 2 to his overnight score. And Ben Stokes making just 9 before he was bounced out by Blessing Muzarabani, who's bowled actually pretty well with this second new ball. Second new ball that's now 15 overs old. There was some conjecture about whether Zimbabwe would take it last night, but the run rate was so fast anyway. I think they just thought, well, we haven't really got that much to lose now. We haven't got control of the scoring, so let's go for it. 1 slip in place, and this is quite a shot from Jamie Smith. Yes, it's drifted in on the pads, but second ball he's just eased into an almost slow motion flick through mid-wicket, and he's hit it as fast as anything I've seen all test match, and it's gone away for 4.
Yeah, this for me is just pure confidence. He knows where his game is. He knows that if the bowler misses his line and his length, then he can get into a good position and punish him in this fashion. It's just a short-arm jab just through the leg side. A couple of bounces away for 4.
He didn't try and keep the ball down. It was in the air for quite a while, but there's no fielder out there. Chivanga again, slower delivery, and 2 wide. Jamie Smith can't get near that. Doesn't even attempt to.
4 5s. Have a look at that. Look at the score. 555 for 5.
You're right. 555 for 5.
I've seen that in
No.
before. In 95.5.
There
At
we
5
go.
runs and over.
Keep it going. The game will be over by 5.
15.5 for Chavanga.
There is no day 5. Chavanga, and that's dropped by Seager behind the stumps. A genuine outside edge from the bat of Jamie Smith. Keeper jumps across first slip, and he's put it down.
It ends the over after 96. It's 444 at 5 for 5, but a beautiful delivery here by Chavanga. He's found some movement, he's found some pace, he's found some bounce. He's been a little bit erratic, but it finds the outside edge, and you'd say that is a regulation. The skipper just behind the wicketkeeper looked as if he was getting into a good position, but the keeper commits. It hits the wrist and it goes down. And if you spend so much time in the field, when these opportunities do present themselves, you've got to be switched on. And on that occasion, the keeper wasn't. Chance gone to begging.
That was a straightforward chance to keeper, and it would have been a even more straightforward chance to first slip. Straight to him. It's not like it was dying on first slip and the keeper had to get across. So a fielding error there. Seager, who played well yesterday, as Harry Brook reaches at 50 with a nonchalant flick to a good length delivery that has just been swatted over deep square leg.
Oh, Harry. Harry, that is some shot. 11th Test 50 in just 25 matches, along with 800s. But to go to 50 in style, dismissive here of Blessing Muzarabani.
Well, it just shows his hand-eye coordination is up there with some of the best in the world. I mean, you don't need particularly good foot movement or footwork to a shot like that, but to get into position so quickly, not to change really anything in terms of his batting stance, just wait for the ball and then just flick it. Down the track this time comes Brook. Doesn't quite get hold of this. And mid-on mid-on should have dragged the ball back just inside the boundary rope. But it's actually been scraped along the surface and deflected back onto the boundary. So 10 runs coming from 2 deliveries. And Harry Brook moves to 58.
Yeah, it comes off the inside half of the bat, but Steve Harmison spoke about his hands, and they move through that hitting zone at a great deal of speed, so the commitment to the shot just gets it to skip away for 4.
Muzarabani again. Bowled him! Via an inside edge, no foot movement. Harry Brook just trying to guide this ball down to third, and Muzarabani picks up his 3rd wicket in the innings. Brook goes for a fine 58, and that brings to an end the England innings. Jamie Smith takes a few paces up the track to join Brook as he makes his way from the field. England declare here at Trent Bridge 565 for 6.
Yeah, it's come to an end. It's a mammoth total, but Muzarabani picks up his 3rd, and that of Harry Brook into the surface, looking to maybe guide it down to 3rd. Bottom edge onto the stumps. A little bit of a celebration, a little bit of frustration there because he spent so much time in the field. And England, with the fall of that wicket, bring the end of their innings. And now Zimbabwe have got to get the pads on, get the bats out, and try and sort of put up a fight with the bat. But it's been an excellent showing by England. Their top 3 again, emphatic, all getting hundreds. Skipper maybe just missing out. He gets a brute of a delivery. But all in all, a very good batting effort, and at a rate as well.
I do like the send-off. Well, not the send-off. He didn't send him off, but the passion at getting the 5th wicket for 565 runs and standing in the middle there and screaming. But as Ed said, you know, Muzarabani, certainly the most dangerous bowler they've got in general, and the most dangerous bowler over the last couple of days. Probably was just sick and tired of getting smashed around and was happy to get another wicket there. But it was a little bit funny watching him do that at the end.
Well, hopefully the Zimbabwe batters will show as much fight when they come out to bat in the next 9 or 10 minutes or so. So yeah, there we are, 565 for 6 then, 498 for 3. And I suppose you'd have to say that Zimbabwe have enjoyed their best hour of the Test match, albeit one that still gave up 67 runs. But they took those 3 wickets, should have actually. I think the wicket, if Jamie Smith is caught behind, I think that would have just brought about the declaration anyway, so it didn't make too much difference there. But a better showing. What now then? What now, Ed?
I think the top 6 batters need to just go have a shower, have a nice little chat, get some fluid in, and really try and focus on trying to survive this very aggressive, very skillful England bowling attack. I think they've got to try and stay in the moment, because it's not going to be easy, that new ball in hand. And the one thing that really does stand out for me is the way Zimbabwe went with the ball today. It actually shows on day number 2, even though they spent nearly 90 overs in the field, when they came out and they hit a length and hit the pitch, there's just enough out there for the bowlers. There is enough out there. There's swing, a little bit of movement, and also we see a lot of bounce as well, especially from the likes of Blessing Muzarabani. So it's not going to be easy for England. They'll be quite encouraged with how the ball has moved around this morning and what it's done off the pitch. So a challenging, possibly you could say, a challenging sort of hour and 10 minutes here for Zimbabwe.
Well, I totally agree. It's going to be a challenge for the entirety of the match. We're not going to see England bat again. You wouldn't have thought. I hope we do. It'd be interesting, certainly, if we do. But what about Sam Cook then, Jarrod? He's just about to bowl for the first time for England. You never know how it's going to go, do you? Until you just see those first few deliveries sent down. But this is quite a moment for him that's coming up. He's just out there on the outfield now, just warming up. I'm sure his family are still here. They were in the circle, weren't they? Sam Cook
they were out there yesterday when he was getting his
when he got his cap.
Yeah.
So they would have hung around. I'm not sure if Tom Curran is still here to watch Ben. Sam is back playing for Surrey against Essex, where of course Sam Cook hails from. But yeah, this is a big moment we're about to see. It's always interesting when you watch a debut.
Yeah, he's a very repeatable bowler. He doesn't bowl many short balls. He doesn't bowl many wide balls. He basically just bowls the wobble ball at the top of off stump over and over again. Gets prodigious movement back in. Doesn't really move it much away from the right-handers. Gets a lot of bowled in LBW, especially so against the right-handers, and he'll come around the wicket and also attack the stumps against the left-handers as well. But yeah, there's not a lot that can go wrong with a bowler like him. You know, there aren't a lot of moving parts. He runs in quite professionally, puts the ball in the right area, and does it again and again. If you compare it to someone like Chivago, who we can see, he's almost bending himself into a pretzel to bowl. Lots of things can go wrong in an action like that, where Sam Cook doesn't have any of that. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to have a conversation with Steve Harmison about Chivanga's action and what he thinks of it.
I think he broke his back looking at his action.
Ooh. Yeah, he gets himself into a little bit of a tangle. But you're right, it's an exciting time for Cook, and see how he goes here on this surface. A debut for England. What a proud moment for him at this venue as well. Look at this crowd in a test match, and it also sets up the stall for him to see how he sort of fits into England's plans, especially with India coming, perhaps with maybe slightly seamer-friendly wickets. You never know what they're going to prepare in all the venues that they're going to be playing at, but it starts here for him. His test career starts here. I mean, he's got a phenomenal first-class career. But now all that time, 27 years, 312 first-class wickets at under 20. Here we go, ball in hand, Duke's ball in hand. What a proud moment for him.
I think it also tells you about the changing of international cricket. I think England have had a lot of bowlers like him before, like Mark Davies, who played for Durham and for Kent, Jamie Porter and these sorts of players. Australia had Chad Sayers and Trent Copeland. We've had a lot of these sorts of bowlers with incredible first-class records that don't play Test cricket, right, at that pace. And now people are like, actually, these are the bowlers who do quite well at Test cricket.
These are blasts from the past. Copeland.
Yeah. So I mean, you see that those sorts of guys now, because of the wobble ball, are much more dangerous, because if you can put the wobble ball in the right position over and over again, you almost need that surgical skill, whereas a slightly faster bowler might be a little bit too wide or a little bit too full. And we saw that with the Zimbabwean bowlers at times.
And you think about like Boland, who I think is extremely skilled. But a lot of people look at him, especially when he came here for the Test match in the Ashes a few years ago, how they went after him. Yeah. But I think in that particular fray of a bowler, like a Vernon Philander or a Muhammad Asif, who I thought was, if he played for another 5 years, was going to be out of this world. They don't have a great deal of pace, but that skill can really challenge the batter, even if you're going to try and be very, very attacking, because they bring the stumps into play and they play with both edges and also the width and the breadth of the crease. So I think they're phenomenal and they have a space in the game, and it's not all about pace, I don't think.
I just think with the wobble ball, if you don't make any mistakes, it's very hard for the batter to get on top of you unless you do what England did to Boland, which is use the crease and come down. And we're already starting to see now a lot of wicket keepers around the world keeping up at the stumps to those kinds of bowlers to say, no, you can't. And if you look at someone, and I've seen Cook bowl in county cricket with the keeper up at the stumps occasionally as well, so they've even done it domestically. So keep the batter in the crease, and then it's up to you to be able to play that ball. And he's not going to miss the stumps very often, I can tell you that. And he actually... It's funny, he's a different kind of looking bowler than Philander, but I think Rob Key mentioned Philander when he was talking about Cook, and when I was looking at him, it's that similar sort of thing of every ball is angling into the top of off stump, and then if it cuts back in, it hits leg stump, and if it moves away, you're a chance of getting an edge into the cord. He's just keeping that available at all times.
Okay, let's look at the opening partnership for Zimbabwe then. Tell us a little bit about Brian Bennett and Ben Curran. Curran, of course, played 4 seasons here, possibly, in county cricket before he was released in 2022. And Brian Bennett is more of a... scores a little faster, I think. He's a bit more of an all-rounder, isn't he? But what kind of threat are they going to pose, and how are they going to go about their game?
Yeah, so Brian Bennett started off his career at batting at number 6, and then he's actually made the decision to go to the coaches and say, I actually want to open the batting in Test cricket, where he opens the batting in white ball cricket, T20s and ODIs. Technically stays slightly leg side of the ball, trusts his hands quite a bit, especially square the wicket through the offside. His feet don't move a great deal, so it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to handle some of these balls that are going to be in and around off stump and the ball seaming around. And then you have Ben Curran, who's played here, as you said, understands the conditions, and he has to play the ball a little bit later. And he sort of also just targets the square boundaries a little bit more, doesn't try and overcommit onto the front foot too early. So he's a traditional opener, you'd say, Ben Curran. So they sort of complement each other to some degree, whereas Bennett tries to move the game forward a little bit and tries to score a little bit freer. And Ben Curran is someone that sort of just holds his own and accumulates and tries to build an innings. So it's going to be an interesting challenge here for those two players who don't move their feet a great deal. And Ben Curran did struggle a little bit against Afghanistan and Bangladesh with just feeling outside the line of off stump and bringing the slips into play. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of changes he's done there technically. But what a moment here for Ben Curran. Both brothers have played for England. Now he comes here and playing a test match for Zimbabwe, the middle child of Kevin Curran. Went to Zimbabwe, stacked up the runs, put his hand up, and here he is.
Well, a few years ago, if you were to ask which of the Curran brothers will be playing in the England versus Zimbabwe test match in 2025, you would have gone Sam. You'd think maybe Tom,
yep.
And then Ben, right? But actually, Sam's playing for Surrey today. Tom hasn't played for England for 4 years, maybe. So
he's
yeah,
qualified for Zimbabwe again.
Well, I think he does.
Anything
actually
you'd like to say, Ed?
I think he does.
You know there's a camera on, by the way.
Mate, today's one of the best days I've seen in Nottingham. Sun's out, woo-hoo. Sunscreen's out, beverages being consumed.
Well, I tell
Stay
you what,
hydrated.
nicely swerved. We have got a moment though, because it is Sam Cook who is set to bowl his first delivery as an England international. What a moment for him. He's just having a little chat with Ben Stokes just about his field. He's got 4 slips, 3 slips in a gully. There's a backward point. Stokes is at mid-off, there's mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg.
Waiting for the roller to get off the field.
It's like that scene in Deadpool, waiting for the Zamboni to run the guy over in the ice rink.
It's Bennett who will face the first delivery of the Zimbabwe innings. England have declared, and Sam Cook is in. It's pitched up and driven to mid-on. So Sam Cook, international career as a bowler, is up and running. He of course played yesterday and this morning, and Brian Bennett has seen off the first delivery.
He's not a good matchup for Bennett. Cook. Well, so I should say it's a good matchup for England, not a great matchup for Zimbabwe, because Bennett wants the ball to be a little bit wider outside off stump. And generally, Cook bowls much closer to the stumps than that. So he might give himself even more room so he can carve the ball away, usually through point or backward point.
Cook again, he's up past the umpire, and this is wide, and there's swing there, but it's too wide, and Bennett's more than happy to let that one go.
Yeah, look at that. I like that. Out the hand beautifully. You'd only be critical to say it's a little bit wide, yeah, and that's maybe just the left side of the body just going a little bit too early. But yeah, you see it also skips off the surface and beautiful movement. But the nice thing is it stands up on that seam.
Yeah, there's bound to be nerves from both batter and bowler. First one a little straight, the second one a touch wide, and here is Cook again, and he gets an inside edge. Bennett's off the mark, and he's going to pick up 4 as well, down to fine leg, but that ball came perilously close to smashing into leg stump. And on another day, Sam Cook celebrating a wicket.
Runs, runs and runs. We're up and running, Zimbabwe. 4 to start things off.
It's hard to set a field for that shot, to be fair.
Would that keep a little low as well?
I don't know, he middled it, I'll give him that.
Yeah,
you don't get a lot of middled inside edges past leg stump. But
he almost guided it past leg stump, didn't he? Rather than a thick inside edge.
It was like the nutmeg or the draw shot at one stage there.
Yeah, not playing with the straightest of bats.
82 miles an hour, that last one. We'll keep an eye on the speeds, but that's about where we expect him to be.
Yeah, I think there was hope it might hit 83, 84, maybe even 85, but 82 on the speed gunners. Cook's in again. This is again pitched up and driven square of the wicket by Bennett, and he will pick up his second boundary in the over. Chase on, but square leg and also long leg can't stop the ball from reaching the boundary, and suddenly Ed Rainsford's thinking of a famous victory.
Game on. This is a better shot here by Bennett. Fuller on to the pads, not all out the middle of the bat. So lucky he just gets it down just in the nick of time. But again, how quick is this outfield?
Well, it does look like Sam Cook, who's known for bowling on a good length, is just probing away, just a touch fuller.
They've actually brought more fielders onto the offside after the 2 boundaries on the leg side here.
There's now 4 slips, a gully and a backward point, as this is the best shot of the innings so far. It's over pitched, it's width, and that fielder that's just been brought in now just got to go and run and collect the ball from the deep point boundary. 12 without loss, Zimbabwe.
Go on, Brian. This is where he really loves it. Wide outside the line of off stump, long half volley, throws the hands at it. This time, better. This one is out the middle of the bat, square of the wicket through the offside, and emphatic.
I'm starting to think that England could have batted faster. Last ball of the over, and this time beaten. Drags the length back a touch. There's seam movement away from the right-handed Bennett, who withdraws the bat, goes through to the keeper, Jamie Smith. End of the over. Sam Cook's first in international cricket. It's gone for 12, but truth be told, he could have picked up a wicket to that third delivery. Brian Bennett, 12 not out, and Ben Curran about to face his first delivery.
Yeah, I think England's kind of overreacted to the boundary at out square on the leg side there. I'm not really sure what the overall thinking was on that. And they brought in an extra fielder, because the problem with bringing the extra fielder into the slips cordon is it might make him bowl more outside off stump, which is kind of what Bennett wants. Bennett doesn't want the ball anywhere near his stumps. He wants them as much room as possible. So they'll know a little bit about Bennett. There's no doubt about that. Well, although, Macca, they don't have their analysts anymore. A couple of key analysts from the England side have gone. They're slightly more vibes-based than they used to be, this team, with Nathan Lehman and Freddie Wild going out. Talking about vibes-based, it is Andrew McKenna.
Thank you very much, Jarrod. Yeah, we've got rid of Jon Norman. He's going for far too many runs. Gus Atkinson from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end. He's in and bowls. Curran turns this on the leg side, and he's up and underway with a single to square leg. 13 without loss.
Another bowler falling over from that end. I know Chivago is not the best one for that, but I just think that's a little bit slippery at that end when they land on their feet, Harmy.
Yeah, it seems that way. It's also, I mentioned this yesterday, first up, there is a rigid Trent Bridge. So when you first sort of come up and you gather and your first point of contact, it's a little bit off-putting, because when you're like going on a flat, it's you're in control of your movements. It just feels as though
Atkinson is in, and it's outside of off stump. Bennett has nothing to do with that. Through to Jamie Smith.
It feels as though that the ground just disappears from you, and you hit the crease rather than your normal bowling action. And just for the first few, it's a little bit off-putting. So you can see why it's either a little bit slippy, or that's what's making Gus Atkinson fall over.
4 slips, a gully, and a backward point. All waiting catches for England. Joe Root at first. In goes Atkinson, pitches it up. Is there an inside edge on that one? England very much in the appealing mode.
Yeah, I like this line a lot more to Bennett. Keep the ball right at his stumps. He's got an inside edge past his stumps. He flicked one on the leg side from the bottom part of his bat that he was a little bit late on, and now he's missed another one.
Just in this one, I like the look at that one. Oh, just nip back in it. It's just going down leg side. You can see off stump though. You can see off stump.
Atkinson's on his way once again. Nothing to do with that one, Bennett. Actually bounces a second time in front of Jamie Smith, and there's no run. I was watching Bennett net on Wednesday, and he was in the left-hand net, and Shaun Williams was in the right-hand net, and it was very interesting that Shaun Williams was keeping an eye on Bennett as well. And one of the things that he kept saying was, keep your hands within your body. He didn't want him playing away. He didn't want him chasing anything wide, as if to say, look, we know these guys are good. We don't need to be giving them anything for cheap. In goes Atkinson. That's shorter and wider, and that is flashed through backward point for 4. Well, Zimbabwe have proven in, 11 balls, anything short and wide, and with an attacking field and there's big spaces, they will put it away. Atkinson bowled it there, and Bennett has absolutely smashed it to the boundary. 17 without loss.
Yeah, good shot from Bennett. It was there to be hit. It was short and wide. He gives himself natural width, a little bit like Harry Brooks, stands still from a feet point of view. And Harry was quick onto that when anything was short and wide about half an hour ago.
Atkinson goes in, short ball. Bennett takes it on, gets bat on it, but doesn't get enough on it to get it sufficiently wide of mid-on, where Josh Tongue is stationed, so there's no run. 2 overs gone of the Zimbabwe reply. They're 17 without loss, replying to England's 565 for 6 declared.
I mean, there was definitely a run there.
Two there. It was a 1 for me, but it was two for somebody a little bit lighter on the feet.
But again, we see the ball straighter at him. The minute you give him any width, Bennett, he looks $1 million, and you bowl the ball at him, whether it's full or back of a length, and he looks like a completely different player. Look, he's, as Ed said, he's a middle order player. He's a very good T20 player, and I've seen him play, a lot opening up in T20 cricket, and you just can't give him any width at all. You just have to be at him the entire time. Is that Ben Curran taking off stump guard there? I don't know if you saw that.
It looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. Sam Cook's coming around. He's obviously bowling around the wicket, so trying to negate that big lavish movement that I think in the first over Sam Cook had it shaping nicely. Got one to go away big. I'm not sure it was off the seam or was it through the air.
So he's around the wickets, and that one actually goes a little bit further away. Jamie Smith going away to his left-hand side, and Curran has nothing to do with that.
Generally, Cook bowls around the wicket to the left-handers, but very tight to the stumps. He gets a lot of bowled and LBW to the left-handers as well, taking the ball away, as we saw with that one there. He's been a little bit looser, having watched a lot of his county highlights now, or his ball-by-ball in county cricket. He's just been a little bit looser so far today, so a little bit of nerves there, but the ball's also moving a long way for him.
Cook runs away from us, goes in and bowls. Good line. Playing defensively back down the pitch is Curran, and there's no run. So I'm sure you've heard a lot of the stories and the numbers about Sam Cook. 321 wickets in first-class cricket at 19.9. Last season took 66 wickets at 17.3. This season, 3 games of county championship cricket, because England withdrew him from Another one, 10 wickets at 28 and a half. And here he is at Trent Bridge bowling in a test match, and he's around the wicket, slightly down the leg side. Curran is trying to turn this into the leg side, misses with the bat, gets it with the pad, and so it's a leg bye to the total as it rolls out to square leg.
Curran is so far across when he's facing that ball that if he just stood in his natural position, he probably flicks that for a couple of runs or a 4. But he was basically outside off stump, I think, then Harmy when it's hit him.
Yeah, I think obviously he's looking as though, right, Sam Cook can only take it away from me, and anything outside my body, outside my eye line, I'm just not going to play it, and that's that's probably what the game plan is.
Cook is now into the right-handed Bennett. He's outside of off stump. Bennett having nothing to do with that, allows it to shape a little bit further away through to the keeper.
So he's basically inviting Sam Cook to bowl straighter at him, so he can nudge it into the leg side. He'll be nervous. He will be nervous. Sam Cook, it's a massive thing. There's been a lot of talk about him, whether he was good enough last year. Went away with the Lions, had a good winter. Probably didn't start the season as well as he probably did last season or the season before.
In he comes, running, arms and knees pumping, bowls on the off stump, and the batter Bennett covers up, and there's no run.
But watching that the speed gun there says 80 miles an hour, and whether you take much notice of the speed gun or not, that's good enough. That's quick enough off the pitch for international cricket. That's a good ball in a good area, and that'll challenge even top players. So yeah, don't look at the speed gun all the time, because it's about the areas that he bowls, and can he make the ball move? Can he make the ball come off the pitch quicker than he put it into the pitch?
Well, in he goes. It's full, it's edged, and it lands just short of fourth slip. Diving away to his right-hand side is Crawley up. Might have just carried, It would have been a very, very tough catch. Diving away low to his right. Bennett has a boundary, takes him to 20, and Zimbabwe to 22 without loss.
I think it did carry, but it would have been one unbelievable catch if Zach got that. I mean, he's 6'5", Zach, and it's gone. It's literally fingertips off the ground. Oh no, it's not. It's a little bit higher than fingertips off the ground, but probably would have gone straight to fifth slip in between their legs. So I think anybody else would have dived for it and got nowhere near it, but because of the wingspan of Zach Crawley, he managed to get a finger on it but not being able to catch it.
And again, another ball closer to Bennett, and we see another error from him. Not even sure in the end where he was trying to hit. I think he was just trying to launch it down the ground.
Yeah, if you're going to swing hard. Yeah, make it a good catch.
Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end starts a new over. Curran's in behind this, turns it on the onside. Bowler fields in his follow through, no run. Worth remembering, of course, that Brian Bennett is only 21 years of age, and it's his 7th test match.
And he's not a natural opener. Like, he hasn't been opening his whole life as well.
So in those 6 test matches previously, 320 runs at an average of 32, best of 110 not out. That is his sole 100. He's made 2 50s as well, and one of those 50s came in the first test, in the first innings in Bangladesh in the victory just a few weeks ago. He's watching from the non-striker's end as Atkinson is a little bit straight onto the pads of Curran, clipped out to deep square leg. Sam Cook will run around from long leg. Sent in a return that had plenty of mustard on it. Jamie Smith was backing up and taking that well above his head. 2 to the total, 24 without loss.
Lovely little tuck into the leg side there from Curran. He looks organised. He looks as though he knows what he's the way he wants his game to play. He's standing in front of all 3, so anywhere near on the pads, and I think he might be in trouble. But he's trying to negate the movement that Atkinson and Cook are getting.
He's standing tall on this occasion. Atkinson again is going full. It's driven back past the stumps. Mid-off, Josh Tongue will run back and pull it in 10 metres inside the boundary at the far end. And England and Zimbabwe have run 3.
It's good running there, actually, because I don't think Brian Bennett was thinking of 3 at any stage. And Ben Curran just absolutely, especially on that second run, just pelted back, and there was always a third on offer if you wanted it. Out of the 2 of these players, I think it's quite clear to say that Ben Curran's maybe the more natural runner between wicket than Brian Bennett is.
Yes. Yeah, I think Brian Bennett's used to hitting 6s and 4s in the middle of an innings. Fielders back, so he's either hitting 1s or boundaries.
4 slips for Bennett. The gully's gone out for the time being. In goes Atkinson. Bennett's in behind this one, pushing to point, where Ollie Pope is stationed. And there's no run. So it's Root at first slip, who's currently clapping his hands like some sort of crazy man at the moment. There's obviously some sort of conversation going along down there. And then at second slip is Harry Brook. Ben Duckett at third. Zach Crawley at fourth. Pope's at point. Bashir at mid-off. Tongue at mid-on. The captain Stokes is at the catching mid-wicket as the ball is delivered outside of off-stump, and Bennett opens the face of the blade. Might be a little bit of edge in that one as well, but it's all the way along the floor, down to third for 4 more to the total. 31 without loss Zimbabwe. Bennett now got 24 from just 16 balls faced.
Yeah, he's using the pace that Gus Atkinson's putting on it. He naturally gives himself some width. So he starts round about, probably his guard will be 2, which is middle and leg. And then he shuffles across the crease as a little trigger movement. And then he's standing tall and upright, and he's wanting anything outside off stump. So anything just outside off stump is too wide from a bowling point of view.
Atkinson goes in once again. That's tighter in towards the middle and leg, I would suggest. Bennett plays defensively, pushes back down the pitch to end the over, the 4th of the innings. Here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, Zimbabwe 31 without loss.
Yeah, I just think you can be way closer to him, because I think you're right. I reckon he even starts with 2 legs.
Yeah.
And then he moves across the middle stump, but he's actually still trying to hit to the offside. So he moves across and then hangs. And is that Tom Curran watching as well, by the way? We weren't sure where Tom was, but it looks like he's there. And then he almost hits inside out sometimes with his hands to give himself even more room on the offside.
But from a bowler's point of view, if you stay on off stump, I know he's down to third a couple of times, but he'll nick it.
Yeah,
that's what he is. But if you give him too much width, which is basically 4th stump, anything outside 4th stump, he can throw his hands at it, and there's more chance of him hitting the middle part of the bat than the outside edge or the thinner edge to bring slip into play.
Cook to start a new over. Good line, that one, to the left-hander Curran. Just letting it run on in with the angle. Curran, nothing to do with that one. Allows it through to the keeper. No run. It's glorious in Nottingham today. It always is. Don't let them tell you otherwise. But it's wonderful blue skies, sunshine. There is still a bit of a breeze, but it is much more pleasant today. There are loads of people watching this cricket in shirt sleeves rather than jumpers as they were for large parts of yesterday. Cook's in, down the leg side, but it's a leading edge from Curran that loops back over the bowler and lands safely about 3 metres behind the umpire.
Is that again, Kami, because he's getting so far across? Because his hands are almost behind his body trying to play that ball.
Yeah, he's getting... I think he's just losing where his centre direction is to what his front foot, his right toe is sort of blocking himself off. So his right toe is pointing towards cover point. So he's then having to try and get his bat around his front pad, and that's why he's got the leading edge.
Cook comes back in again, edge this time and taken at second slip by Brook. And Cook has his first wicket as a Test match bowler for England. And it's a proper Test match dismissal. Curran caught at second slip, nicking off the Zimbabwe are 31 for 1.
Well done, Sam Cook. First Test match wicket. What a fantastic achievement, not just to make your debut, but to get onto the board. And it was a beauty. Just angled back in towards off stump, and we made mention just a second ago about Curran losing the sort of centre direction. Again, his front toe is pointing towards the cover region. Because of that, his bat has got to come around his front pad, and when he comes around his front pad, it brings the leading edge or the outside third of the bat. A fine nick straight to Harry Brook and an excellent catch at second slip. Brilliant for Sam Cook. He's on the board. In England, well, from a little bit of a shaky start, they've got their first wicket of the morning.
Very, very normal Sam Cook wicket to a left-hander round. Coming in, angling into the top of off stump, and basically making you have to play. Obviously, as Harmy said, Ben Curran got himself in a bit of a bind there. I think taking the off-stump guard was probably where he first got himself in the wrong mindset there. But that is how Sam Cook gets a lot of his wickets against left-handers, angling that ball into the top of the stumps and then just leaving them. So very good ball. And if you're an Essex fan, you've seen a couple hundred of them.
Absolutely. I mean, if he could have picked his ground he would have made his Test debut on, then obviously Chelmsford would have been the place if he could. But of course, he's been a Trent Rockets player in the 100 for the last 4 years, so actually...
A home away from home.
A home away from home. Yeah, if you're going to play somewhere for the first time in a Test match, then somewhere that you're familiar with is never a bad place. So yes, I'm Nottinghamshire claiming an assist on that wicket.
Yeah, very good. And he's got another left-hander. He's got another left-hander. Captain's in. Craig Irvine, experienced. Interesting they've gone with a leg slip.
Yeah, man stationed round the corner. Cook stays around the wicket. In he goes. Irvine coming forward. Beats Gully. Well, backward point really, that is Stokes. And they will take a couple. Do not take on the Stokes arm. You will not win that battle. And they don't. 2 to Irvine straight away. 33 for 1. Irvine's 26th Test match. 1,650 runs near as damn it. It's an average of 35. A best of 160 400s. In that, last 100 was a while ago, though, December 24, and the first innings against Afghanistan in Bulawayo. 3 Test matches since, and he gets beaten by an absolute seed. That's a beautiful delivery from Cook. Outside edge, just beaten, flies through to Jamie Smith, no run.
Yeah, very, very good delivery from Cook. Seam bowled perfect. Just angling back in towards off stump, and it's just held its line. Bounce from round about that sort of 5.5 metre mark where Sam Cook was done all his damage throughout his career, just putting it there or thereabouts, angling the seam in towards off stump, and it's just held its line lovely.
Cook around the wicket. Irvine's cramped up as this one's homing in on middle and leg, turned around the corner. Bashir will field at deep square leg, single taken. 34 for 1 after 5, and this is going to be a good stat that Jarrod's about to give you, because he's nearly broke my computer trying to find it.
I don't understand your computer at all. No, just looking at Craig Irvine, he's not really a natural number 3. He's probably a number 4, number 5, I would say. He's batted at number 4 quite a lot, but they've had so much trouble with their top order, and obviously Brian Bennett is already someone who's not a natural opener, that I think that they're kind of stacking their batting lineup a little bit, but they don't really have a lot of top order players. What they have is probably about 5 guys who need to bat between number 5 and number 7. That, remember when England had Moeen Ali and Butler and Bairstow and Stokes? It's a bit like that, where you're just like, someone's going to have to go up the order, and of course the experienced captain has gone up, but not his natural position. I think that's fair to say.
You'd argue that England are still in that boat because nobody wants to bat 3.
Gus Atkinson to come in from the pavilion end, bowling to Irvine, and he covers up, and there's no run. Yeah, to just run you those numbers. And Irvine has opened in 1 Test match, had 6 matches at number 3, then 9 at number 4, and 8 at number 5, 7 at number 6. So the bulk of his work has been the engine room.
Yeah, and you know, he's played a bit of county cricket too. Who did he play for, Marco? I thought you'd have that in your notes, but apparently you don't. But my memory was he was always a 4 or 5 in county cricket.
Yeah, he's a 4 or 5, yeah.
He was at Hampshire Twos for a while. Don't think, according to Cricket Info, he didn't play. He's defending this next delivery, and there's no run. England really have packed the slip cordon at the moment. Ollie Pope is in there, just having a chat with Crawley, and now goes back to his position at Gully. Almost a 6th slip, really. There'd be a 5th between them. Then a backward point. Atkinson's on his way. Bowls outside of off stump. Irvine's got nothing to do with that one, and it remains 34 for 1.
They just showed the replay, and I think one thing you have to get used to in modern cricket is the ball doesn't actually move laterally all that much, the way that it used to. So they've just shown that Cook has moved that, about 2 or 3 inches, enough to get the edge to go away. And just to think back to when Harmy was playing, and you had guys like Damien Fleming and Matthew Hoggard, even Jimmy Anderson when he first started, who would swing the ball violently. Whereas now it's just a little bit of a kiss. And did that?
Oh yeah, that took a chunk. That did take a chunk, that last delivery. Atkinson is in once again. Square drive from Irvine all along the floor through deep backward point, and it's away for a boundary. 38 for 1.
It did check a chunk out of the pitch there, and when you mentioned there about bowlers and the swinging it, and these bowlers can do that. They can all got the skills to be able to swing it naturally from the arm. Chris Wokes is probably the closest one to a throwback from that point of view.
Atkinson makes his way in from the far end again, tighter into the body of Irvine, but doesn't need to play at it, so raises the bat and allows it through to Jamie Smith.
But you're seeing a lot of Atkinson, Unrick Norkia type bowlers now, aren't you? Which they don't get a lot of lateral movement. They get little bits, but it's consistent little bits at high pace, quite accurate with a good angle and everything else. It's very different to, you know, the big hooping outswingers that we used to see.
Because a lot of them big hooping outswingers, you've got to give them a chance to swing, so they're bowling that little bit fuller. And now in the modern game, where you're just that little bit fuller, even if it swings, you get belted.
Atkinson in once again. Defensively is Irvine. Right arm over Atkinson. Left-handed Irvine just goes across his stumps and plays it to Bashir at mid-on. End of the over, no run. 38 for 1 after 6.
Atkinson's low 80s again. So the last time we saw him bowl for England was that against India, when he really struggled in that series.
He had a little struggle in New Zealand.
Yeah.
This winter, until he got the hat-trick in Wellington. He was a little bit off the pace. His pace was down. He wasn't the sort of the accurate Atkinson from the summer.
I talked to some people in the IPL when they were looking for a replacement player at one stage, and there's a lot of talk around cricket that people are worried he's just not, his full self at the moment.
Yeah, I get that. I didn't think he was. I didn't think he was the Atkinson from the summer what he was in the winter.
Sam Cook to start a new over. He's full and straight going down leg side. Takes Bennett on the pad, and they will take not a leg by, so there's an inside edge on it as well, so it's a single to Bennett.
I just wonder, from sort of the Gus's point of view, when he played and he came with such a whirlwind in the summer, and then his confidence was dented playing in the World Cups. He played in the World Cup, got belted, played in the white ball stuff and got belted. All of a sudden, maybe the confidence got dented when it came back to the red ball game. So a little bit of a reset and coming into this summer might have done him the world of good.
Sam Cook comes in around the wicket, right arm around, and opportunity for Irvine to square drive, punching off the back foot, and it's away for 4. Boundaries are coming. That's the 6 for Bennett, 2nd now for Irvine. England, of course, with attacking fields after declaring on 565 for 6. So attacking fields, as you would imagine, so there might well be some boundaries.
Yeah, Sam just didn't finish his action off there. He just got over the top a little bit and just dragged it a touch wider and a touch shorter.
He goes in once again. That is straighter and fuller to off stump. No shot allowed through to Jamie Smith for nothing.
So I was just talking to Ed off mic about the leg slip, because generally you would see a leg slip to someone who is moving right across outside off stump, or someone who struggles with a short ball. But what Ed was saying is that he's got a bit of a blind spot in the way that he plays them. I don't think he's going to get many short balls from Cook, but it might be just that ball around the hip that he sort of flicks away that they're looking for an opportunity there. It's quite fine as well.
Cook is in once again around the wicket, a little bit of shape away from the left-hander, pushes to mid-off and there's no run.
I just wonder if he falls over as well. Looks as though Craig Irvine slight fall over and just a little fine glance. Ricky Ponting used to have a bit of a, from right-handers, tall bowlers, right-handers, where he used to get across.
Do you know any?
He would hit the middle of his bat, but it would go fine. Andy Caddick got him a couple of times. I got him once in a one-day game, just doing that exact thing.
Cook makes his way in again. Again, there's some shape on that to take it away from the left-hander outside half of the bat. Stokes field, no run.
So even the top players, top batters have a little blind spot, especially the ones that fall over. If there's a batter who's got a suspect to a moving ball, or you can get them trapped on the front pad early. It was always early in the innings. It was always early in the innings with Ricky. Once he got going, he bowled on his leg stump and he belted it for 4. There was always a little bit of a vulnerability where early on he would flick it down fine leg in the air.
Sam Cook goes in again and bowls an absolute beauty that goes through Irvine. He's through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. That's an absolute belter.
How's that missed? How on earth has that missed? I'm just waiting for the death rattle. You can see it here on our screen, the replay screen. Oh my word, it's just held its line. It's just held its line. If it didn't move, this didn't hold its line, it's either bowled him or he's nicked it. It's an absolute beaut.
Do you know what? I reckon one of the reasons England like him so much and they've brought him in, even though he doesn't have the extra pace, and I know partly it's because cricket's changed, but I think it's also how good he is against left-handers. And it's that ball. We've already seen him get Ben Curran out. He's just at you all day, and because he's very rarely wide, he very rarely goes down the leg side. As a left-hander, you almost have to come up with a plan for that, and it is not an easy one. We saw Ben Curran train, bat on off stump. He knew what was coming, and it still dismissed him. So brilliant bowling, and it's certainly what Cook does.
Well, it was very interesting listening to Stokes the day before the game talking about Cook, and he said, look, we don't want him to try and run in and bowl 86, 87. Atkinson is in doing that, and off the back foot is Bennett, punching through point. Will Pope pull that one in? Yes, he should do. A metre or so inside of the rope, and they will take 3. He said, the captain said, that's what me, Atkinson, Tongue are doing. We want him to be the point of difference. We want him to come and be himself.
Yeah, and bring a variation to attack, which you always need, the variation. You know, England have had in the last 15 years, they've had somebody to bowl at the top of off stump, move it either way at a pace which has been in and around 80 to 85 mile an hour, 80 in the last probably 5 or 6 years, who give you control, starts a session well, doesn't let the session get away from you. If you've got all 4 fast bowlers and all of a sudden they're going at 6 and over, you've got no point of difference. And that's what Sam Cook will bring.
Atkinson comes in, and Irvine is solidly in behind this one, pushing out on the offside, no run.
Can I just point out that Zimbabwe is 46 for 1 after 7.2 overs, and Test cricket has changed so much that we haven't mentioned it.
Yeah, I think I'm not saying they've been fortunate. They've had a few nicks which can happen and get away from you, but there's been a couple of loose deliveries have been put away for 4. We've seen that a lot throughout this Test match.
I'm just saying they're ahead of the rate.
They're well ahead of the rate. Yeah, game on, come on.
Chase it down with a couple of overs to spare. In comes Atkinson, and that one gets past the inside edge of the bat, not far away from off stump either. And Jamie Smith is taking that, going to his right-hand side, as if he was going down the leg side. Every now and again, there's an absolute belter that feels like it's got your name on it, but at the moment, it's not doing the bizzo.
It's close again, really close again. It's done a great deal though, did it?
It just kept low, did it?
Yeah.
Did it bounce once on the way through the keeper or twice? It certainly didn't get through.
Atkinson in once again. Irvine dropping it onto his toes and got very close to actually dropping that onto the stumps. But he manages to defend it away. No run. Atkinson's taken 6 wickets in the county championship this year. Bizarrely, all of them in the first innings. So he took a 4 for against Sussex, 4 for 120, and then 0 for 20. And then again against Somerset, 2 for 73, and then 0 for 36.
Well, he's on for some here then, Macca.
If that follows, yeah, absolutely. In goes Atkinson, and solidly forward is Irvine, playing to Bashir at mid-on, and there is no run. Gus Atkinson's 12th Test match, come past 50 wickets already. 3 times he's got bags of 5 to his name. And of course that incredible 118 against Sri Lanka at Lord's last August with the bat. This occasion is slightly wider. Irvine is push driving it. He's not completely timed this one. Should be good enough for 2 as the fielders go back to 10-15 metres within the boundary. Long off. Ball is pulled back in, and it is just a couple to finish the over. 8 overs gone, 48 for 1. Harmy and Jarrod moving out, as is myself, as Jon Norman and Ed Rainsford are going to come in and pick up the ball by ball.
48 for 1 then, Zimbabwe. Trailing by 517. That's what England scored at the Gabba for the loss of 1 wicket. As Bennett continuing to play expansively on that occasion with very little timing. Has blasted this ball just inside the boundary at mid-wicket, lost his body shape, really muscled it more than anything. But the 50's up for Zimbabwe, and they've only lost the 1 wicket. Bennett's at 31, Irvine, the new batter, on 13. Both going at decent rate. Bennett 31 from just 20. And Sam Cook, who has picked up his first wicket in international cricket, has gone for 27th. Midway point of his 5th over. Ed Rainsford, former Zimbabwe international, is alongside me as Sam Cook continues round the wicket with a leg slip. 3 slips of Ghali, backward point, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg as well. So you get it through the infield, you're going to get value for your shots. And I don't think Bennett or Irvine are considering blocking it out just yet.
We'll get 500 today.
498 maybe. 497. As the field comes in, and Sam Cook continuing, and this is straight on off stump, draws Irvine forward, who plays defensively, no run.
Yeah, they've played it nicely, I think. I think Bennett has stuck to his strengths. On a serious note, I think they've come out there and they've tried to get in good positions, and I think the good bulls have actually done too much. They've actually been too good to find the outside edge or bring the stumps into play. And the bonus of that is that the batters are just playing their line. They're trying to have a really solid base and a defense to keep out the good balls, and if it beats the outside edge and it beats the stumps, there's nothing more they can do about that.
Cook again, and this is straight again. Good pace. We'll have a look at the speed gun. Defensively played by Irvine. Experienced campaigner, the captain. Plenty of cricket going on around the country, and indeed over the Irish Channel as well. The County Championship is back. Welcome to our viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Hopefully you're aware of following on podcast. If not, head over to your podcast feed, and every Wednesday a County Championship podcast is released as Sam Cook, this time I wouldn't say drifts onto the pads of Irvine. Irvine takes a single to square leg, and the runs continue here at Trent Bridge, as they have been doing for the last day and a half. 52 for 1, Bennett 31, Irvine 14. But yeah, the following on county cricketer, hosted by myself, Steve Harmison, with Nick Friend and George DeBell from the Cricketer Mag. It'll be hosted by Scott Taylor this week, as I'm off for a little holiday. But the County Championship is back. I'll run through the scores in a second. As one slip fielder has been taken out. 3 slips of Gully and a backward point, and a point fielder as well. And Sam Cook just draws an inside edge from the bat of Bennett back onto the opener's pads, and it just dribbles out to be fielded behind the wicket. No run to end the over. So Zimbabwe trail by 513. Let's run through some of the scores in Division 1. Durham, who picked up a big win against Nottinghamshire last week. This is the 7th game, by the way, 7th game. So after this game, the T20 Blast gets back underway. Durham at 85 for 2 against Somerset, who's picked up a couple of big wins after a really disappointing start to their season. Hampshire and Sussex. Hampshire won last week, Sussex lost. Hampshire 70 for 4 after deciding to bat first at the Utilitas. As Gus Atkinson continues running in slightly wide of the crease, and I'm not sure if it's an effort ball or not. It's defended by Irvine, and Gus Atkinson just loses his footing. Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire, huge win against Essex last week. Warwickshire 56 for 2. That arrested a run of 4 consecutive defeats for Worcestershire. Essex at the Oval, asked to bat first, got off to a quick start, but they've been pegged back a little bit. Dan Worrell back in the side, as is Sam Curran. His first game of the County Championship season. He was here at Nottingham yesterday, hoping to watch his brother bat Atkinson again, another Surrey man. This is pushed to the right of mid-off. There's a misfield, and that allows Irvine through. He was running come what may. Nottinghamshire, the league leaders, are 57 for 1 against Yorkshire. Yorkshire deciding to bowl first. Division 2, Glamorgan against Middlesex. Glamorgan 54 for 3. Big match involving Lancashire. They're all pretty big at the moment because Lancashire have got off to quite a poor start. They've got off to a good start against the league leaders, Leicestershire. They're 67 without loss. Derbyshire 99 without loss against Kent after just 25 overs. There's Atkinson over the wicket to Bennett, and this is tucked off the opener's hips for another single. Final match in the county championship taking place at Northampton, and they need a positive display today. 52 for 3. And there's also a game taking place in Ireland, I believe. I think the West Indies against Ireland. I'll check that out. Yeah, West Indies, who lost the first ODI, are 132 for 3. So lots of cricket going on. And here at Trent Bridge, Zimbabwe 54 for 1 with Irvine facing and Atkinson is in. This is a good looking punch on the front foot, but can't beat points. Do you have a county team? Do you keep an eye on the county championship or any of the domestic leagues around the world, Ed?
Yeah, so coming over here a couple of times, I played for Middlesex seconds and Gloucestershire seconds as well. So those are the sort of the two teams I keep my eye on. But I do have an affection for Surrey as well.
Good lad.
Yeah, good county that. I like Durham as well. Durham have started to come to Zimbabwe for their pre-season, so I've enjoyed them as well.
Atkinson is in, and this is definitely played by Irvine, just running the ball down to third slip, where it's fielded by Ben Duckett, who for me was the pick of the 3 centurions that England boasted yesterday. He's just going through a little stretch. It's a lovely day here at the county ground where Ben Duckett plays his 4-day cricket every now and again. He's just signed a contract extension.
Do you have a county side?
Me? Yeah, followers of following on and the cricket that we bring on talkSPORT probably won't be aware that I'm a big Surrey fan. I grew up 5 stops down the Northern Line,
right.
Tooting Broadway area. End of the over, by the way, no run coming from it. So Zimbabwe trailing by 511, but off to a good start. 10 overs into their innings, 54 for 1. Yeah, I've been going to see Surrey for a long time, since the mid-80s. So whilst they have this image as being a little bit cocksure, very successful in recent times, they did go through a long period where they didn't win much. But Gareth Batty, who's done a lot of commentary for us here in talkSPORT 2, has been the head coach for now. This is his 4th season, and he's won 3 championships, and aiming for a 4th this year, so that's quite something. Bennett facing, he's 32, and Sam Cook continues. Start of his 6th over, just a touch fuller, drawing Bennett forward, but not trying to play expansively on this occasion, just blocking the ball out. It must be enjoyable. Well, I don't know if enjoyable is the right word, Ed, but I suppose when Zimbabwe came out to bat, the great fear was that England were going to pick up 2 or 3 very quickly. That hasn't happened. Picked up just the 1. Runs have come with regularity throughout the first 10 overs. Again pitched up. What a delivery from Sam Cook. I'm not sure how that hasn't hit leg stump. There's a dive behind the stump by Jamie Smith. Is that signal buys Ed Rainsford, or has that come off the bat?
I think it's 4 runs. Have a look at it again. I think maybe it's an inside edge here. Yeah. Oof. And it's a beautiful delivery, but the art of fast bowling and also having this skill is that he set him up the last 2 deliveries by just drawing him across the crease and starving him outside the line of off stump, and then he brings this one back sharply and just doesn't go on to the stumps.
4 runs added. Bennett facing up, and this time it's just guided in front of a diving wide forward. Well, there's 2 gullies there, the first of 2 gullies. We've seen 8 runs coming from the inside edge of Brian Bennett's bat down to fine leg. French cut on 2 occasions.
Just on your point about how Zimbabwe have faced up to England, yeah, there have been some balls where they'll be Quite fortunate in that one. They got the inside edge. Is a big one that didn't go onto the stumps or onto the keeper. But they'll be really happy with how things have gone. They haven't lost that second wicket, as you've mentioned.
This is well wide, and despite a little trigger movement from Bennett, as he comes towards the ball, towards the offside, it's way too wide and left alone.
And that's mainly due to how Bennett has played. When the ball's been in the area where he feels he can score, he's scored. Yeah, fortune on a couple of occasions, and then the skipper's come out there and also has got some very good deliveries, but he survived that. He's on 15 off 28, so got a bit of a start here, but Bennett is the one that's really sort of just gone after the England bowlers to some degree.
Cook again, continuing, running away from us, and again I think maybe an inside edge has just saved Bennett. This time the inside edge onto the pads, stifled appeal behind the wicket and by bowler as well, unless it was doing too much.
Yeah, it did a lot through the air and off the pitch as well. Have a closer look at it and see. He's gone at the stumps again. Yeah, inside edge, you're right, John.
So we can see what Sam Cook's trying to do here. He's mixing it up a little bit. He's trying to drag Bennett across the stumps, and then he's firing one in. And he's not express pace, but there's enough movement there, and he's doing it again. This time, touch over pitched, and it allows Bennett forward. You feel like he's probably missed out there. He's trying to hit that straight. He's actually fielded at a straight mid-wicket. So, interesting over. Wonder how many more he's going to get. He's bowled 6, picked up the wicket, he's gone for 32. Bennett's 36, Irvine 15. Zimbabwe here at Trent Bridge on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, 58 for 1.
Yeah, it's quite a tough field to bowl at, especially if you're trying to bring the ball back in that sharply, because he doesn't have protection at fine leg. The only fielder he has protection on the boundary was the square leg and then a very wide mid-on. So if he gets it wrong, it's always going to be runs down to fine leg because of the angle and the amount of movement he's getting.
Atkinson continuing, and this is fielded by Zach Crawley in the cordon. I suppose he's giving Bennett space to play across the line, essentially, isn't he? He knows if, but then that brings its own dangers. If he connects well, he'll get runs, but if he misses, he's in trouble.
I would be more inclined in putting the fine leg in and putting a square leg and then creating the gap through that straight mid-wicket region.
Mid-on, mid-off, there's a point and a packed and stacked slip cordon for Irvine, who's looked comfortable at the start of his innings. He's not playing as aggressively as Bennett, and again just punches this to Ben Stokes, who's moving around the field. He seems to be everywhere. Now he's got his hands up, he's trying to communicate to who's that down there? Is that Cook? That backwards square leg. Well, he's not moving, or is he just going a little bit squarer? Atkinson again, and on the up is Irvine, just trying to punch this through the gap at extra cover, but it goes squarer than that, and it's fielded at point by Stokes once again, who just takes a few steps back. He missed out this morning. He was dismissed for just 9, caught on the hook, really. It's a short delivery from Muzarabani, which a surprise bouncer, and Stokes looked surprised by it, went through with a shot, and it was caught well actually by Ben Curran, as Atkinson targeting one that will just come into the left-handed Irvine, in and around off stump, but Irvine comes forward and defends, and he'll take a single to mid-wicket.
Yeah, Craig Irvine batting out of position. If you look at his test record, and Gary's just shared some numbers here, he's batted 10 innings at number 3 with an average of 31. He's got 100 there, but his more favoured position is at number 4. 666 runs, an average of 41. He averages 50 at number 6 as well. So 3, 4 and 6 is where he's got his test hundreds, but he's batting out of position today in this test match because Nick Walsh left out of the side with Sakanda Raza coming into the side. So he's going to make some quick adjustments, obviously, because if you lose a wicket quite early.
Right-handed Bennett facing up as Atkinson, bowling round the wicket, rather over the wicket, comes in. It's defended by Bennett. Yeah, that was the big. Well, there was 2 big decisions that were made by the selectors, and one of them was to drop Welsh, and that just meant everyone just had to bump up one, right?
Yeah, and it's not his favoured position, but then with him bumping up one, that means also Sean Williams has to come one position higher, and so does Raza. And so we'll see how that sort of pans out for Zimbabwe, but for now seem to be just curbing these England bowlers.
Bennett it is though, and this is a play and a miss, flat-footed drive on the up, and he follows a ball that another day he's going to be edging into that pack slip cordon. Claimed by Jamie Smith. End of the over. Zimbabwe, as we move towards lunch here at Trent Bridge on day 2, 59 for 1, and if they can get to lunch without losing a wicket, would you say that they've actually taken the session?
I wouldn't say they've taken the session. You probably You probably want to share it with England and how they've gone. I think they've done well here not to lose a second one as Shoaib Bashir comes into. This is interesting, isn't it?
I know,
right?
This is Ben Stokes. This is Stokes, right?
Yeah, this is what we saw yesterday with how Zimbabwe made the decision to bring Raza in that early as well. But you're right, this is Ben Stokes and how he goes about his work.
Shoaib Bashir is quite a tall man. He's quite slim, but he just seems to grow an inch or two when he's being captained by Ben Stokes. His confidence at play for all professional sports people. Maybe none so more than a spinner.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes with our conversation yesterday, where he went out on loan, didn't he?
He did. He went on loan, played 3 matches for Glamorgan.
So
took 2 wickets in those 3 games. Went wicketless in 2 of the matches.
And there you go.
And he's in now, and he's going to be greeted first ball. 4 runs to the right of a diving Ben Stokes.
So starts with a low full toss, and Craig Irvin says thank you very much, and it's hit beautifully, meets it on the full. Nice placement through the cover region.
So he's got a slip in place. There's a short leg, short fine point, and Bashir is in, and this is a better delivery, and Irvine just plays the ball back to the off spinner. There's an extra cover, mid on and mid off, are 1/3 back towards the boundary. There's also a deep or a sweeper on the point boundaries. This is pushed towards that fielder. I think it's Ben Duckett at cover point, who comes in and throws the ball towards Jamie Smith. It's also a square leg as well, but we are going left hand, right hand, so we're just going to move things around.
Any place for Rayan Ahmed, leg spinner?
Well, he's more of an opening bat at the moment, or number 3 actually. Scored a century opening the batting for Leicestershire, then moved down to 3 when Rishi Patel came back. Bennett struck on the pads, but this is would have been going down the leg side, so no appeal. 64 for 1 Zimbabwe, if you're just joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
And his brother, 17-year-old, apparently best spinner in the current.
Farad Ahmed, Farwad. There's a lot of talk about the younger of the two, considering Rayan made his debut. This is just pushed to cover and fielded by Bashir.
Both in the Lion squad, I understand.
You're getting fed some info.
I am.
Yeah, Rayan Ahmed, I think, broke Brian Close's long-standing record when he became the youngest ever debutant for England when he played at age 19, I think. Maybe younger, actually. This is pushed to point. No run. End of the over. Bashir's introduction has yielded 5 runs. 4 runs coming from the first. 64 for 1 Zimbabwe. There's a lot of talk about, you know, the paucity of spin coming through the ranks, actually. Adil Rashid has just done such an amazing job for England in white ball cricket over the years. World Cup winner in 50 over and 20 over. You know, who is going to replace him? Brian, I'll say, Sekwende says, how is Kent doing? Much love for the county side. Muyeye plays there, of course. How we would love him in Zim colours right now. He's such a graceful and exciting batter to watch, isn't he? I'll give you an update from Kent. They were chasing the ball around. Oh, they've picked up a wicket. 101 for 1 as Josh Tongue is into the attack, playing in his 3rd test match. All 3 have come under the captainship of Ben Stokes. He's replaced Gus Atkinson, and the first ball is just defended to mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, struggled with injuries. Torn pectoral. There was an issue with his neck as well, where I understand he had to take some Botox injections to try and help him with that particular injury. And so after bursting onto the scene against Australia, out of the game for a while with injuries, and then has started off this county season really well.
Tongue continuing the fastest of the England bowlers, and certainly giving Irvine a little bit of the hurry up there. He's trying to play to leg. There's a big gap there. There's a mid-on for the Zimbabwe captain, and then there's a fielder backward a square, deep on the boundary, and that's it. 5 fielders in the slip cordon, 2 gullies in there. There's a point, extra cover as well. So there's runs to be scored. As this time Josh Tongue gets the ball to snake past the outside edge of Craig Irvin's bat. That's a good delivery. Have a little look at the speed gun. Oof.
I think he started off at around 86, 87 miles an hour. And this is his strength, coming around the wicket to the left-handers. He always will bring the stumps into play. And you're right, the extra bit of pace here is just going to worry the Zimbabweans a little bit. Different dimension that Tongue brings.
Here he is again, and there's a leading edge with Craig Irvin trying to clip this ball through that great expanse on the leg side. But it's fielded by Zach Crawley, one of 2 gully fielders. And this is, suddenly, you're just back here, aren't you? Invested again. The crowd who will be thinking about maybe making their way to go and get something to eat are suddenly thinking, hang on a second. It looked quite comfortable for the Zimbabwe batters as we approach lunch, but I might just stick around now as Tongue in again, and he's got Irvine hopping around. There's a dive from Zach Crawley, the ball just dying on the fielder at gully, and it's going to travel through to the boundary. Was that runs or 4 byes, do you think? It looked like it hit Irvine on the pad, on the thigh.
I'm not sure. I don't know if there's an inside edge there, because yeah, there was an inside edge, and that's why the slip fielders and the gully fielders were so interested in this particular delivery at 90 miles an hour now.
There we go. That was that yelp. He's really banging the ball in, and there's an inside edge onto the thigh, and that's what really took the pace out of the ball and meant that Zach Crawley couldn't get near to it. This is a better looking shot from Irvine, who'll probably be quite relieved to get through that over. He'll take a single to square leg, and the score moves along. 69 for 1. We've got about 4 minutes of play left in the session. I think Stokes is going to say to Bashir, get this one done quick. I want another from Tongue before the break.
Yeah, this is where the challenge will be for the likes of Irvin and Raza and Sean Williams, as they all 3 approach 40 years of age. The reaction times, the eyes, and how they deal with balls that are now in excess of 86, 87 miles an hour, 88, 90 miles an hour, and how you adjust to those kind of things. Because, yeah, when you get on with a little bit of age, those reaction times start to play their part.
Well, that's not something that Shoaib Bashir, age just 21, has to worry about just yet, is it? As this ball, first of his second over, is drilled to extra cover, where it's fielded by Ben Duckett. 2 full this time onto the pads of Irvine, who'll take a single. Bashir, who made his debut for England at the start of 2024, he'd only taken 10 first-class wickets when he made his Test debut. He now finds himself 1 away from 50 Test wickets here at Trent Bridge. Going over the wicket to Bennett, who just reaches forward a touch, pushes this delivery on the stumps to Duckett again. mid-wicket. It's got short leg in place and that slip as well. Mid on and mid off, just starting to walk forward. He's just given a touch more air by Bashir, and Bennett defends again.
Yeah, they had a stern test in Bangladesh in that second test match against spin. Mahedi Hassan, the off spinner, who was very good along with the left arm spinner as well. And so they've had incredible learnings of how to play spin in the recent past.
Are we going to get another over in? There's a shout for leg before wicket with Bennett coming forward, misses the ball past the inside edge, hits the pad but quite high, and again doing a little bit too much. And Bashir's just exercising his vocal cords a bit there, I think. One ball left of the over. Are we going to get another over in before the lunch break? If I was Brian Bennett right now, I think I'd be tying my shoelaces. Joe Root's been called up to leg slip. Leg gully. Bashir tosses this up and it's driven nicely by Bennett, fielded by Crawley at mid-off. Will we get another over? The umpires are looking up. I think we might do, you know. Where's the clock here? I should know. That is kind of obscured and I don't think it's... No, it's above us. Well, my laptop says we got another over.
Yeah, there's 1 minute to go.
1 minute to 1.
That one says 1 minute past.
Oh, look. Oh, yeah, the clock here. Sky Sports cameras are picking up on the clock that says 2 minutes past 1. I don't think I'm going to be very happy if there's a wicket here in the Zimbabwe camp. There's a short delivery from Josh Tongue. And Craig Irvine does not look a happy bunny right now. He's kind of just got into his work quite quietly and confidently throughout his 44 ball innings, but this last 7 deliveries that he's had to face, short ball, he's wrapped on the wrist guard, took his eye off the ball as well, and he looks discomforted.
Yeah, this is the challenge he'll face now when that speed gun starts to increase for Josh Tongue.
Wide of the crease, this is a touch pitched up. This will allow Irvine certainly to take 2. Just jogs back. Zimbabwe move to 72 for 1.
Yeah, better to face it from the other end. Pace does strange things to batters. Feet stop moving. You worry about getting hit. You just worry about the body positions as you try and address each delivery. And you're also trying to look at options to score as well, rather than trying to survive. Once you get into that survival mode, then you could bring these slips into play.
This is a good battle here, and Craig Irvine trying to get onto the front foot, get behind the line of the ball. He opens the face of the bat, guides this ball, trying to just bisect 2 of the fielders at gully, but it's Ollie Pope that fields, and this little battle within a battle continues.
I'm thinking bouncer here. Gotta put one in the middle of the pitch here. Just test Craig Irvine and see how he's going to play. And with the square leg bat, surely could have had another fielder just behind square catching.
Oh, it's a good length delivery that's straight and forcing Irvine to play. And he won't want to play the short ball, will he? Not 2 balls out from lunch. There is 1 fielder out there. I mean, it's... I suppose if you've got 2 fielders out there, you're telling yourself, I'm just not going to take this on. With 1, then maybe you're thinking, well...
Yeah, you got to dish it up, though.
Yeah.
Dish it up, maybe just see how he goes. And then the final delivery of the over, then you perhaps attack the stumps or try and find the edge. But this one here, I think you can just be a little bit experimental.
A little bit... well, he's wide again. Draws Irvine forward, who will get off strike.
Nicely played. Because
yeah, it was nicely played. Just pushes this up to wide-ish extra cover. 1 run.
Yeah, the way he gets into a good position there, because with pace, sometimes those feet and those hands don't go or are synced as well as you should be. But on that occasion, trusts his techniques, trusts to get onto the front foot and gets to the other end. Right, possibly the final delivery here before we go to lunch.
Yeah, almost certainly is the final delivery. What's been a really entertaining session of Test cricket that we brought you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Final ball of it, and Bennett is beaten past the outside edge. That's a tentative poke towards a fast delivery from Josh Tongue, whose 2 overs have meant that the final stages of this session have just had a little frisson of excitement and intrigue and interest. But it's a session that Zimbabwe will feel that they have at least shared, if not won. England started the day in a handsome position, of course. 498 for 3. We were hoping, possibly, or indeed the thousands that have turned up here today were hoping to see some big hitting from the likes of Ben Stokes and Harry Brook and Jamie Smith, maybe even Ollie Pope going past 200 in a test match for the second time. But Ollie Pope went early, caught behind for 171, so he added just 2 to his overnight score. Ben Stokes was bounced out for 9, and whilst Harry Brook went past 50 with relative ease, he was the final wicket to fall, bowled by the impressive Blessing Muzarabani for 58. The declaration then came just about 15 minutes before midday, 565 for 6. There was no point sending Gus Atkinson out there, and Blessing Muzarabani the pick of the Zimbabwean bowlers. When they came out to bat, there was interest at both ends. Sam Cook making his first forays as an international bowler, and he could have picked up a wicket. Third ball, an inside edge from the bat of Brian Bennett, racing past the leg stump and away to the boundary for 4. 12 runs actually came from that first over. Zimbabwe saw off the first 4 or 5 with 1 or 2 hot in the mouth moments, but tried to get on the front foot, Brian Bennett especially, and he's still there at the lunch break. 36 from 38. Craig Irvine, the captain, alongside him, certainly given the hurry up by Josh Tongue towards the back end of that session. And the one wicket set to fall, well, it'll be the answer that he probably has to give many times for the remainder of his life. Who was your first ever test victim? Sam Cook, and he will say Ben Curran. And it was a really good delivery as well. One ball after drawing a leading edge, which popped up over his head and just dropped shy of mid-on, or mid-off actually. He got one angled in, straight in, there was a bit of bounce, and it was touched by Harry Brook, and he'll never forget that moment.
Yeah, it was a session where the Zimbabwean bowlers were pretty good. Picked up some wickets, had to ask England to make the play. They did try and make the play, lost some wickets, and that sort of forced England to go into the declaration, and I think they've got just enough runs on the board, or enough runs to bowl Zimbabwe out twice. And then came out and batted, and they batted well. Bennett was very good. He played what was dished up, was challenged on a few occasions, and then England picked up the wicket, as you say, of Ben Curran. And then the skipper came out there, Craig Irvine, and he's weathered the storm. And so this little partnership that they've started and how they've gone in this latter part of the first session is pretty good by Zimbabwe. They'll walk back into that change room with smiles on their faces. They know the job is far from done, but at least they've come out there and they've said to everybody, you know what, it's a good batting deck, there will be good balls, and if we survive, we'll make a fist of it. And that's what they've done. So it'll be a lunch session which they'll welcome, and then we'll start again and go into that second session and try and continue the good work.
Brilliant stuff, Ed. It certainly put a smile back on our faces. Yesterday was exciting. It was fast forward cricket. There was plenty going on, and the same has happened today, but it's not been as one-sided, and that is always to be appreciated. We will be back with commentary throughout the day and throughout the summer. Every test match that England play this summer will be broadcast live to overseas viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But coming up during the lunch break, Jarrod Kimber is back. Yesterday I was talking to Jarrod about his book. Today he's joined by Tim Wigmore, who you will no doubt know from his writing on the Daily Telegraph. He has been writing a book, Test Cricket, A History, for the best part of 5 years, I believe. He will be able to confirm that. And Jarrod is going to sit down and go through that with him throughout the lunch break here at Trent Bridge. So that's coming up very shortly. Thanks for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Zimbabwe, after England declared 565 for 6, find themselves 73 for 1. Commentary will resume for the afternoon session, but coming up, as I say, it is Jarrod Kimber in conversation with Tim Wigmore. Test Cricket, A History. That's coming up right here.
Welcome back to talkSPORT Cricket here. We're going to talk about the history of the game. Just having a look at my framing here to make sure I've got in the book Test Cricket, which is Tim Wigmore's doorstop, I believe they called it.
Yeah, a doorstop. Nick Robinson and BBC called it.
We've just got a fire alarm going off here.
It's not going to stop me plugging it.
I know. So Wigmore, I might have to leave if there's a fire, but Wigmore will stay selling his book to you guys on YouTube until the bitter end. The bitter end. First question is, why did you write the book?
I wrote the book because I felt like there's so many books on like national countries, but there wasn't something that brought everything together. There was a book from Jarrod, of course, but in terms of I wanted to kind of talk to everybody, get a sense of how the game has changed over time. So it's a book about the players, the matches, and the politics that have shaped the game around the world.
Yeah, I did believe that about a decade ago there was a very good book on the history of Test cricket, but you should get both.
You should get both, and the art of batting.
And the art of batting as well. There's heaps of interesting things to cover during the lunch break. Let's start with the Old English captains, which I know that you love. So it's a really interesting one that early on, the first tour to Australia, for instance, you have professionals going to Australia.
Yeah.
And they disappear quite quickly, and you end up with amateur captains who quite often, Tim, and I think we could say this because we're cricket writers, are not very good at cricket.
No, exactly right. So the MCC, the sort of Arch establishment, they're running the tours, the Ashes tours, and in the first 10 Ashes tours they run, so 1903 till 51, so that's 50 Test matches, and the total average from the guys captaining is 22 with the bat in those games, top score of 79. So you start with the premise that worrying losing, well, their captain's not worth the place in the side, and then they kind of reverse engineering their side around it. And obviously Australia, they just don't have that. Australia, basically everyone is a semi-pro, everyone is paid to play, and that's, you don't have these hang-ups in the same way. And that's actually, in the history of Ashes cricket, it's a big reason that holds England back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say it must be hard to beat another Test team if you're going into a game with 10 players every time. And how much of that is just basically just the class system and nothing else?
I think, a lot of it is. You have to be, the right sort of person to be an amateur, because amateur, basically, they were, in theory, unpaid, but they got these expenses that were worth more than being a professional, so it was a complete sham. So with Jim Laker, he was a professional, and he once said to them, I'm a bit short of cash, can I be an amateur for this Ashes tour? They said, no, you can't, because you'd expose the whole system, and you're not the kind of person we want to be an amateur anyway. So England have the system, and it's Len Hutton's 1952 is the guy who breaks the divide. But kind of even then, there's a bit of a kind of hang-up that remains, and these guys are batsmen, basically. So you're often having a guy to be captain who's batting at 5 or 6 and is averaging 22, and it's like, no wonder you're often losing.
And so they get rid of the fact that you need an amateur captain and that you need to be born in the right family, and they upgrade that ever so slightly, Wigmore, to you had to go to Oxbridge. Yeah,
so this thing kind of carries on. So I think until in the sort of 20th century, until 1980, I think the majority of captains have been talked to all Cambridge in England, and also this happens elsewhere. So even in Pakistan, you have a number who went to Oxbridge. There's this kind of Imran Khan with Javed Miandad thing, and Javed Miandad's always saying, why to captain Pakistan is, speaking English and what kind of family. Why is that actually relevant? So it really lingers, and you see it again and again. And Australia don't always pick their best team, but I think Australia are better on average at picking their best team than most other countries, and other teams are getting this big hang-up in different ways. And obviously with West Indies, because you have the different islands, you have this whole complicated system. And so West Indies' first home series, 1930, they have 28 players in 4 Test matches and 4 different captains, one in each of the home islands. It's like they still managed to get a draw. Imagine what they could have done had they picked their best team and stuck with it throughout the series.
It's really interesting when you go back, and I know you and I have talked about this before, which is that there's this idea that if you play Test cricket, you were in the best 11 players for your country, which is not in any way, shape or form how Test cricket was picked. So before we get on to the West Indies and sort of the interesting part of that is, if you look at a country like Australia, it was so big. So most of the players would come from Sydney, Melbourne or Adelaide. Tasmania didn't start playing professional cricket until late 1970s. Western Australia wasn't until the 1960s. And we're still talking about them being a better system.
Yeah,
than
less bad.
Yeah, and so you have situations like Ranji, the great English batter, doesn't play in every single game, right? Because there are certain grounds who perhaps the colour of his skin or his ethnicity didn't play as good a role.
Yeah, well, in South Africa, it seems like basically South Africa do not want to play him. So that is what happens with Basil Oliveira, 40, 50 years later, but it happens with Ranji as well. So he's basically not picked against South Africa, even though, clearly on merit he should be in the team. And his nephew as well, has the same issue. So he plays one test against South Africa, but he doesn't go on these tours when he's, averaging like 60 in test cricket. So yeah, you see again and again the way. And so when people say, test cricket is always the best 11 from two different countries, that's just so rarely. That's really often is not the case. And
yeah, I remember when Australia, there was a movement to have the Indigenous team who came to England.
1968.
Yeah, to get a test caps. And a lot of people go, well, you can't do that. They weren't in the best 11. And it's like the original Australian team just put itself together. It wasn't selected by anyone. And if you think about how cricket was up until the 1950s, how would these selectors even have seen any of these players anyway?
And the fact of test status, like what is test status? Well, it's used by, in the 1870s, 1880s, when you're trying to market your game, you say this is a test match, but who's actually deciding what is? Well, actually, so the Australian journalist in the 1890s, he retrospectively goes through a list and is like, if I like that player, that game's a test match. I didn't like him, so therefore that game's not a test match. Until 1948, you're still having arguments, and they're still changing the match happened in the past, whether they're test matches or not. And in fact, when England went to South Africa, they would purposely pick like a D or E team, and they would try and make matches that were quite evenly matched. Because if they said anything like their best team, they would have just smashed them.
Yeah, I think the first England test match in South Africa, there are people that their only first-class games are. Yeah. And of course, maybe their best player went on to be a Hollywood star in Aubrey Smith. But look, no, it's a fascinating read, and it's definitely worth it. What's it called again, Tim?
Test Cricket, a History.
There's a couple of things I want to talk about. You interview Sachin Tendulkar, Michael Holding, other fascinating people that don't matter to me, but you also interview Justin Langer. Now, this is an incredibly long and deep book. Remember that we are broadcast at the moment, but can you kind of tell me what Justin Langer told you it was like when he was out of form?
It's like you hold something and it feels a little bit wrong, and it feels like it's someone else's.
We're just checking to see if the producer's happy with that as well. How many times did you talk to professional players and they gave you weird anecdotes like that about, or is that the weirdest?
I mean, that does stand out as the weirdest, fairly comfortably, to be honest.
How did you get hold of so many of the former players?
Well, obviously, kind of working in the industry, but then it's a kind of top. It's the more people you talk to, you say I've talked to X, Y, and Z already, and then there was such an actually sense the players are really proud to be this story. Like with Tendulkar, Dravid, people like that, they're so proud to be part of the story of Test cricket. They have a real sense of who's kind of come before them and stuff, and I think they kind of respected the project. I hope they read it. I'd love for them to read it, whether they do or not, but I think they do see themselves as part of this story, and I think potentially people are more engaged in it being a book on T20, which I've written one before, but I think with players that they do get a sense of be part of this long journey.
And what it's such a big project.
It was 5 years,
yeah, 5 years. Is it more academic than some of your other work? Did you write it in a different way? Because it's got a history printed across the front. It feels a little bit more official than some of the other books you've written.
Oh, good question. No, it's really meant to be, a narrative history that you read from beginning to end. It's not really particularly a stats book. It's a book about stories, personalities. It's the first book I've written by myself, and in fact, some of the ones before I've written.
Is that why it took you 5 years?
Yeah, and the amount of research, and you go down these rabbit holes, and I was probably messaging you at 2 a.m. about these South African tests in the 1890s, where we were both like, how are these test matches? What is going wrong here? But yeah, it was so much fun to do, and you kind of, in a way, I probably ended up more optimistic about Test cricket than when I started. One of the reasons is it's always been so badly run.
Yeah.
It's a very weird thing to say, but it being badly run now at least is not a new problem. And also the history, looking through the history, people in those golden ages, in 1910s, 1900s, even then they were worried about the future. So
that was the thing I realised was, and so my book is probably slightly narratively different to yours, only because it was a lot. It's a lot smaller and there's a lot fewer interviews, of course. But one of the big things in my book was you realise how many things Test cricket has already overcome. And so, and as you said, it almost goes back to the first games. Even first-class cricket, it's like, oh, people aren't going to come for 2 days. People aren't going to come for 3 days. People aren't going to come for 4 days. People aren't going to come for timeless tests. And it just keeps going.
And these things that keep reoccurring. I mean, one of those is the kind of the club v country clashes. So even in the 1920s, that Ashes test would be 3 days, and you have these really good tests, and they would just stop, like, you know, midway through the third innings because the counties wanted their players back and stuff. And you have people writing angry letters to the Times about how we need summers without any, you know, nasty test matches kind of getting in the way. Yeah. Just one county. So these things keep occurring. And again, Australia have a better, you know, so Australia before World War II, their tests are all timeless, and England are 3 days apart from if it's kind of 0-0 going to the last test when it's then timeless. So you have a weird thing where you have, you know, 1926 Ashes, which people talk about as a great series. It's like, well, it has this great last test, but it is 0-0 before because you can't really get a result in. So that was a kind of perennial thing. And also you talk about T20 leagues now and West Indies players and so on, you know, not being able to play for their countries. Well, actually, this was happening in the 1920s with the Lancashire leagues, you know, with Leary Constantine and stuff. You know, he would miss matches for West Indies because Nelson is Lancashire League team, and this story from Douglas Jarrod, which really shows how ruthless he was. So he was England captain, you know, the kind of bodyline captain, and then 1933, the series after that, Leary Constantine only plays one of the first 2 tests, does really well, and then he's going to come back and play in the 3rd test. If Nelson can get a professional who they think is kind of equal standard to replace him for a game, and they decide to pick this certain guy, and Jarrod gets wind of him. I think Stan Nichols is his name. And then Jarrod picks Nichols for England just to stop West Indies from picking Leary Constantine for them. So he goes to that level just to stop West Indies from picking their strongest team.
And if you go back, if you look at South Africa, New Zealand, and I don't think it happened as much with India, but certainly South Africa, New Zealand, a little bit of Australia and the West Indies. From 1920 onwards, a lot of their players are just not available to them because it's not even that they're always playing in league cricket either. Sometimes they're playing county cricket, sometimes they're playing league cricket, sometimes they're playing for people like Julian Khan.
Yeah. So with New Zealand, their early tours for England is almost like if you do well, you're rewarded to get a professional contract in England and you leave New Zealand cricket behind.
Which is why Leary Constantine also tried so hard when he was playing for the West Indies because he wanted a contract as well.
Yeah, but actually West Indies, although they have this problem, they're a bit more pragmatic. They let players miss some matches and play, whereas New Zealand have a really kind of amateur mindset. They're like, you know, if you're paid to play cricket, we don't want you to play for us at all. So they end up massively hampering themselves. And New Zealand actually, if they had all their players in the 30s and 40s, would have been a lot better than they were. And the other thing actually is just, people say Test cricket is so conservative. It's actually the history of the game. It's changing all the time, and it is so odd when people say it refuses to adapt. You know, number of days, the number of overs, the number of countries, having day-night matches.
The surface?
Yeah, exactly. And having helmets, such a huge thing. So when people say we need different records for day-night tests, I was like, well, what about these 20 other things that keep on changing?
Yeah, what about when South Africa was playing on matting wickets? And Pakistan as well. One of the big themes on the book, of course, is the rise of India. Now, it's something that Indian fans, especially Indian fans of the 90s, remember this a lot more, and everyone else has kind of glossed over it a little bit. Just how poor India were when they were travelling during the 90s and how much they struggled. What was Sachin Tendulkar's record away from home?
Tendulkar away from home. This is actually happening when he's at his peak as a batter. So his first 44 tests away from home, wins 1 in Sri Lanka, and that is it. And there's some pretty sort of heartbreaking stories in that. There's Barbados 1997. I think India need 120 to win. They're 2-0 overnight. So Tendulkar then goes to a lovely restaurant in Barbados on the cliffs. Goes away to kind of ask for a bottle of champagne. It says, can you ice it? I'm going to come back the next day and come back to drink it. Then actually India have a traumatic collapse, 81 all out, which is a very famous figure in Indian cricket. And Tendulkar, he doesn't go back and get the champagne. He remains, locked in his hotel for 2 days.
There's 2 stories about champagne in the West Indies because when South Africa were going to win their first test after readmission,
92,
yeah, Merrick Pringle ordered champagne to come to the rooms, didn't it? And then then Kirtley and Courtney found out about it and ended up drinking it themselves. So it tells you how bad. And also, I think it also tells you, I think both of us would agree that Sachin was at his absolute best in the 90s rather than the 2000s. And when he was at his best, they still only win 1 out of 44 matches. Whereas if he was a bowler at his best, you would have looked up Murali, Hadley, Fazal Mahmood, these guys. We're in Trent Bridge at the moment. There is a Richard Hadley corner. Is it a corner? There's a Richard the Richard Hadley waiting area, Mac is called it. No one has ever waited there.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing I've ever seen at a cricket ground. And there's one for Sobers on the other side as well. They have dressed it up. It used to be much worse. But you have one great bowler and you can win test matches.
Yeah, that's the difference.
You have one great batter and you don't.
Exactly. So actually, I mean, the the most important way to win Test matches throughout history is fast bowling. If you have good enough fast bowling, you will find a way to win matches because you might be able to scramble to 250, and that might be all you need at times. Whereas, yeah, even if Tendulkar, probably the best batsman in the world at that time, but the bowling just wasn't up to it. And actually, just looking at the history, it's incredible how bad India were for so long. So until Kolkata 2001, that incredible victory at Eden Gardens against Australia. So until then, India lose 2 matches of every one that they win. So they're losing more than they win every single decade till the 2000s. So they were remarkably poor, and reflecting now on the superpower of the game. And I think what held them back really, they were picking from 5 or 6 cities, and it was middle and upper class players in 5 or 6 different cities. So the big asset of India, which is the amount of talent, the population, but they just weren't tapping into that at all. And the amount of money was a big problem because there was so little money in the game that players would often retire very early, either from the Indian Test team or from domestic cricket, hollowing out the standard. One of my favourite nuggets I found, so India in the 60s, they don't win a lot of Test matches, but they actually win one against New Zealand, and their reward for that is to be docked a fifth of their pay by the Indian board. And the reason they're docked a fifth of their pay is because they won in 4 days, and the Indian board say, well, we're paying on a per rata basis, so you'd have been better off losing in 5 than winning in 4.
I mean, there's so many interesting things about Indian cricket as well. The other one is that the BCCI was actually paying to put cricket on TV through the local broadcaster, which is Doordarshan.
Until 1993.
Yeah. And they had, but not only was that the case, that they actually had to fight that in court to be able to reverse it. And if that doesn't happen, we're in a very different sport right now.
Yeah, that's right. So the kind of Indian economy opens up from 1991, and then that trickles into cricket. And that's why the World Cup '96 was probably the first time we get a hint of that in cricket, and people are amazed because obviously England are very annoyed that World Cup is not in England. So the '90s we begin to see the explosion of money in Indian cricket, and what it also means for players. I talked with Jarrod for the book. He basically said, when I was growing up, the only thing that mattered was whether the selectors of your state thought you were good. If they didn't think you were good, you're out of it. You weren't going to play. And now he says, you've got 4 or 5 different eyes. You've got the state selectors. You've of course got the IPL selectors. You've got these kind of copycat T20 leagues. You've also got these private academies, and often academies, they're kind of businesses, but they will. A lot of people pay to go to these academies, but sometimes they sponsor players as well if they pick up talent. So you basically,
well, you look at,
it's very hard to get missed now.
I can't remember the name. I think it's called is it called Northwest Delhi Academy or the West Delhi Academy, which is where Kohli went to?
Yeah.
You go to their website, and he's not the only star player they've had, but it's important for them to get those players in because you get one Kohli, and you're going to be able to get people to go through your academy forever. So there's a business side of it, which we don't always have in some of the other cricket markets.
I think it's like a tennis academy in America, I think is what it's like. When Andre Agassi goes through that academy, Andre Agassi, he was sponsored to go through his academy, the Belletieri Academy, because they were like, this guy's going to be a star, we want to be part of him. So but basically you're getting so many eyes on people, and actually because so much money's in the game now. Before with middle class parents, they would say, actually, I want my kid to do a different job, because if they're just a jobbing cricketer, they're really not earning a lot of money. And now obviously that's gone up so much. It's
also like first class cricketers get paid better in India. You have pension schemes, and there's assistance for older players. It's very different to what it used to be.
Yeah, and this means, in terms of, we talked about fast bowling. Well, fast bowling in India has been transformed. So actually India, when they start from the 30s, actually have a few good fast bowlers, but basically that tradition collapses completely. And we obviously have with Tiger Pataudi, he picks four spinners, the quartet, and he goes to England and picks no seamers. And I was going back and reading his book, and you think, it must have been, he thought this was a genius strategy. Actually, he's kind of depressed about the strategy. He basically says, I gave Sonia Gavaskar, who bowls these horrible military mediums, the new ball because there was no one else. And he's very sad. He writes, he's very pressing. He says India will only be a force when we have good fast bowlers, and he's right. But it's an India spin strategy, which is celebrated, is really a defence strategy because there's no one else. These are their best bowlers, even in seam-friendly conditions, but they need to have seamers.
Well, again, though, a lot of the early Indian cricketers came from, as you said, the biggest cities, quite often the biggest schools, middle-class backgrounds, and Harmy's at the back of the box. He may not fit that. Sometimes you just have to get the biggest, ugliest guy in the room to go and bowl really fast, right? And they didn't do that for a long time. The other thing which is interesting about India is they were convinced that Pakistanis bowled quicker because of meat, and that they didn't bowl as quick. And then Ishant Sharma bowls 90 miles an hour as a is he a vegan, or he's certainly a very strict vegetarian, whatever level he's on, and we've had other bowlers now bowl 90 miles an hour as vegetarians. Right. Yeah. So we now know that doesn't mean anything as well, but it needed that whole generational shift, didn't it?
Yeah, but perceptions become realities at a point when those are the role models. And yeah, I mean, when Kapildev was 15, 1979, he goes to a kind of an under-19 camp, and at lunch they just serve him like a piece of chapati, and he says, "Is this it? I need more to bowl fast." And he said, and the guy says, "Don't be stupid. There's no fast bowlers in India." So when you have that attitude, no wonder you're not going to have fast bowlers.
I actually remember when Chaminda Vaas became bowling coach of Sri Lanka, the first thing he did was just introduce all of his bowlers to as much chicken as they could eat. And so, those things do play a big part. Let's talk about something a little bit more fun, a little bit more close to home with England. You've got a section in this book about England in the 80s and 90s. Would you like to explain your hypothesis there?
Yeah, so...
And remember, Tim Wigmore, you can find him on social media if you want to disagree with this.
No, abuse me, absolutely. So, obviously, England in the 90s, people look back and it's just like, it's seen as this dark age. I think in the 80s, think it was a really fun era, the Ashes victories and so on. Well, to take a sort of step back, what actually happens? Well, England in the 90s have a better record than England in the 80s. And what basically happens is England in the 80s, although they're basically a generally very poor side, because they beat Australia, who are basically the worst Australian side in their history.
I would agree.
Pretty consistently. People remember that through rose-tinted spectacles. But England in the 80s get obliterated by West Indies. I think 19-0 over the decade they lose.
Is that good?
It's not good. And it's very not good. And then in the 90s, actually, West Indies, England start to compete against. They draw 2-2 against at home. West Indies are on the way down. And Australia, who are the West Indies of their kind of equivalent West Indies of the 80s, actually England do win tests against Australia. So they're much better against Australia in the 90s than they had been against West Indies in the 80s. And in terms of like the kind of broad arc, England begin to get their house together. They begin to give guys a little bit more of a run. So the Nadir in terms of selections, the 89 Ashes, when they pick 29 players they pick in 6 matches, which is just
incredible,
crazy. Yeah, and I think you have the
if
quote,
they picked just a couple more, I think they would have won, though.
And I think you have the quote from the chairman selectors at one point with a fast ball they pick, and they said, he's our 13th choice seamer. So you're really pumping up someone. So England begin to have a slightly less crazy policy. They begin to have a better relationship with the counties and stuff. But you look back and it's ridiculous. There's a story, with Darren Gough, for example. There was this, in 97 Ashes, sort of the following day he's then going, driving 200 miles to play a county game, and then he's getting injured and he's missing a couple of Ashes tests on the whole West Indies tour. So there's a huge amount of talent there which is not tapped into.
I actually remember talking to Gough about this. This is probably maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and he said, check how many balls I bowled in first-class cricket compared to what percentage that Anderson did, and it was so wildly different. They were almost, one was almost all first class and one was almost all test cricket.
We look at that. Look at that in the book. And so basically, they actually bowled a similar number of balls at first class cricket, which is actually odd to think, which is really odd to think. But with Darren Gough, only about a quarter of those were test cricket for England, because he's getting absolutely flogged by Yorkshire. But with Anderson, it's about 3/4 of those were in test cricket for England, so he's being protected. So you begin to have, basically, if you can have fast bowlers that last longer, you're just making your life so much easier. And England had actually quite a lot of talent, and they didn't make the most of it. But in the 90s, they beat South Africa 2-1, which I'd say is a better win than England have in the 80s at all. So England, I think the 90s starts to kind of put the wheels in motion for then England to kick on from the 2000s.
We're talking to Tim Wigmore here about his his book, Test Cricket, a history here. We're also trying to, me and Wigmore, a little bit like Barbie and Oppenheimer, the Barbenheimer thing. We're going with Wigrod at the moment, so you can buy both of our books, Art of Batting.
You should buy both of our books.
Yeah, you should. I can't imagine why you'd only buy one. You should probably buy multiple ones, multiple copies for different rooms in the house as well, just in case.
Different doorstops.
You don't want to walk into a room and not have a copy of one of our books, do you? Apartheid is another really interesting part of it, and I wrote my book on Test cricket, and there's quite a bit in it. And then afterwards, I went back and did a statistical analysis of Basil D'Oliveira and how apartheid played into cricket. But one of the more interesting things is, and a lot of people don't know this, that the ICC was formed largely because of one man who was South African, and he pushed it through, and that's why it is an empire. It was the
Imperial Cricket Conference,
I was
1909.
trying to remember the exact word, and it was for a tri-series, and so South Africa were a big part of that, and so you had to be a Commonwealth country to play Test cricket. except for the fact that then South Africa were no longer a Commonwealth country, Tim, and people kept playing them in Test cricket.
Yeah, that's right. So from 1960, South Africa are kicked out of the Commonwealth because of apartheid, which means by the actual laws of South Africa themselves,
their own laws.
Yeah, their own laws. This is a bit Trumpian, but yeah, by their own laws, which they'd introduced, they were no longer eligible to play Test cricket. But Australia, England, New Zealand just ignore these laws and they carry on playing South Africa until 1970 when you have the boycott. So I
also think people don't understand that South Africa was just refusing to play anyone.
Absolutely.
So not only were they refusing to play the non-white teams, they were also very, very upset if any of the white teams were going to play someone who might not be.
They would stop that. So there's only one player, non-white player, plays against South Africa in 1992. So yeah, they're not only imposing their policies on themselves, they're actually trying to impose their policies on other people. And of course, you have the most messed up thing when Basil D'Oliveira, when he's pitched in 68 as a replacement for that tour, well, the South African government accused England of bringing politics into sport in how they pick their team, which is just the most extraordinary bit of triple thick.
It's one of my favourite stories in sport that the South African government actually had a spy going around watching Basil D'Oliveira play in domestic cricket.
Yeah.
What a waste of a spy. There's newspaper reporters there. Just read the reports and pretend this poor guy's like schlepping around the country to watch Derby play cricket, which, let's be honest. That was my words, not Wigmore, if you want to attack me on social media for that one. And the other thing is, I think a lot of people think that there was an official decree or something. It's basically just that the bilateral agreements stopped. And so Australia were going to play South Africa again, and the Australian Prime Minister, future Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke was involved in talking Don Bradman around.
Yeah, exactly.
And it took a long time for that to actually happen. And it also affects, you end up having these World 11s all the way through the 70s because there was no one to back up South Africa, was there? There was like a hole in the schedule for a while.
Which actually goes back to when South Africa themselves formed the ICC in 1909. Cricket is very strong in Argentina and America at that time, but because South Africa, they want it to be this basically imperial club that excludes Argentina and USA at the time. So one of the kind of frustrating things in the history of Test cricket is there have been these chances to make it a more inclusive sport, and when people say, you can't be good at Test cricket, only a few countries can be good at it. Actually, there's been other countries who have been, showed the signs, who have been promising, they've been at the door, and too often mid-races have kind of shut that door.
I think Argentina drew with the MCC 1-1 twice, didn't they?
Yeah.
And you go back and you look at the scorecards, I think you make a pretty solid argument that they're as strong as New Zealand, if not stronger than New Zealand at that point.
One of that England team has, I think, 3 former past or future England captains, so it's a strong team. And Clem Gibson, who's an interesting figure. So he is kind of Anglo-Argentine, but very much lives and works in Argentina. And he's the only person, as far as I can tell, who's ever been called up for an Ashes tour while in Argentina. So this is 1924-5. He's a fast bowler, and he's called up for the England Ashes tour, and he gets a telegram to his office in Argentina, Buenos Aires, but he turns it down.
Well, because it's a long way to go.
It's a long way to go.
I mean, you look at it, Argentina, USA, you could probably throw Canada, Denmark off the top of my head. Obviously, Kenya is another one as well. Malaysia probably would have been a test playing nation.
And Ireland potentially like 100 years before they do get test status as well.
Yeah, so there's certainly a lot of missed opportunities. This is a Zimbabwe test, and I know you have a good story. I don't want you to feel in any way pressure that there is a former Zimbabwean player right behind us at the moment, and he's going to know the person that we're talking about here. But can you tell me, first of all, I mean, Andy Flower's in my book, and he's in your book, so we know he was a great batter. But can you tell me what Andy Flower used to do to inspire himself? Because this is a hell of a story.
Yeah, this is pretty odd. So he became obsessed with how he could become the best batsman in the world. He writes this big list. He absorbs all these self-help books and stuff, and he eventually settles on his method, which is
1990 self-help books as well. I can only imagine what he was reading.
And his method is he records himself on a tape, saying to himself, "I can slow down the ball. I can make the ball slow. I can have more time, and I can hit the ball." And he listened to this tape on his Walkman. This is a 1990s Walkman.
If you've never heard Andy Flower speak, it is actually worth listening to him speak, because he doesn't have the most natural voice for this kind of tool as well.
So he would lie there in bed listening to
himself
on a Walkman, and apparently his wife was there. I'm trying to get some sleep here. This is not helping me.
Also, awesome that he had a Walkman as well. So just on Zimbabwean history, it's very interesting. Obviously, Rhodesia is the original country. They play as a team within the Currie Cup.
Which is crucial.
Yeah, and that's a big part of why they're so good when they make it to international level, is they've been playing at the top level, top level of domestic cricket for a long period of time. They become a nation in 1980. Just checking with Ed to make sure I got my years right. Zimbabwe becomes a nation in 1980. In 1983, they win their first World Cup game against Australia. Wasn't the greatest Australian team. They should have beaten New Zealand in the following tournament, though, as well. I think they fell 3 runs short. Dave Houghton played incredibly. And then in 1992, they beat England, of course, in the last game of that series and go on to win. The question really is, once the World Cup becomes a thing, to get into Test cricket, you've written a whole book about Test cricket, but it actually then becomes really more about 50-over cricket and even 20-over cricket at times, because the only way to get status is actually to be good at another format of the game.
Yeah, which is Sri Lanka as well. So Sri Lanka get test status because of their World Cup performances as well. So it's an odd thing that 50-over cricket is the way to get in. But with Zimbabwe, it is kind of, if you look at Zimbabwe, it's so hard as a new Test nation, but the Zimbabwean 90s do very well by historical standards. They're actually a very competitive team. They beat India and Pakistan and stuff.
They were ranked above England in the unofficial rankings, weren't they?
Yeah, famously, exactly. So, we actually forget Zimbabwe were a pretty strong team when they got in, because they'd had a really robust history in first-class cricket. They were actually at that time playing quite a lot of 50-over cricket internationally as well, and they have a pretty good system. And so, I think if things had gone differently, Zimbabwe now could certainly be, number 7, number 8 in the world, potentially.
I mean, just imagine what would have happened if Zimbabwe cricket had given all their players Walkmans and the ability to record themselves, what they could have done. Tim Wigmore, the book is called Test Cricket, a History. It's a fantastic read. It's certainly worth finding it. And at the moment, I can tell everyone that Tim Wigmore is going from bookstore to bookstore, just signing copies. I don't even think he's asking anyone, if we're being honest. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back after lunch for more cricket here on talkSPORT.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to Trent Bridge. Players are on their way back to the middle after the lunch break. Zimbabwe resuming at 73 for 1 after 16 overs. Absolutely clattered along. Just over 4.5 runs and over, losing the 1 wicket in the morning session. Out of Ben Curran, who went for 6 when it was 31 for 1. Irvine and Bennett taking it through to 73 for 1 at the break, which I'm sure means that Ed Rainsford, the former Zimbabwe international alongside me, has enjoyed his lunch break very much. So what a morning.
Oh, mate, I tucked in downstairs. Tucked in hard. Producer found me tucking into a caramel cheese tart or cheesecake or some sort, I don't know. But anyway, I sort of just sniffed it in and made my way up to the stairs and listened to quite an interesting conversation. But back to the cricket, I think Zimbabwe will be quite happy just going into that luncheon interval, but now they've got to start again. It's all about continuing that momentum and that good work. What I did like initially was nice defense. They really were good on trying to keep the good balls out, and there was a lot of good balls, and they're okay to leave the outside edge.
Well, it's going to be Shoaib Bashir to start us off after the luncheon break, and he is around the wicket to Irvine, who's pushing forward out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, so in having that good defense, if there's a good ball and it beats the outside edge or doesn't go on to hit the pads or the stumps, it's okay. face the next one and start again.
Bashir then, tall man coming in, slides off the outside half of Irvine's bat to a backward point, no run once again.
Just a question, very early for him to be into the piece, right? Shoaib Bashir. I have a theory.
Oh, I like a theory. You'll do for me already, a man with a theory. You can tell me after this delivery. Bashir gives that one some loop. Punch to mid-off to duck it, no run.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of turn yesterday, so that would start things off to give Bashir an opportunity to bowl. But I think with the discussion about giving Ben Stokes and other batters an opportunity to bat and time out in the middle, I think this is the opportunity they're trying to give Bashir.
As he comes around the wicket once again, it is Irvine coming forward, push to mid-on, no run.
And the opportunity to get overs underneath his belt in a test venue against a test nation on a pitch that just has enough, and give him a lengthy bowl and put some mileage into him as well.
Bashir is a little bit straighter on this occasion. There is a man under the helmet at short leg now. Ollie Pope is in there. Just played defensively, no run.
I don't know, I may be wrong.
Mate, you're not wrong. You are absolutely 100% right. This is absolutely Ben Stokes pumping up Shoaib Bashir's tyres. Bashir comes in once again. Wider of off stump, no shot needed. None played. End of the over. 73 for 1. It remains. So a maiden for Bashir after lunch. He's now bowled 3 overs that have gone for 6. No, I reckon you're 100% right. Shoaib Bashir has to have come here a little bit low on confidence. We mentioned yesterday 3 wickets in 1 ball short of 72 overs in the county championship this year. 3 wickets at 152. It's a man who is going to naturally be lower on confidence. Ben Stokes tried to say in his press conference the day before the game he's actually in a better state this year than he was last year, which raised a few eyebrows. But again, that's Ben Stokes backing his man completely. So yeah, I think you're 100% right. This is get Shoaib into the game, get him feeling good about himself, enjoy playing, enjoy bowling. He's going to enjoy watching Josh Tongue from the Stuart Broad Pavilion ends. 2 slips, 2 gullies in place as Tongue is in right arm over. Fended at a little bit by Brian Bennett. Doesn't get anything on it down the leg side. Taken by Jamie Smith.
It's an interesting sort of scenario for Shoaib Bashir because he's at Somerset.
He is, correct.
Yeah. Jack Leach is there.
So he is.
So I'm thinking if he's your number 1 spinner, I think it's very difficult for you to have him in that setup as he's not the number one spinner in Somerset. But the thing for me that will affect him is that once he then is sent off on loan.
Tongue in from the far end. On his toes is Bennett, dropping into the offside, no run.
And we're speaking about it now, obviously pumping up his tyres and get his confidence up. I think it would be more prudent to get him into a county where he's actually the first choice spinner.
That last ball, by the way, was a no ball. Yeah, it's an interesting one because obviously being centrally contracted, the county's not really paying anything towards the wages. So you might find that someone's prepared to hold on to him, and actually on the basis that you might get some games out of him. But then there's the situation that he'll need to play. So it's that whole balancing act. Tongue is in once again, full ball, driven, outside half of Bennett's bat, fielded in the gully, and there's no run.
But if he's not costing you anything, it'll be a no-brainer to get him into your county setup. The only negative is that if he's the number 1 spinner for England, with the amount of cricket that's coming, he does miss out on a lot. But that then creates opportunity. So if you're creating a structure of spin bowling in a county setup, you get England's number 1 spinner there, and you have the other younger players or the rookie county players just under him, so that when he leaves, it opens up the door to them.
Tongue going in and bowling right arm over. Bennett in behind, no run. Yeah, that all makes sense. The only thing is, Bashir is so young himself. If you're looking him to be the senior pro and help the other younger players, he almost needs that senior pro to help guide him.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm not necessarily saying he's helping the younger players as well. I'm saying when he goes off onto national duty, it allows the gap for the younger players to go, rather than him being sent out on loan.
Absolutely. Tongue bowls, again defensively played by Bennett to mid-on this time, no run.
Because you've essentially done the same thing, but you've actually said, sorry, you can't make it into our first 11 as a county player, so we're going to send you out on loan. I would say, which county wants him? 0 cost, let him play, when he's out of the national setup, you allow your other spinners to also have an opportunity to play a bit of counter cricket. But you've got to find the right counter to do that, because I would never want to be the #1 spinner, but second in the counter and then sent out on loan.
Absolutely. Tongue is in, again goes full and in towards leg stump. Bennett will clip to square leg. They will take a single. Over is completed, 75 for 1. No, it's not over completed, there's one more ball. They're changing over for the left-hander. 75 for 1 though is still the score. Replying to England's rather impressive declaration target. Actually, I'm going to stop there. Far more impressive is the man who's just been picked out by the TV cameras, who's carrying, I reckon, 6 or 7 pints.
He's from Zimbabwe. His name is Theo.
Good afternoon, Theo.
He lives in Barcelona, made all the way here from Spain. One of Zimbabwe's great advocates on X or Twitter. But I tell you what, you've just been exposed, Theo.
Around the wicket from Tongue to the left-handed Irvan, and that's a lovely shot. Punch drive through cover. It's away for 4. 79 for 1 at the end of 18 overs. Well, Theo's doing a great job carrying about 6 or 7 pints. They've got these recycled cardboard sort of mini trays here where you can get four beers on a tray, and he's carrying 2 trays with a bit of an overlap. He would have wanted to have clapped on that last shot though, because that's a really good boundary away for 4, but he was double parked with the beers.
What was the red one?
That I think will be a cider with maybe some blackcurrant in.
Okay. Oh, go on, Theo.
Theo
go
spotted
on,
himself on the screen.
There you go.
He's part of that very noisy Zimbabwe fan contingent away in the Fox Road stand away to our left-hand side. You were watching Shoaib Bashir come in and bowl. There's 3 around the bat. Slip, leg, slip and short leg. Bennett comes forward, turns it to deep mid-wicket where Ben Stokes is stationed. The captain's 70-odd yards away from the action. Sends in the return, single taken. If you do want to send us a message or a question, by the way, on the chat on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, then please feel free to do so. Punch drive to mid-off. Oh dear, and Ben Duckett has missed it at the first attempt. Gets back to pull it back inside the rope at the second. And that will be 3 runs taken.
Yeah, a little bit of a misfield. I think nonchalant on that occasion. Just thought it was just a run-of-the-mill stop and throw it in, and it went through him. A little bit of a bobble.
Comrade Bads sent us a message, actually. How was the lunch at Trent Bridge? Was it tasty enough that Manners would have got stuck involved? I'll come back to that in a second, because what a shot from Bennett that is. Outside of off stump from Bashir, and he unleashes a big cover drive all along the carpet. It's away for 4, 87 for 1. It was a bolognese and pasta today for lunch. I'll be honest, I didn't give it much of a go.
Yeah, but I think the actual wording is, was it tasty enough that Manners would have nicked it?
He would have struggled to have put some in his pocket for later. Doesn't necessarily mean he wouldn't have tried. Good afternoon, Manners. I'm sure you are listening down in Cape Town. In goes Shoaib Bashir. Forward is Bennett. No runs. Brian Sexegwende has been back in touch. Tende Chidara would have loved bowling here, he says.
Yeah, is he injured at the moment? What's the situation there?
Bashir is in and bowling, and there's another lovely cover drive. England have posted Gus Atkinson as the cover sweeper, and he's not getting close to that one. Bennett's now 1 shot away from a half-century. 46 not out, Zimbabwe 91 for 1.
Yeah, Bashir leaking runs. Another full delivery. Long half volley. There's no protection through that short cover region. Fielder out on the fence. He's got no chance of stopping this. It makes a good sound out that bat and runs away for 4.
Bashir in, bowls. Weight going backwards by Bennett. No run, defensively played.
I think it's tough for Tendai Chitara to make it into this 11 with the amount of bowling stock that Zimbabwe have at the moment. And I also think he's just getting to possibly the end of his career and finishing up his first-class career as well.
I think he would have been quite handy yesterday
compared
to some of the other. I mean, he's a better bowler than 2 of the bowlers we saw on display yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I get it, he's old. I mean, he played against Pakistan in 2013 when they won that. I was very surprised that I didn't see him. Also, just because I thought the conditions would suit him. He's a bowler made for these conditions.
I think Zimbabwe are going through that transition now where they're getting more younger players and giving them more opportunities, because he comes here and plays the once-off test. What does it achieve for you in the next 2 to 3 years?
Josh Tongue to start a new over around the wicket. It's nicked by Irvine, and it goes between the second slip and the first gully. Big gap between the two of them. 95 for 1 as it flies away for 4. So they're closing in on the 3 figures in terms of the total. Prince Mpunzi has popped a message on the chat saying our target is 366. Prince, it's not, because you're thinking of the follow-on target for a test matches, which are 5 days. In a 4-day test match, the target for the follow-on is 150, not 200. Oh my goodness, that's a very short one from Josh Tongue. Surely that's going to be called wide for height.
Right, Prince, get the calculator out.
So add another 50 to that, so it's 416.
I'm trying to remember, I think it's 50 runs follow-on if it's a 1-day game, 50 runs follow-on if it's a 2-day game. Is it 100 for 3 and 150 for 4? It moves a little bit, but it doesn't move in the perfect order that it should move, if that makes sense, Marco. Gary will know. I'm sure Gary will have that exact stat. But yeah, a lot of people have been called out by that so far, so you're not on your own.
Tongue around the wicket once again, play and a miss from Irvine, and he's furious with himself for that one. He's got drawn into something there, just trying to push drive, beaten on the outside edge, no run.
I only know because we play 2-day cricket in Australia, and so it's a regular thing. You play 80 overs on day 1 and 80 overs on day 2, so you quite often have a team bowled out, obviously, and a team go for have the opportunity to follow on. I used to love that in junior cricket. Like you made 170, you bowled the other team out for 115, you asked them to follow on just to annoy them.
You do anything just to annoy people, though. Josh Tongue around the wicket, covered up by Irvine, and there is no run.
Get the wicket keeper to take his pads off and bowl, come in off his long run, just as the opposition's like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to us.
Speaking of follow-ons, and I know Harmy and Man has mentioned this in the following on cricket podcast.
Speaking of following on,
yes. Anyone who missed the story though, there was a brilliant story in women's cricket. It was a white ball game, was part of the Qatar qualification game.
Great, isn't it?
And they knew that there was rain coming, so they wanted to get the game moving. Pause for that as Josh Tongue comes in, bowls short down the leg side, swing and a miss from Bennett, doesn't get to his 50.
So, UAE versus Qatar, wasn't it?
Yes. So they knew they needed the positive result and knew that they'd already got enough runs, so wanted to declare, but were then told they couldn't. So there were still 4 overs of the 20 to go, so they simply sent each batter out and then retired, which was all a bit farcical. And guess what? By the time the opposition went in, they then clattered them over and they won the game. But it is a bit of a nonsense that you're not allowed to declare in white ball cricket. Tongue goes in, Bennett half volley, drives it back to the bowler in his follow through, and there is no run to complete the 20th over.
I think the law is that you forfeit.
No.
Oh, you give up the game. That's the only law.
You give up the game,
yes, but
you can't give up the innings.
Exactly.
Which is what was called. So the problem was that whole tournament was beset by rain, and they knew, that the Qatar team is not very strong, and obviously the UAE men's and women's teams are getting very, very good. And so I think you might remember, I think they scored about 220 in 16 overs. Someone had 100, and the other woman was on 70 odd, maybe 80. And yeah, so those two retired out, then everyone else retired out as well. And then they went out and they rolled them. It wouldn't happen in men's cricket, though, because men would be so worried about their batting average, they'd never retire out.
Wait, hang on. Did it not happen here in a T20 blast game where Carlos Brathwaite was retired out because he couldn't face leg spin?
No, we've had individual players retire out. We've never had 10. We've never had 10 people decide to do it.
Bashir to start a new over, slightly shorter, running in towards Irvine, hits a backward point, no run.
I can also tell you this, Macca, if I was on 100 not out, I'd be saying to everyone, you can all retire out, but I'm taking the red inker on my 100, everyone. Or maybe, actually, it might have been the woman who hadn't made 100. I think, because why does the number 11 need to be not out? Who cares about their batting average?
Hey.
Bashir around the wicket. And Irvine's getting the inside half of the bat on that, and it goes towards Ollie Pope at short leg, but lands just short.
I think I did the maths on this a while ago. Women are about 2.7 times more likely to run off the last ball of a T20 game until they're run out than men are.
Bashir in, bowls, looping again, lands full on the crease line, Yorker length, defended out on the offside, no run.
So you'll often see men off the last ball just be like, no, and you're just like, well, you just keep running. Maybe there'll be an overthrow or a fumble, and women often do that. And I told a couple of women cricketers that, and they said, yeah, we're just better people.
Well, that is probably undoubtedly true, let's be honest. Bashir in, that's an absolute beauty, turns, takes the outside edge of the bat, Irvine is gone caught at slip. Well, if this is an opportunity to get Shoaib Bashir's confidence back up, then a delivery like that will absolutely do it. Bowls around the wicket now. Irvine has wandered off, and I think the umpires have called for a review here, rather than the batters.
I think Irvine just looked at the umpire for a moment and said, did that carry? And that's why they've then walked across and had the conversation. So they just want to see if the ball's carried to the first slip. But a very good delivery. That's turned off the straight as well and finds the outside edge.
Bashir goes in, seam position perfectly pointed towards 1 o'clock, grazes the edge, and fingers are underneath that. That is a good catch by Harry Brook.
It's actually just, it's lost its pace through to the keeper because it nicks the wicketkeeper's pad, and that's why it nearly doesn't carry on that occasion. But that's straight in the hands.
I tell you what,
they're rocking and rolling that.
That was an even better ball, or if they're going to do it, show us from the side on angle as well. The other thing that you see there is that pitched on leg, didn't it? That was a brilliant delivery. And it is, as you can hear from the crowd, that has now been given out. So, look, I think Irvine's done his job there. He's not a natural number 3. He came in. He's probably lucky to face the off spin, and also they had a few runs on the board when he came in. But you and I have watched a lot of Zimbabwe bat. This is a much better start than we're used to seeing.
100%. I totally agree with you, and it gives the rest of the batting order an opportunity just to settle down. I think Ben Curran would have wanted to be out there a little bit longer, but both batters get out to good deliveries. They don't get themselves out, and that's what Zimbabwe's been endemic of giving away cheap wickets by making poor decisions, not having a really solid understanding of their defense or their options to score. On this occasion, I mean, Curran, that gets almost every batter out. And then that one there also gets every left-hander out, doesn't it? Or it misses the outside edge because it's too good. So, yeah, you're right. They've done their job. I think the rest of the batters coming in now need to really put their hand up.
It's also worth saying that you are at the ground, and I'm watching a lot of these on the TV stream. Some of the pitches in Zimbabwe can be quite flat, but there's been some wickets of recent times that you don't always trust the ball's going to come to you in the way that you want it to. Williams has come out. His revolution, or resurgence, is maybe the best way of putting it, in the last couple of years is phenomenal. He's gone from a player who, was struggling at times to, just smashing the ball everywhere over the last 2 or 3 years in international cricket, all formats, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a really talented cricketer, is Sean Williams, and you listen to a lot of podcasts and interviews that he's had, and also perceptions of other players and media. They almost are of the opinion that when he looks back at this, he'll think, well, I could have actually done a lot more.
So Sean Williams, left-handed batter, and so Bashir will stay around the wicket to him, and he plays defensively, no run.
And the exodus from Test cricket doesn't help him as well, because it takes a few Test matches away from him. When Zimbabwe didn't have Test cricket between 2006 to 2011 or 10. But yeah, fabulous player for Zimbabwe.
He's coming forward as Bashir is pitching round about leg stump, clears the front leg out the way, pushes wide of mid-on, and is underway with a single. 21 overs gone at the Zimbabwe. First innings, 97 for 2, replying to England's 565 for 6 declared.
He's batting a little bit higher than he has been in recent times too?
Yeah, generally bats number 5, so Irvine number 4, Williams and number 5. And then you had Welsh at number 3, so with him out of the side, and Raza doesn't bat in the top 4 or 5, he usually comes in at 6. And so, yeah, a lot higher on this occasion, but yeah, what a player and a servant that Sean Williams has been. I think it's at 20 years in international.
Ridiculous, isn't it? He's such a long career. So you had opening the batter, you had Joy Lord Gumbi for a while as well. And who was the number 3?
Caetano.
Caetano, that's right. So just a bit of a change. I mean, we were saying off air before, middle order batting's not really the issue. Maybe you don't have, but there's a lot of guys who can bat 6, 7 and 8 that don't have as many guys who can bat in that top 3, which is why, Ben Curran coming across and Brian Bennett are batting at the top of the order. That's kind of why those things are existing.
Tongue to continue around the wickets from the far end. The Stuart Broad end to Williams allows it to go past his chest through to the keeper for no run. Yep, Sean Williams, the 5th longest international career in cricket. So before today, his last match was back in December of 24, which made it 19 years and 300 days. So we need to add on, so that would be about 140 days, give or take, more to that. The longest career between first match and last match,
Wilfred Rhodes?
Sachin Tendulkar, actually.
Does he beat Wilfred Rhodes?
22 years and 91 days, Sachin.
So you'd have what? Wilfred Rhodes, Jack Hobbs, Imran Khan would be up there as well, I would have thought.
I'll tell you in one moment. But the interesting thing is, Sean Williams, 163rd match today. Sachin 463.
So he is a bit behind.
Yeah, he's slightly behind on matches.
If he plays for another 30 years, he can catch up.
Yeah. This is where Zimbabwe are slightly lacking in terms of the number of matches for him. In comes Tongue around the wicket. Williams allows it through to the keeper, and there is no run. My apologies. That's in one-day internationals, so that will be why that is.
I was going to say, because I thought, didn't Wilfred Rhodes play for like a million kajillion years?
Yes.
That's an unofficial stat. But that's still, that is incredible, isn't it? So you've got Tendulkar, Jay Surya, Meindad, Gaya, Williams. I mean, it's a good list to be on, isn't it?
I wonder where Rashid Khan's going to be at the end of his.
Well, yes, exactly. Josh Tongue around the wicket. That's a good-looking punch drive through mid-off for a couple. Williams adds another couple to the Zimbabwe total to take them to 99 for 2.
Yeah, because if you add Test cricket, Brian Close, would he be up there as well, Mako? There'd have to be some players who, especially some of the old English cricketers. And Bob Simpson would be another one, the Australian player who started quite young, retired at 29, 30, and then came back when he was basically 40 to play a couple of series. Played one against India at home, did quite well, then went to the West Indies and realised it wasn't for him. Imagine being 40 and not having played professional cricket for 10 years and turning up there.
In goes Josh Tongue and bowls a short ball that does not get up particularly high, and Williams is squatting down as it hits him on the helmet. And so we are going to go through the concussion check protocol. He looks okay, I have to say. He is up about on his feet, but we are going to have to go through the protocol, which will give us a chance to say that, annoyingly, Jarrod Kimber was right, which is a phrase that normally really sticks in my throat. But Wilfred Rhodes does indeed have the longest spell of international career. 30 years, 315 days. Brian Close second, 26 years, 356 days. Frank Woolley just with 25 years and 13 days. George Headley 24 years. Sachin 24 years and 1 day. The significant thing, of course, is that other than Close, everyone else is quite a long time ago.
Just go down, because I don't think he can't be that far away from this list. Is that? See Gregory, yeah, so a lot of these are the older players, the old South African players. Shahid Afridi, that's another one that makes sense. Jimmy Anderson. So he's still not far away from this, because Jimmy Anderson is, what, 21 years, 200 days. And what did you say he was up to? About
9, he'd be into his 20th year now.
So he still certainly becomes international cricket. It's a ridiculous, there he is. So he's just under Bob Simpson, told you. Follow me, Ed.
And above Colin Cowdrey.
He's always right, isn't he?
God, it's annoying.
Chandrapal,
it really is annoying.
Chandrapal had a long one as well. I don't remember that one. I wouldn't have thought. I suppose he started when he was quite young. Chandrapal probably could have played for another 3 years when he stopped as well.
So I guess Sean Williams is the longest active.
Yes, because, well, do you count Anderson as active? He's not an international, is he? Yeah. And Gale's obviously not playing. Is Jack Hobbs still playing? George Gunn. George Gunn. We're in George Gunn territory. So you know who George Gunn is? Gunn and Moore.
Oh.
Yeah. So there's a pub across the road called the something Gun? The Mighty Gun? The Gun? You should know. This is literally where you're from. There's a pub across the road. It's got his name on it anyway. But Gunnar Moore is where that comes from.
It's why half the Nottinghamshire team are always sponsored by Gunnar Moore.
Okay, that makes sense.
In fact, they used to have an office at the back of one of the old buildings before they got knocked down. So, anyway, concussion protocol is passed, and Tongue can continue for the final ball of the over. And unsurprisingly, after clattering him on the helmet, this one is full and in towards the toes. And he's up to that. And the square leg umpire thinks that's the over. The scoreboards all think that's the over.
No, there's something else happening here. No, you're right. It is. The square leg umpire was right. The main umpire was wrong. And to be fair, it's that. Now, Dharmasen is at the bowler's end, isn't he?
Yes, it's Alahuddin Palakar at this end, Kumar Dharmasen at the far end.
He was having none of the nonsense. Everyone was going back to their position. He said, no, you're all wrong. I'm right here.
It's funny, I did a test match in Port Elizabeth, Taveja, and the band was, it was a test match between South Africa and Australia. And the band is phenomenal. It's an actual, it's a feature there.
Up in the concrete stand at the back.
Yeah, and that's when there was a little bit of argy-bargy between the South Africans and the Australians.
I mean, you have to narrow it down, but I think I know what you're talking about.
That was where the little bit of that little shoulder barge by Khakisa Rabada. And then he asked the band to keep quiet. And so as they left the stadium, they said, "Don't cry for me, Dharmasena." There was an outcry, and then they came back the next day.
Brian Bennett, 46 not out, preparing to face Shoaib Bashir. Gets a short one pulled, lands just short of Stokes at mid-wicket.
What's better, the band at PE or the
brewery in Cape Town?
No, I was going to say, or the choir that comes to sing at the Wanderers. I like the choir. I prefer a choir.
Bashir in bowls his off spin. Bennett's had a bit of a fiddle at that one outside of off stump. It goes to slip on the bounce, no run.
No, I like the band in...
Okay. The band in Kuparka or...
Taveja.
Yeah, I didn't want to do the tick because I just thought it would make me sound racist. But or what about the band in Sri Lanka?
Bashir
not bad.
Bowls. Brings Bennett forward, pushing into the offside. No run.
They're all better than the trumpet. There's nothing wrong with the trumpet. Nothing wrong with the trumpet. I'm just saying that if we're doing a quick power ranking of music and cricket grounds.
Jerusalem.
Apologies to Barmy Simon if you're listening.
Before the first ball.
It's not for me.
Bashir is in, bringing Bennett forward. Push drive out to the cover on the offside. That'll take him to 47 and Zimbabwe to 100. And you can tell from the cheers that there's plenty of Zimbabwe fans in. They're on both sides of the ground. 100 for 2, which is a pretty good effort. They've been in pretty decent order. There have been a few very, very good deliveries to them, but there have been also some very good shots played so far. 22 overs and 4 balls to get to 100. Bashir will now bowl to Williams. Push back to the bowler, no run.
Band, trumpet, I'm happy with those two.
I think at least with the band you can sing along if you want to. With a choir it's going to feel a bit awkward. Do you know what I mean? If you want to join in. Bashir around the wicket, pushing forward is Williams, no run.
Have you got a story you need to tell us? At Johannesburg, did they say, sorry sir, it's just for people who can sing, if you could just step to the back?
So if you don't mind, just taking a couple of steps back.
Also remind everybody that Gary Balance is part of the Zimbabwe coaching staff.
Did he sing?
No. Just when we go back to that cricket conversation about how they've possibly had to work through these bowlers and try and get a better start, because you always, with Zimbabwe, you always think about that early collapse with their openers and then perhaps the later collapse that comes with the middle order, and I think that he'll add a great deal of value to try and just stabilize the batters and their mental attributes.
Josh Tongue goes in and bowls outside of off stump, and Bennett drives it away for 4. Brings up his 50 with a lovely cover drive, and we've seen a lot of cover drives in this game, and that is up there with the best of them. His 3rd Test 50. He's got half of the Zimbabwe score. 104 for 2.
Go on, son. Double up now. Nice innings by Brian Bennett. His 3rd in Test cricket in just 7 matches. He's also got 100 there. I must remind you, he has asked the coaching staff over the last 3 or 4 months to open the batting in Test cricket.
Tongue around the wicket, now over the wickets, going full in towards the toes, pushed up towards mid-on, no run.
There is a top order player that you could have, but of course he's playing for Kent at the moment. Is it Miyeye?
Yeah, he went to Peterhouse College. Good player.
It's a shame because there's, someone like Bennett is having probably still, even as well as he's batted today, he still looks like a number 5, number 6, doesn't he? And you've got a top order player that obviously has other priorities at the moment.
Tongue is in, turn around the corner to deep square leg, and they'll take a single. 52 to Bennett.
Well, there's 2 other players as well, but they come. So there's Dion Myers, who studied here in England. I think he went to Loughborough University and got a degree in agriculture and came back. Decent player, just out of form, but he's highly rated in Zimbabwe as a number 3 batter. He can definitely play. So then you have Walsh, Curran, and Bennett, and then there's one more, is Antam Nakbi, who is a strange one. He's Australian and Belgium, and there's a lot of that. And then he's a commercial pilot as well, and he's been in Zimbabwe for 4 years now, trying to qualify.
Tongue around the wicket to the left-handed Irvin. I think he was trying to take his hands down away from that, but he's ended up guiding it between point and backward point. Stokes will run back to 10 short of the boundary edge, and they'll take a couple.
Isn't there already a pilot in this Zimbabwean side?
Yeah, Raza, fighter pilot. He can fly F-15.
Look,
seriously.
Macca did not that. Macca's got so many facts, and I don't think
How do I not know that?
I can't believe you didn't know that. Sikandar Raza's life story is absolutely off the charts. There should be a movie made about it. It's so weird. It goes in so many different angles.
Right, our commentary stint's about done. We're going to go and have a conversation about copyrighting that idea. Tongue goes in. It's Williams turning it through square leg, and they will take a single.
I'm not sure if there's a ruling on how many pilots are allowed to have him on Test side.
So you go look at his numbers, his first-class numbers. Antam Nakbi, incredible numbers. I think there was a piece done by Wisden on X the other day just on him. It's some of the best numbers that you've had in the world in the last 2 to 3 years from a first-class player, and he's trying to qualify for Zimbabwe. So there's another person that can add when Irvin and Williams also maybe walk away.
Or could play for Belgium.
Or Australia.
Tongue in from the far end, bowling in towards the thigh pad of Bennett. Takes him on that thigh pad, loops out on the leg side, and they will amble a leg by. 24 overs gone, 108 for 2. Right, we need to go and have a board meeting and discuss copyrights on the Raza story, so we're going to get out of the way. Jon Norman and Steve Harmison are coming in to pick up the commentary.
Bashir is still bowling at the moment. Quite right. The stand that was mostly empty yesterday is a lot fuller, and we could tell just from our hotel this morning when we were waiting for Stephen, who was quite late actually this morning. He's a little bit later than he should have been. How many fans there were at our hotel, whereas yesterday we didn't see any cricket fans really.
Not this Stephen. This Stephen's normally there. But
no, not you. Sorry, not I would have said Harmy. I'd actually forgotten that was your first name, if we're being honest.
Bashir continuing. And this is defended by Bennett, who's gone past 50. Williams 6 not out, Bennett 52. 109 for 2 then here. Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge. So Jon Norman, Jarrod, Kimber and Steve Harmison. Touch more flight this time, driven. Past a shortish extra cover and good running. 2 runs as well. Certainly haven't just come out to try and survive, have they, Zimbabwe? I mean, the pitch has helped, but
it's not really how they bat either. I mean, when Dave Houghton was in charge, he was talking about being inspired by Bazball, and you got someone like Bennett who wants to attack more. So there is an element of that within their cricket.
Bennett it is, 54, and again trying to get on the front foot, and does do, drives, but it's fielded by Joe Root at extra cover, no run. I'll run through the county championship scores in a second. We've also got an international 50-over game between West Indies and Ireland taking place at the moment, as is it a touch aerial, as wristily played down the ground by Bennett on the drive. He'll take a single, he moves to 55, and Zimbabwe 112 for 2. 24.4 overs into their innings. They've lost Ben Curran early. Craig Irvine hung around. Sean Williams is now in, just reaching a touch as Shoaib Bashir goes around the wicket to the left-hander. Do you want to know how Durham are doing as well, Harmy?
Yeah, go on. Shoaib just did a little quick one on Shoaib Bashir. Looks as though he's bowling a bit quicker than he normally does. There's a lot pierced through the air.
This is on the pads of Williams, who clip it away to the boundary. Backward is square. Just got his line a touch wrong there, Shoaib. He has been showing a little bit of variety with his bowling speeds. I haven't been on comms, so I haven't been watching the speed gun, but the danger is, I think, when he does fire it in a bit quicker, goes a bit flatter and maybe a bit fuller, and it's Bennett especially does like to get on the drive and just push through extra cover.
Yeah, in there that one was just a little bit slower he just dragged it down a little bit. So yeah, there's a little bit of turn, not much turn. We lost Alex Lee's first ball of Matt Henry of the day. I've seen the video. He's inside edged it back onto the stumps from a ball which probably would have been 6th or 7th stump. So it wasn't a great start for Durham this morning.
They're 4 down, 144 for 4 as Josh Tongue continues. You've seen a couple of deliveries going down the leg side, fielded by Jamie Smith. That ODI, West Indies 314 for 6. They were quite heavily beaten in the first ODI, so a little bit better second time round. Hampshire 118 for 4 against Sussex. Essex 5 down now. They got off to a really fast start. Seen this a few times with Surrey, haven't we? They've kind of given up the first 60 or 70 runs and then claw it back very quickly. Tongue again, and he turns Bennett inside out there.
I think that's the ball to Bennett.
That is the ball, yeah, that is the ball to Bennett. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Surrey, but are Surrey's using 6 seamers? They've picked 6 seamers, Surrey.
Well, they were picking
one of
like
them's here in the crowd, isn't
They're
he?
picking 9 batters at one stage.
Yeah,
they've made 3 changes, and one of them, they've picked Jamie Overton, but he hasn't bowled yet.
Yeah.
So maybe he's not going to bowl.
Sam Curran down about a 4, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Tongue again. This is a short delivery, and Bennett takes it on. That's a handsome hook shot on the up, backward is square, and it reaches the boundary at a flash. 4 more to the score, 120 for 2.
Yeah, not bad delivery from Tongue. He's the last couple before that delivery have just looped Jamie Smith. They haven't sort of gone flying through like Muzarabani did this morning. Maybe this pitch is just sort of dampened down a little bit, but there, it was a good bouncer. It was well directed. It hurried Bennett, and it was high enough. But the Zimbabwean opener played it really, really well.
Here is Tongue again, pitched up a touch and driven to extra cover, no run. This is good stuff from Zimbabwe. They're taking the game to England on a pitch that has given up a lot of runs, and they fancy a few themselves. I'll have a look at the Division 2 scores. Have I mentioned Notts? That's the big game, really.
You mentioned Durham,
Yorkshire. I did. Is it?
You said they were 4 down, but you didn't say the score.
149 for 4.
Oh, you did, yeah, 149 for 4. So we've lost another one since lunch. We were 90 for 3 at lunch. Beddingham was in. I'm not sure if he's still in.
I'll have a look. Nottinghamshire are 3 down, 110 for 3. Tongue is in, and that may well be the shot of the day. It's Forless on the pads, and Bennett stands tall and punches this. Glorious straight drive, and on drive past mid-on, who just doesn't even bother, turns and slowly runs to the boundary. That long on, Shoaib Bashir to collect the ball. Bennett moves to 63, and Zimbabwe 124 for 2.
Yeah, good shot, a really good shot. I'm not too discouraged from the length of that delivery. Big, tall bowler bowling at 85, 88 mile an hour. Possibly could have gone more towards off stump than middle and off.
Over the wicket, Tongue continues, and Bennett sees off the over with a punch up to mid-off. No run. So, end of the over, 124 for 2, 26 overs bowled. Jarrod's just dropped his headset as he makes his way from the commentary position. Bennett 63, Williams 10. And I'll just zip through the other scores of note. Glamorgan against Middlesex. Glamorgan, who lost 3 early, have recovered, 102 for 3. Lancashire, who got off to a great start against Leicestershire, have lost 3 quick ones. And let's have a look at what's going on in that match, because of course Lancashire, second bottom of Division 2, they were 74 without loss. They're now 94 for 3, with Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings and Marcus Harris all departing. Bashir in again, and draws Williams forward, who defends. Leicestershire, who have got off to as good a start as Lancashire, have got off to a poor one, I suppose you could say. Derbyshire 152 for 1 against Kent, as Williams again just reaching forward a touch, pushes this out to cover. It's fielded by Stokes. Northants, who are bottom of Division 2, 98 for 4 against Gloucestershire. So there's a lot of cricket taking place around the country today. There's beautiful conditions as well. This is cut by Williams to the fielder route, I think it is, a backward point. It's fielded, thrown back to Bashir, who's picked up the wicket of Irvine. Gone for a few from his first couple of overs. He was actually the first change, bowled first change, did Bashir in the morning session. But that wicket would have done him the world of good. Pushed out to cover again, Stokes fields. Zimbabwe trail by 441.
He's gone well, I think, Bashir. The last one was just literally late cut straight off the middle stump.
Here he is again, this time it's straight. That's a risky shot from Williams. Just dips a little bit on the batter. He's through with a sweep, misses that, and it would have been hit plumb in front, I think. Can't pick out, or can't beat the fielder. Kind of a 45 really. This is a touch more width than Fuller, and driven to Duckett, who's just below us at mid-off. So no run, 27 from Bashir's 8 overs, 2 maidens in there, and that wicket as well. Hum, post-lunch hum. I just went out actually onto the stand here at the Ratcliffe Road end, just watched a couple of overs, stole somebody's seat. Better crowd today on day 2 than there was here on day 1. Reduced capacity, we're not going to see a full house. Tickets available across the weekend as well. But it's as good a view as you're going to get in cricket, I'd say. Just along there on the right.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, this Ratcliffe Road stand, if I remember right, I think I played here at Durham in 1998, I think. I think I managed to get Paul Collingwood to 100. I think Collie was on about 30 or 40 when I went in, and he slogged his way to 100. And the significance, what I remember of that, is he kept hitting the ball off the brickwork of this stand, and the game took forever to restart again, because this was the building site. Obviously this was the building site, so to try and get the ball back, you had to put a hard hat on to go and get it. So if I remember right, I think Collie got 100 that week, so, and that was in 98, so this was 97, 98, so that was when this stand was being built.
Sam Cook is back for his second spell in international cricket. He picked up a wicket in his first, that of Ben Curran, and this first delivery is bowled to Bennett. It's a good bounce. Bennett gets up on his toes and just pushes this into the covers. No run. How did you think Sam Cook went about his business in his first spell? That was 78 miles an hour, by the way.
Yeah, I think he went okay. I mean, it's nervous, it really is. He must have gone through a hell of a lot of emotion, so I think we'll see the better Sam Cook as today goes on, and I think you'll see the real Sam Cook in the second innings. I think now with the emotion of making your England debut, it is very, very difficult.
Cook again bowling over the wicket, just hurries Bennett up a touch. What did that come? 78 miles an hour again. See, this is where we're going to start watching for other signs from Cook's bowling. How fast is he going to bowl throughout the day? Spells 2, 3 and 4. It does look like this is it. Well, I saw yesterday, so it's a more than decent pitch for batting, isn't it? Sun's out, the ball now 27 overs old. He was bowling in his first spell with, at times, 4 slips and a gully and a backward point. There's 2 gullies in there at one stage as well. This time he's got 2 slips of gully, backward point, and he's in now, and he beats Bennett with just pokes at a delivery which swings away from the right-hander, and it's taken by Jamie Smith in front of Joe Root.
Yeah, the thing that we can't get obsessed with, which we always do, is the speed gun. We know he bowls at 78 to 82 miles an hour. We've known that before we've picked him. The challenge for Sam is can he do it over 90 overs, and can he come back the next day and still be in that bracket, which I think he can be. That delivery there is what we're looking for. We're looking for, can he move it? Can he make a good play, turn square? Can he look the outside edge?
In again, and it's edged to the right of second slip at head height. If there was 3 slips in place, I think Zach Crawley would have eaten that like you were eating those flatbreads last night with relish.
The flatbread was that good. I ordered another one.
You did?
I did, and it was really, really nice, to be fair. And I think he definitely would have gobbled that up as well as I would have gobbled that, as I did that flatbread. Seen it again, and Harry Brook's gone. He's at second slip and he's gone, and you can see if you go with a second slip, you know it's going close to you, and it would have gone straight down third slip throw. I really don't understand why Zach Crawley's at 4th. I really don't. Just plug the gap.
Cook again, straighter on his toes. It's steered down to fine leg for a single. So Bennett's had a moment of fortune. Actually, he's had 3 moments of fortune against Sam Cook, because, of course, third ball he almost steered the ball past leg stump, and then he did almost the same thing again a few overs after, which was more of a regulation inside edge past the same bit of the timber. And now, of course, he's edged at head height through vacant third slip. So a boundary each time as well. So 12 of his 68 runs have come in fortunate fashion. Round the wicket now to the left-handed Williams. Comes Cook, and Williams shapes to play, and then in the end just opens a face and punches this into the covers where it's fielded, no run.
Yeah, I can see why Zach Crawley's at sort of 4th slip for the left-hander, because the left-hander, when he shapes up, and Sam Cook does shape the ball away from the left-hander, he does go with half a bat, so you can see him prodding it, middle of the bat style, open face, straight to 4th slip. I look at Bennett, the right-hander, and to get it to 4th slip from somebody who doesn't move his feet that well, plays within the parameter of his body, he's going to nick it, and if he's going to nick it, he's either going to nick it fine, but if it goes to 4th slip, there's not enough pace in it from Sam Cook for it to carry. So for me, I would plug that gap and make sure he's at 3rd.
Bashir touched flatter here, and it allows Bennett just to ease back and across, clip this ball on the pads through to the fielder. I think it's Sam Cook, deep square leg. 130 for 2 then Zimbabwe. I think that before I came to air, Macca and Ed and Jarrod were talking about the best bands in world cricket. Oh, I tell you what, that's come close from the bat of Williams. He swept in the last over, and he's just done so again, but he was reaching for it, and he's got an inside edge, and he's inside edge the ball back onto his pads, and it's just gone past the stumps and away. He hasn't taken a run for it, but again, nervy moment. Bashir again continuing. This is a touch short, and it's crunched to Ben Stokes on the bounce, catches and hurls it behind the stumps to Jamie Smith. I was in Sri Lanka a few weeks ago with the Barmy Army, and the Fans World Cup, teams all around the world playing, and they brought the Sri Lankan band, or one of the Sri Lankan bands, or some musicians from Sri Lanka I should say, punched again to Stokes at cover point. And these guys, they earned their money.
Yeah, they played.
If that was a long day, it was a hot day, and they played a long, long time.
They do. I think one of my favourite ones when it comes to bands and the music and the playing and the atmosphere is in Port Elizabeth.
Yes, definitely. We were out there, weren't we, a few years back? As Williams cuts on off stump. Will only take a single. He does so well along the floor, and good connection as well. It's fielded by Sam Cook at deep point, but again, it's not exactly a shot without danger. He's trusting the bounce and the turn. We saw a beautiful dismissal from Shoaib Bashir earlier today, and just got this one wrong. It's fired down the leg side, and that is the end of the over. No run. 131 for 2 Zimbabwe.
Yeah, Shoaib's just getting a little bit quick. I'm not sure if that wicket just got him a little bit excited. And when he gets a little bit quick, and I mean quick as in his body language, between the wickets, he gets a little bit excited. It's much quick, it's excited. That's when he starts dragging it down. You see now he's just practicing. He's just going through his bowling action again, trying to keep himself high. Trying to steer on his left toe as long as he possibly can, and then make sure his right arm is at the highest point possible from his release point. And he's just practiced there again, so that's 2. So he knows at this minute in time he's just getting a little bit quick on himself and getting a little bit excited. I think that's what that wicket did for him.
Cook continuing, first ball of his second over of his second spell, and runs here for Zimbabwe, and it may well be 4 of them. Yes, there's a dive from the fielder who's ran round from fine leg. Ben Duckett it is. He got a hand to it, but could only deflect the ball onto the boundary ropes. So Cook just straying onto the pads of Williams, and he's moves to 15 with a nicely struck 4. The score moves along, 135 for 2.
Yeah, that was the in-swinger to the left-hander, and it just started off a little bit too straight. And does that a bit, Sam Cook. He doesn't quite finish his action off, and it just angles in.
Cook again, wide of the crease. It's on the pads again, but this time Williams can't deflect or divert the ball square of the wicket. It's fielded by a squarish mid-wicket. Ollie Pope running around to more mid-on area. He'll be buoyed from his 171. Here's a question for you, actually, Harmy, and it's the one that we have actually considered in the past. Yesterday, you'd picked up on Ben Stokes' comments ahead of this test when he essentially said, when asked a question about Bethel coming back into the England setup, he said, well, if you add 2 and 2, you'll get 4, which means yes. There's Cook again, beaten this time. Williams withdraws the bat at the last minute, but a bounce there. The England camp will come out overnight and said what Stokes meant was he'll come back into the squad. 2 and 2 equals 4. Come back into the squad, not necessarily the team. But equally, another conversational point is, if Bethel is to come in, does he definitely have to come in for Pope?
Yes.
Or Crawley? Does he?
Yes.
You know where I'm going?
I know where you're going. 3
slips in place, so Crawley has moved from 4th to 3rd. There's a gully, but this is the left-hander, Williams, who uses the bounce and just a fraction of width to just steer this ball to the right of Stokes at backward point and away to the boundary for 4 more.
That's a good shot. That is a good shot, and that's the challenge for Sam Cook, who in international cricket you've got to be right on it, and if you're not quite right on it in first-class cricket, you might not get punished as much. In international cricket, Williams is an experienced batter, played a lot of cricket in his time, and he's waiting on anything outside his body line, outside his body parameter, so he can throw his hands at, and that there was an easy knockdown to 3rd for 4.
Here's Cook again, angling in on the pads of Williams. 79 miles an hour. It seems to have a fraction more to it, but it's defended away. Could England go in with Crawley, Duckett, Bethel, Root, Brooke, Pope, Stokes, Smith, Atkinson, Cook, whoever, but essentially no Bashir? Could that be the way?
No.
Of fitting 12 into 11? Cook again, defensively played by Williams, straight back, getting on top of the bounce and just pushing this out to the offside. No run. 139 for 2. That's the end of the over. Bennett 69, Williams 19. That's 30 overs in. They've seen off the new ball. Trail though by 426.
The answer is no, and then Ben Stokes will get annoyed at me. Started having a go as my usual soapbox of we are overworking our captain. Then journalists are going to start asking Ben Stokes about what I've been saying, because I mean, if you go with Jacob Bethel as your spin bowler and Joe Root, you're putting a lot of pressure on Ben Stokes' body, because if you're in India or Australia, you're going to go, right, if we can belt it out of the attack, which I'm sure they're going to do with Shoaib Bashir, if we can hit them out of the attack, then all of a sudden we put pressure on Stokes. And all it takes is one of the frontline seamers to not bowl very well, and then Ben starts racking up overs because it's his natural instinct.
Bashir continuing. This is a loopy off break and a misfield as well. On the drive is Bennett. He won't pick up 4, but he will, because they do run quickly, these two. Pick up 3. The ball fielded just inside the boundary at deep backward point. Who is that who's just jumped over it?
Josh Tongue.
Well, he's just bowled it over, so we'll get... No, he hasn't actually. Sam Cook's been bowling. We won't give him that then.
No, it should have been fielded. It really should. I think if this was India's first Test match, I've said this many times, the man is on 4-1 on, you'd have to have played 4 seamers. Shoaib hasn't got enough bowling inside him.
Round the wicket, cut away by Williams. He'll pick up a single to deep point. Beautiful conditions here at Trent Bridge, Nottingham. Big game here on Sunday. It kind of affects your team, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, massively.
If you are unfamiliar, Harmy's team is Newcastle. The battle's on for a top 5 finish. Can you join Tottenham in the Champions League?
Yes.
What a statement. What a terrible game that was, by the way, on Wednesday night. We all watched that here in Nottingham. That wouldn't have put Sam Cook in a good mood. He's a Manchester United fan, as Bennett comes round and playing with bat in front of pad, just turns this towards Stokes at short mid-wicket. That was a terrible game of football, wasn't it?
Great, was it? It wasn't great. I think the celebrations and some of the interviews afterward was much better than the 90 minutes of the game.
Bashir again, a touch of width and cuts square of the wicket. Chase on from the fielder at deep extra cover. The ball's going to win. Bennett moves towards 80 now. He's 76 not out. It's a maximum break. 147 for 2. Zimbabwe trail by 418.
That's a really good shot. That is a really good shot. It's not a bad ball from Shoaib Bashir. You know, he could have gone a little bit full and he would have been driven. It's just sat up a little bit, but Bennett's waited for it and he's played a wonderful shot through the offside.
Forward now defending. Dan Worrell's picked up his first wicket of the game for Surrey against Essex, who are 144 for 6. And Durham have lost another wicket, 168 for 5. Ollie Robinson's gone for 50. Beddingham actually only scored 17, I think. On the sweep is Bennett. Oh, that's powerfully hit. That is a wonderful shot. That's hit all along the ground, and he's rolled his wrists over it. He's hit it true and hard. And Ben Duckett, you saw it early, tried to chase the ball down at deep square leg. Had only gone maybe 5 or 6 metres before the ball crashed into the boundary and away for 4.
Another well-timed sweep. He waited on it, didn't he, Johnny? He had to wait on it. He didn't. It wasn't premeditated. I think he's seen the line of the ball. He's waited for it, got down, and then gone. And he's fast hands. Bennett's got very, very quick hands, and he's managed to get it just behind square to give, Shoaib Bashir something to think about there. The last 3 balls of the over there, he's bowled a little bit slower and he's bowled a little bit shorter, and it's just sat up because he's tall. He's sat up, and as it's sat up, because he's bowling slow, it's there, and Bennett's quick hands to hit him through the offside. Then he bowls one a little bit flatter and a little bit fuller, so Bennett in defensively right behind it, basically saying to Shoaib Bashir, get past that. And then so what Shoaib Bashir's done, he's thought, right, I'm going to go a little bit straighter, I'm going to take a little bit more pace off it, go a bit fuller and go a bit straighter. And that there, Bennett picked the line up very, very quickly. He's got down into the sweep position, had to wait on the ball, and bang, he's fast hands again. So he's getting 8 off the last 3 balls of Shoaib Bashir's over, and he's put a real doubt in not only the captain's mind from where the field positions are, but the lines and length and pace from the bowler's mind as well. So very, very good batting by Bennett, and it's been an excellent session so far for Zimbabwe.
If we were to take yesterday out the equation and just look at today, halfway stage of the day, it's been Zimbabwe's day, hasn't it?
100% right, John, 100% right. And I think we said that yesterday, though, didn't we? We said the emotion and Zimbabwe being back in cricket and back at the big table, not playing against one of the top 3 teams in the ICC, playing in their back garden. It was always going to be a challenge, and the players, what they went through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to get here, the pressures of what happened with the first class counties game last week, I think it was always going to be difficult. You know, there was a few clouds, and it probably was. You're thinking about a bowling day yesterday morning when Craig Irvine won the toss, but this pitch is a good pitch. It's a flat pitch, and you just wonder, could they have batted first? And because that would have been the sensible decision to make. But I think what happened in the warm-up game, a little bit of cloud cover last night, it was probably better to bowl first to stay in the game. That's what they thought. But I tell you what, they've come out and shown the real qualities of Zimbabwe here this morning with the ball, and then this afternoon with the bat. But look, they're a long way behind. England have got 2 wickets. England need a good sort of second half of this session if they want to go with a game plan, which is what they want to do, which is obviously bat once in this contest.
Harmy, thank you very much for the time being. Jon and Harmy moving out. I'm Andrew McKenna. Ed Rainsford's going to be with me for the next half an hour or so, but absolutely, what a day it's been for Zimbabwe. Sun's out. They're playing well. Actually, no, I meant that. They're playing really well. 151 for 2 in 31 overs. That's how well they're playing. We're about to resume after the drinks break. Williams 20 not out. He'll be facing Sam Cook, who's going to come in from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end, coming towards us, and he's played defensively on the onside, and there's no run. He's been from the Radcliffe Road stand before, but Cook's now gone down to the far end for this spell. 1 for 45 so far. Good afternoon, Ed. Your countrymen are having a cracking day so far.
Hello, Macca. It's when the sun comes out. Look at us. Bennett on 80, Williams on 20. Just gone past 150, just ticking those boxes along.
Cook comes in past the umpire, around the wicket, squares up Bennett, takes the shoulder of the bat, and it lands short of the gully fielder.
Been absolutely impressed. You know, after yesterday and the amount of runs that flowed from the bat of England and the boundaries and how aggressive they were and almost just put Zimbabwe into a corner, to put that behind you mentally, that's one thing. And then to come out here and then technically put everything together and do what they've done right now is phenomenal. They should be very proud, but like Harmy said, still a long way away.
Cook around the wicket, solidly behind that is Williams. No run.
It doesn't matter how long the journey is, it's about the start and how you go through that journey, and they're right in the middle of it right now. Bennett. I don't want to put the mockers on him.
No, don't go there, don't go there. You can tell how good it is. You can hear that buzz around the ground. The supporters are enjoying this.
His dad played for Zimbabwe, and he's got a twin brother, identical twin brother. They played under-19 Zim cricket together. His twin brother went off and became a tobacco farmer.
Cook around the wicket. Again, played from the crease defensively out to point to Bashir, no run.
And he's decided to put his head down and want to play for the country. Brian Bennett. So very rich pedigree of cricketers that have come out of the Bennett family. The Irvins as well. Sean Irvin played for Zimbabwe and then played a long time for Hampshire. The Currans, we've spoken about them already. You've got Hamilton Masakadza's brother, Wellington Masakadza, in the squad, the left-arm spinner.
It's very much a family affair, isn't it? Zimbabwe cricket, like that. Cook from the far end, again taking the outside half of Williams's bats into the gully, no run.
I'm trying to think who else has got a father and son situation. Alistair Campbell, his son captained Zimbabwe against Afghanistan on a Boxing Day Test match in Bulawayo. So there's another one. And then Matthew, his other son, is actually here playing the Stratford League.
Yeah, Jonathan went to Bangladesh but wasn't selected for this tour, was he? An all-rounder who bowls leggies. Around the wickets is Cook, pulled around the corner by Williams to deep square. Ollie Pope will do the fielding. Just a single to take the score to 152 for 2 after 32 overs. They still trail by 413. It is still a massive amount of work to do, but so far so good. And then dismissed. Curran for 6, caught by Harry Brook off the bowling of Cook at second slip. That was 31 for 1. And Harry Brook also took the catch off of Irvin to give Bashir his first wicket of the Test match. He'd made 42 from 64, 96 for 2 at that point. 152 for 2 is where we are at the moment.
It's also a good test for England, because sometimes the expectation or the thought is that you're going to go through the side, aren't you, because you've backed them into the corner and the wicket is doing a little bit. So now the skipper's going to have to scratch his head and sort of come up with new plans.
Yeah, Bashir is exactly one of those players who would like a long bowl, and he comes in and bowls, and Williams pushes out on the offside narrow. You're absolutely right. If Zimbabwe had been rolled out in 22 overs, it would have done wouldn't have done them any good, and actually it wouldn't have really done England much good, because some of their players are short of a gallop. If we're being honest, this is the warm-up for the India series. So Shoaib Bashir goes in, bowls, and is swept high and handsomely by Williams. It will land in front of the boundary rope, so it's only 4, not 6. That's a really good controlled shot. That was a well-placed, well-thought-out shot, not a thrash.
And he plays it really well. Plays the sweep, whether it's the reverse sweep or the conventional sweep, very well. Good hockey player is Sean Williams.
Yeah, you could see that in that shot, the wrists. Bashir in, bowls, and he's chopped it onto his stumps. Inside edge. There is the wicket. Bashir has his second. England have their third. Williams chops onto his own stumps for 25. It's 156 for 3.
Right, I want to commend Bashir here, because there's some subtle changes in pace in this over, and this one goes a lot quicker through the air. A little bit of overspin as well, and then it gets the bottom edge. It almost rushes Sean Williams. A little bit of extra bounce as well, comes off the inside edge and then onto the stumps. And so he's got the breakthrough. He's rewarding his captain with perseverance by keeping him in the attack, and he gets out. Sean Williams, a very dangerous player. He has to go for 25 or 41. It's 156 for 3.
Well, prior to the game starting, Sean Williams spent a lot of time in the nets and was preparing to face Bashir. And a lot of the things one of the things that he was actually working on with the coaching staff was, okay, if I'm Bashir and I'm bowling to me, where would I have my field? And he was expecting England to have 2 slips in place, and so he was working out where his scoring shots were going to be, where his areas were going to be. And from what I've seen, I don't think Bashir has bowled to him in the way that he was expecting Bashir to bowl to him.
You know, the thing about Sean Williams once he gets back into the change room is that he's possibly Zimbabwe's best player of spin, and he's been undone there by some very clever, subtle changes in pace, and also a little extra bounce from the England off spinner in Bashir. Right then, now then.
Sikandar Raza. Only his 19th Test match, but so much cricket played around the world. He brings a crazy amount of experience to him. Averages just north of 36.5 in Test cricket. 100, 950s. As I said, hasn't played a Test match for a while. Wasn't involved in the Bangladesh series because he was playing for the Qalandars in the PSL.
Yeah, played the one Test match, the New Year's Test match against Afghanistan. No, it was the Boxing Day Test match, I think. He played against Afghanistan.
Bashir goes in and bowls him, turned on the onside to Stokes, no run.
And so, yes, in and out of the side, back into the side now for this one-off Test match against England.
He didn't play Boxing Day, he played the New Year Test.
The New Year's Test.
Because it was almost 4 years between his Test appearances. As Bashir is in, straight away using his feet to get to the pitch of that one, pushes to the offside, short extra cover where Joe Root is stationed. Yet 10th of March 2021, all the way till the 2nd of January 25.
Yes. Apologies for that. It was either one or the other then.
Bashir bowls over the wicket to him, takes the outside half of the bat down towards short third, and there's no run. 156 for 3 after 33 overs. Well, he did an interview with TV before the start of play today, and there was Mark Butcher doing the interview, our mate here on talkSPORT Cricket, and asked him about, you know, the pull of Test cricket, and there's so much white ball stuff and playing around the world. And he did say that, look, there's been some negotiations between myself and the Zimbabwe board, which I can't get into, but basically I'm going to try and play as much red ball as I can, but I'm not going to miss any white ball cricket for Zimbabwe at the moment. So he's committed to playing white ball, and he'll try and get the red ball in around the other stuff, which, considering how much red ball cricket Zimbabwe have got this year, will be handy. In goes Cook. Bennett 80 not out. Punches to mid-on, no run.
It's an interesting one for Sikandar Raza because he does add a lot of value to the side. Experience. He's a match winner. He's a thinker of the game. And as he walked out, there was a great applause for him. So he's affectionately loved by the crowd as well. I just wonder how long it can continue while you sort of keep back the other young players that are sort of knocking on the door and also want to have a journey in Test cricket. He's approaching 40 as well.
Cook comes in, bowls, and that's a lovely off drive from Bennett. There is a mid-off, but he's played it just to the right-hand side, and it will run all the way down to the stand on the short side. It's 4 more, and Bennett goes to 84 out of 160 for 3.
Yeah, another nice looking shot through the offside. And what I like about this particular shot by Brian Bennett is just that he commits onto the front foot, but he's into his innings, so he's trusting himself to sort of throw the hands at that, but also get in a good position, where early on that front foot doesn't go anywhere.
If anyone wasn't with us yesterday, I mentioned this to Harmy. Cricinfo lists 41 teams that Sikandar Raza has played for, if you include all of the various A teams and whatever. He's a man in demand. In goes Cook. Gets a little bit big on Bennett, drops it down at his feet, no run.
I think Visa can challenge him.
No, David Visa, yeah.
Imran Tahir.
Dwayne Bravo is another one that's quite high up the list. Yeah, there's a couple. Chris Gale's another one. But there are a lot of players around the age of 40 in this side, Ed. Are you having a comeback?
I told Harmy and Neil Manthorp in one of our interviews at the beginning of the week that I keep my bowling boots on me just in case someone gets injured.
You're the youth policy, are you? In comes Sam Cook. That's a lovely shot from Bennett. 3 slips and a gully in plays, and he's played a late dab between third slip and gully, and it goes all along the floor for 4 to third, and he goes to 88 not out from 85 deliveries.
I think if you go back and you watch him play against Bangladesh, he was trying to just smash everything to point, which is what he does in T20 cricket. Sort of goes from backward point, the chop out man, as Aaron Finch was calling, through to about extra cover. And here, what we've seen is he's hit on drives, he's opened the face a little bit. It's been a really, really good innings so far. Trusting a decent surface as well.
Cook goes in. Bennett is playing on, well, that was his first probably ugly shot, as he's trying to play a flowing shot, and it's actually the inside half of the bat and bobbles out to mid-on.
Yeah, lots of bottom hand there. I think his eyes lit up and thought, well, I can smash this down the ground, and then the bottom hand just squeezes. Face of the bat then closes. Yeah, also a challenge here for Cook in his first Test match. Generally someone that gets a lot out of the surface and out of the conditions. 1 for 54 into his 10th.
Then he comes again. It's another attempted off drive. Doesn't beat Stokes at mid-off on this occasion. And there is no run. End of the over. 34 gone now. 164 for 3 Zimbabwe. Trailed by 401. Busy Trent Bridge this afternoon. Feels like it's getting a bit busier actually as the day goes. Maybe people have sort of got to lunchtime at work and gone, it's Friday. It's a public holiday weekend here in the UK, if you're not aware. So Monday is a day without work. So effectively, if you can knock off at lunchtime on a Friday, you kind of got 3.5 days. And if cricket goes well into the Saturday, then so much the better. If it goes into the Sunday, I think we'll all be quite surprised, but again, so much the better. Bashir to start a new over the wicket. Bringing Raza forward, back to the bowler and his follow-through, no run.
You know what you said just now about how, or the conversation just before Jarrod took his seat, was how impressive Zimbabwe have been today, and not necessarily getting blown away or coming into the second day with nightmares of the first.
Bashir bowled, played defensively by Raza, no run.
And coming out and actually putting up a bit of a fight. And I want to say, you know what, it helps the occasion. It's their first test match in such a long time, but look at all these people that have come out here and bought tickets, and you say it's getting busier. They are also now having a taste of Zimbabwe cricket, and these players.
In goes Bashir, push drive to root at short extra cover by Raza, no run.
So it pays in dividends, this particular test match. It could have, some would have thought maybe it could have gone horribly wrong, but it hasn't. And Zimbabwe are sort of fighting in this test match, and then you can see everybody streaming in. I walked into the stadium today. It was hard. It was, you know, elbows out, shouldering everybody in.
Bashir, right arm over, off spin to Raza, turns to square leg and will get off the mark with a single. Ben Stokes will do the fielding.
And for Zimbabwe, yes, for the first time you have an opportunity to enjoy the crowds of England at a test venue, and that there you can put no price on, I'm afraid.
Well, actually, that's one of the advantages of Trent Bridge being picked for this, in the fact that it's not one of the bigger venues. It's about 15,000 when everyone's in. We don't have a completely full house. You can see white
less
seats
at the moment because of the...
Yep, you take a few hundred out with the pavilion being out of the equation as well. But it's probably 75–80% full. And that's about right for this kind of game. It would have got lost at a bigger venue, but we've got a good crowd making a good noise and watching some really good cricket. Bashir's going to go around the wicket to Bennett. Turned on the onside to square leg, no run. We've been helped with the weather, let's be honest. I mean, the end of May, all bets are off, really. You could get anything, but it's been if you haven't seen the weather in the UK recently, it's been unbelievable. It's been so warm, which is why that the outfield is as parched as it is. Bashir bowls around the wicket. Bennett plays on the onside, no run. End of the over, 35 gone, 165 for 3. It's been unseasonably warm, but people are coming out. They're sitting in their shirt sleeves in the sunshine, thoroughly enjoying it. There'll be a good few lobsters on the way home this evening, I'll tell you that. After today, if they've not had the hat on or got the sun cream, there'll be a few sore bodies tomorrow. Zimbabwe trail by 400. But are 165 for 3.
Interesting to see here how it's kind of bats in this innings, because he's come in a lot of situations in some of these low-scoring games and turned them around with a 40 off 30, and obviously, you know, he's a much better ball striker now than he has been in other parts, but he doesn't really need to. He's got Bennett going at the other end. He can almost play the support role rather than the star.
Cook to start a new over, goes full and straight to Raza, who just plays defensively, no run.
Yeah, nice point. So they call it the batting ego, don't they?
Yeah.
And the occasion. You want to be, because you are the superstar for Zimbabwe cricket. You've been carrying that flag and all the performances for a number of years in a full stadium like this. You almost feel like, yeah, I should maybe sort of get my name in the stars very early into this piece and control the game.
Cook is in, and again it's an attempted chop between third slip and backward point. This time Raza is the one playing it, doesn't quite get it as he would want, and it's chopped down into the cordon and there's no run.
Also, some of those innings that he's had to play, he's probably been playing with guys who are nowhere near as talented as someone like Bennett, and they're kind of like they're hanging in a little bit. Remember talking to Chris Rogers about batting with David Warner, and he said it was the hardest thing to get used to was the fact that no one cared what he was doing at his end, but also that, you know, that it was better to play for Warner than just play the way he normally did.
In goes Cook. It's hit hard by Raza on the bounce back to the bowler in his follow-through. He doesn't take it cleanly. That's why the oohs and ahs, but it was hit clearly into the floor beforehand.
Yeah, so like instead of instead of trying to match Warner, which you just get yourself into trouble. And so here, Secunda could be 20 off 45 balls and completely have done his job if Bennett's still at the other end, which is not, that hasn't been the case for a lot of these Zimbabwean knocks that he's had of recent times. So, you know, being 1 off 10 it's a very good start for him.
In is Cook once again. Raza's just turning to mid-wicket to Bashir, and there is no run. Yeah, Bennett's development as an opener is certainly improving, and he's getting the numbers there. Gary, our statsman's told us it's his 4th 50 in his last 6 innings, and his 4th Test match 50, his 3rd as an opener. So he's put himself on offer by saying, no, you stick me up at the top end, I'll have a go. And he's building into the role. In comes Sam Cook. He'll be slightly leg-side-ish to Raza on this occasion. He'll turn him to deep long leg. And a single will be taken 1-6 for 3.
Yeah, they believe in Brian Bennett. They really do. That's that transition that I keep talking about, that these are the young players, or these guys that are getting these opportunities now, that are seen as the next 5 to 10 years that'll carry this team.
Yeah, this squad, it does seem to be very young and, shall we say, senior players. On this occasion, Bennett is driving to duck it at point for no run. You've got Irvine's at 39. You've got a couple of others in the 30s. Wellington Mazakadze's 31. Raza's 39. Naochi's 32. Seeger's 30. Williams 38. Shivanga's 31. But then you've got the Bennetts at 21 years of age. Wesley Madavere is 24. Naamuri is 19. So you're going to get that transition, and obviously you need then the guys at the sort of the 27, 28-year-olds to step up to be the senior players. Shoaib Bashir to start a new over to Raza. Push to mid-off, no run.
All right. He does know a lot of stuff. I just want to ask him, Mr. Jarrod, what is the oldest cricket team on aggregate in the world right now in world cricket?
I thought you were going to ask who the oldest Bennett was. Australia's quite old at the moment, aren't they?
Bashir in, turned on the onside through square leg. Raza will get a single with a throw up to the non-striker's end. It was a little bit short, that throw from Stokes. If it had gone into the stumps on the full, that might have been interesting.
India have just shed about 80 years, haven't they? So New Zealand was old, but I think there's a couple of retirements are probably... Yeah, so I would have thought it would be Australia, because I mean, if Constas isn't playing, that's quite an old side.
Bashir around the wicket to Bennett, who stays inside the ball and push drives to extra cover, deep extra cover, and he'll take a single.
So, and I think the difference is that Zimbabwe has some younger players as well, whereas who would be the youngest sort of regular player for Australia at the moment? I mean, Marnus is over 30, isn't he? There really aren't any younger players. Scott Boland is over 30. Alex Carey's around that age as well. So they are quite an old team if Constas doesn't play, or Cameron Green doesn't play, would be the other one.
Bashir over the wicket. Coming down the pitch is Raza. Diving to his right-hand side is Shoaib Bashir. Gets a big chunk of that one. Can't stop it. Has he hurt his hand in the process? I don't think so.
I think it might be fingernail and blood, is what I saw just then.
Oh, it is the finger end, isn't it? I thought it was palm. It's not. It's finger end. It was a chance. It was on the full. It hadn't been hit into the floor. And Bashir is taking his cap. So he's going to leave the field to go and get that patched up. And it looks like Ben Stokes is going to finish the over.
I mean, obviously we've got a former professional player here, but do you have any experience, Macca, in hurting your finger on a tour, you know, really badly?
Do you mean that finger there? Yeah,
would you like to tell Ed how you did that? Because I think Ed would really enjoy
Go
this
on,
story.
tell us.
So we're on the outfield in Dambulla watching England practice, and Adil Rashid was the man doing range hitting. So, you know, we thought, okay, whatever. He hits one in the air. We're the nearest one, so we're standing on the outfield watching. I'm the nearest person. I'm the nearest person. Go on, I'll catch it. Yeah, didn't. Right on the end of the finger.
I can't explain the noise that it made, and then the colour that it turned so quickly. And Macca tried to style it out for a little while, and it just got worse and worse as the tour went on. Ben Stokes came over to have a look at it, didn't he?
There were a couple of interested parties.
About 2 months in, it was... No, it's still terrible. It looks bad now.
Yeah, in the winter when it gets a bit cold, it's a bit sore. Right, let's get back on to Ben Stokes, because far more importantly, Ben Stokes is about to bowl again in international cricket. He's got 2 balls to finish this over. In he goes, right arm over, outside of off stump, allows it through to the keeper, and everyone's going to turn and have a look at the speed gun and see what that reads, and it's not going to come up. So we'll have to wait for the next...
No
it's a no ball. So we'll get another delivery.
I tell you what,
for Ben Stokes.
This was the perfect time for Ben Stokes to just come in and bowl off spin. He's been talking about bowling off spin for years in a Test match. He had his chance right there. We had the field all set. Could have finished the over and then bowled seam up next over.
So it is a no ball. So he's still got 2. Runs away from us. Delivers right arm over, edged, caught at slip, no, dropped. Joe Root. Oh boy. Stokes just turns around and walks back to his mark. And Bennett has edged that one. It was quick, but it was carrying waist height. And...
Harry Brook has just pulled his hands back. And I think Root just thought that it was Brook's catch. And in the end, they both kind of half went for it. And Root's the one who's put it down.
It's kind of a yours moment, wasn't it?
Root has just moved Brook right now to say, you are too close to me. Probably could have said that 45 seconds ago.
Skipper's not happy.
What a return that would have been. First proper delivery back, takes a wicket. Ian Botham did that, didn't he, after his drugs ban, that he came back and took a wicket with his first ball back in international cricket.
He's bowled a no ball, had a catch dropped, and also pulled out of a delivery halfway through. he's going through all the repertoire here.
Ticking them all off. If you've got your Ben Stokes bingo card, you're ticking them off at a rate of knots. Bennett's 91 not out, but he's had a reprieve. Stokes in, takes him on the body, going high and down leg side, so no LBW appeal there. But the captain is back, ball in hand, and he should have had a wicket in the column as it stands. Zimbabwe 172 for 3.
You just see how far Joe Root moves across for this catch, and Brook is way too close to him to begin with, and also Brook turns towards him and then holds his hands back, and I think Root is just thinking it's your catch, you're going to go for it, and then at the last minute realises it's coming to him. Still should have taken it. I mean, it hit the middle of his hands and everything else, but you can understand why that has happened. And I just saw at the end of that over, Harry Brook marking out exactly where he should be standing. Again, 2 minutes ago is when that should have been done.
That contact point, as Root makes it, is almost behind Brook, isn't it? Which just goes to show that the spacing wasn't quite right.
It's also worth remembering that what you had a minute ago was the off spinner was on, so they hadn't been standing to Stokes for that long, and there's an element of the reason Brooks was out of position is because he'd just gone into that position. Having said that, it was quite clear from the first replay they were too close.
Excellent point. That is a great point, and that there's a rhythm to it, isn't there? And there's a great understanding between slip fielders of where to stand and where not to stand, and the pace off the surface.
We're going to get some Gus Atkinson seen from the far end. Oh my goodness, it runs back in towards Raza and goes through to the keeper, no run.
Just having a look here, you can actually notice, just because they have been fielding to Cook for a while, how much better their formation is at slip at this end than they had at the other end. Although, again, I see Harry Brook looking down and be like, am I in the right spot?
And you drop the guy that's making the bulk of the runs as well. Bennett now into the 90s.
Raza on strike, waiting for Atkinson, gets one that's a little bit straight. It will be turned through wide mid-wicket. They're going to take a couple. It's pulled back, and they'll therefore be able to get a third before Tongue is able to pull the ball back in. and return it back to the bowler.
It's also worth saying they've dropped both of these guys now in the last 3 overs? Oh no, 2 overs, isn't it? No, same over.
Same over.
2 different bowlers, same over. There was a no ball as well, so there's about 83 balls and delivered in the last over. So, you know, England have made their chances. We haven't even had a chance to talk about Sikandar Raza's decision to come down at that ball. It was a bit interesting because I know he loves to hit straight, but generally he will go very high. It was odd that he sort of came back and he just forced it straight back at the bowler.
England have just taken third slip out and put Zach Crawley at a catching mid-wicket for the clip off the toes. Atkinson is in. Raza has played that. Sorry, Bennett's played that really nicely through point, and it will roll away for 4. Bennett goes to 95. He's a blow away from his second Test match 100, but a Test match 100 in England.
If he gets there, stand back and watch this celebration. It's going to mean a lot to this young man.
Do you think he's going to be able to play it cool, or is he just going to let it all hang out?
He's just going to let it all hang out. I would.
What's his brother like as a player?
Actually better than him. Yeah, and he decided to go be a tobacco farmer. Identical twin brother.
So Brian went for the slightly healthier option then. Atkinson is in once again. Bennett, push drive back past the bowler. Beats the infield. Is it going to run all the way? Yes, it is. 99 not out for Bennett. 183 for 3.
Oh. The first Zimbabwean to score a Test match 100 since when? 2000, I think, at this ground. Murray Goodwin, 148.
He was here. Wow.
I think that's when it happened. 2000 against England.
Atkinson makes his way in from the Stewart board. Pavilion end. It's back cut wide of gully. It'll go away to the boundary edge, and it's 100 for Brian Bennett. He takes his helmet off. He raises his bat and helmet, and then kisses the badge on his batting helmet, and then shows his bat to all sides of the ground, and will take a hug from his partner, Sikandar Raza. The Zimbabweans in the crowd are going mad. The English supporters are giving a standing ovation as well. Bennett's second Test 100 in 7 Test matches. Zimbabwe 187 for 3. But Bennett, take a bow. That is a magnificent innings. 4 consecutive balls to get there. Atkinson goes wide, and he's tried to carve this one through points. It lands a metre short of Ben Duckett. 103 from 97 deliveries. Ed, just give us some final thoughts on that one, and then we can get out of the way and let Jon and Harmy take over.
Yeah, it's a hard one, because a lot of these players have gone through a very difficult time.
Just, I mean, obviously he's a young player. You talked about his brother going off and becoming a farmer and everything. Like, you know, we've been waiting for a young Zimbabwean player to come through like this for a long time. How does it make you feel?
Oh, it's tough to get my words out right now.
Help a brother, come on. It's not often that Jarrod has got nothing to say as well. Wow, well, you can just tell what it means. You can only imagine what it means to Bennett, who's just gone past 100 in terrific style, but Stokes is back, and Raza squared up a touch, but no damage done. 187 for 3, and if you are just joining us, where have you been? Yesterday I thought it was a touch one-sided, of course it was, but I enjoyed the cricket yesterday, and reading a lot of the write-ups, I felt, did I misjudge things slightly, because they were quite damning. No, but I think credit to England, they just advanced the game so quickly. And here we are today. Zimbabwe haven't folded meekly. We've got a story in Brian Bennett reaching 100. What a delivery that is, by the way, by Ben Stokes. And this time the catch is taken in the slip cordon. He's turned Sikandar Raza inside out. Thick outside edge has flown to first slip. Raza's got to go for 7. Zimbabwe lose their 4th, and that It was an incredible delivery on a pitch which hasn't given a lot to the England or Zimbabwe bowlers. 187 for 4.
Yeah, it was well talk about Ben Stokes not playing cricket between now and end of 2024 and all the work he's been doing. He said he's given up alcohol, the importance of the next 9 months of his captaincy. He wants to be the all-rounder. I'll tell you what, he's bowled 7 bowls, legitimate bowls so far, and he's bowled some absolute beauties. He looks $1 million. His action looks fantastic. He squared Sikandar Raza and Brian Bennett up in them 7 overs, and if this is what's to come from Ben Stokes over the next 9 months, a lot of England fans will be happy. It was a beautiful delivery to get rid of Raza.
Yep. Brian Bennett, by the way, becomes just the 3rd Zimbabwean batter to score 100 against England after Andy Flower and Murray Goodwin. That is a
pretty
list.
Good.
That's the list you want to be part of, isn't
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's played really, really well, especially against Shoaib Bashir. You know, especially against Shoaib Bashir. You know, whenever Shoaib Bashir strayed offline or off length, when a pace, especially when he sort of tried to mix his pace up, Shoaib Bashir. Brian Bennett, his quick hands. The cut shot was one thing, but the sweep was another one as well. And he's really made Ben Stokes, the captain of England, think about field positions, because Ben Stokes wanted to keep fielders up. He always does, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to because Brian Bennett hasn't let him. So I think it's the first time in a while where Stokes has been dictated to by a batter when it comes to the field positions, even with nearly 600 on the board.
And let's not forget as well, he's a young man. Brian Bennett is only 21 years of age. Can bowl as well. Had a successful series of Bangladesh, couple of 50s there, but 100 here at Trent Bridge, and in style as well. Madhavir, the new batter, picked up a wicket yesterday, dismissed Ben Duckett, and his first delivery here in England, he's facing Ben Stokes. It's just clipped to mid-wicket where Shoaib Bashir, who did have to go off the field just to get a little bit of treatment on his finger. I was back in Dambulla, found a bit of Macca's finger there when I was in the outfield. It did make a horrible sound, you're right. That was, we knew. There was one part of the story that Macca forgot to tell, though. This is misdirected by Stokes and sails down the leg side. It wasn't just that Adil Rashid miscued a drive in our direction. If you remember rightly, there was me, we was kind of standing at mid-off, weren't we? There was me, you, Gareth Batty and Macca. But it didn't just go to Macca, he had to
run about 15 metres.
And he ran across us. There was 3 people in a better position to take that catch than Macca. But Macca, as soon as that ball left the bat, he called it early. He was already running before the ball had hit the bat.
We weren't moving.
I wasn't going anywhere near it. Pitched up, and this will sail away to the boundary via a deflection from the pad. Madhavir, 4-leg buys, and the score moves along. 191 for 4. But yeah, it was a painful moment, and thankfully, England's who was the England physio or medic was on hand to help him out?
Oh, I'm not sure.
The doctor, wasn't it? Because it was the same one who helped me.
Nick Pearce. Was it Nick Pearce? Big, tall, dark hair.
Yeah, might
Nick Pearce,
have been
been around a long time. Nick Pearce.
3 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off and mid-on with mid-wicket and a long leg. Madhavir just about gets his bat down in time as Stokes arrowing the ball in on off stump. What did you? You're off. What did you have to go and get them? Was that when you were in Caribbean?
No.
When you went swimming and you touched that rope?
No, I didn't have. The team doctor didn't have to help me. I got an ear infection in Sri Lanka as well. It's not as funny as Macca's injury, is it?
No.
But it hurt. It's not good being it.
Still painful.
And I was on air all day with headphones on. Having an ear infection is not the most ideal thing. So, yeah, all the English players walking past laughing as the doctor had the things in my ears and just said, yeah, maybe don't swim as much.
I got water in the ear in St Lucia. Do you remember me, Sam Ellard went on that inflatable. We had to do it for Barbados Tourism. You remember that? It was like an assault course on the water.
I do remember.
You're really desperate to get off commentary, aren't you?
I am so desperate to get off
Why
commentary.
is that? Atkinson continuing, and I tell you what, I thought he just inside edge onto his own stumps there. Bennett picked up 3 fours in the last over to go past 100, but the final ball of that over, he cut a wide delivery that bounced about a foot in front of Ben Duckett. And if anything, I think Brian Bennett wants to increase his run rate, which, as things stand, is pretty healthy. 103 from 99 deliveries. Zimbabwe trailed by 374 as Atkinson over the wicket, and this is flayed through the covers on the up, past the fielder. Josh Tongue, I think it is, has got to collect the ball at extra cover. So 4 more, and Bennett moves to 107. And Gus Atkinson, yet to bowl a maiden, yet to take a wicket. He's been a trifle expensive.
Very expensive, and he's just over-pitched there. That's all that was. A touch wide. We talked about Bennett in stature, in stance, steers quite leg side of the ball, gives himself natural width. And again, they're just over-pitching from the Surrey fast bowler.
Atkinson again, pitched up again, driven again, this time to the onside, but it's fielded by Crawley at mid-wicket, diving to his left. Takes the ball well. There was cover there, though, with mid-on running round.
So what is that, 400 of the game? I think that was the fastest one as well. I think it was, maybe he's not as fast as Duckett, I'm not sure. I think Duckett was about 100 balls, but I think it was probably the fastest 100 of the game so far, the fourth of them.
Yeah, Crawley's definitely the slowest. Short delivery, and Bennett was in no place to play that. Bounced more than he was expecting. Trying to heave that ball over the short mid-wicket fielder. He's not very short, he's quite tall, but he's close in, and that was not a particularly attractive shot there from Bennett, who's played well. He had a couple of dicey moments, edged head height through vacant third slip against Sam Cook, and this one he leaves alone. Still quite a lot to do here for Zimbabwe, just to make a game of it and take it in deep into the third, dare I say, even the fourth day.
I'd have suggested, John, that if he got anything on that pull shot, he would have went straight over Jamie Smith's head for 6. Because he was in no control whatsoever, well directed, 87 mile an hour. Gus Atkinson's got a head of steam up here, he's got a good bit of pace up, but unfortunately they just had the wrong line or wrong length at the moment.
Yeah, it either would have been smashed over mid-wicket, gone over second slip. That is a shot. Punch, straight drive, and it's going to beat the fielder all the way to the boundary. They're the kind of shots you want to be playing, but over pitch from Gus Atkinson again, another boundary ball. Zimbabwe 1 away from 200, and Harmy, I might be going a little early with this. Zimbabwe might fall away quickly, but is there any danger of England not enforcing the follow-on?
I don't think there would anywhere. I really don't. I think England would always bat the second time, just to try and protect the bowlers. That's why I was saying last night. That's what I was saying last night. 450, I would have expected.
So if they're bowled out for 250, you don't expect England to continue bowling?
250, I don't know. Possibly, but I'd be surprised. England might bat for the rest of the day and give their bowlers a chance. Come back for first thing tomorrow morning fresh with a brand new ball, slight overhead conditions, thinking about rain overnight.
Stokes continuing from the Stuart Broad end, and Manthorp, who's yet to get off the mark, faced just 4 deliveries, plays with a straight blade, and it's fielded at mid-on by Gus Atkinson.
I think the one thing I think I'd look at now is that last pull shot from Bennett. England like to go down a short ball tactic. I wouldn't be adverse of Josh Tongue coming having 3 overs at Bennett, bowling short, sticking men back and having a real go at him from the Stuart Broad end, while Ben Stokes is into a little bit of a good rhythm here.
Stokes is in. This is a short ball, too short, left alone by Manthorp. You were right, by the way. Gary Morgan's just posted this, fastest 100s in the test. Brian Bennett is the fastest. His century came from 97 deliveries. Ben Duckett went at exactly a run a ball. Ollie Pope took 109 deliveries to get to his century. Zach Crawley reached 3 figures from 145 balls. So, not for the first time, Steve Harmison, you are correct. Stokes in. This is forcing Manthorp to play this time, and he does so. Again, getting onto the front foot. He's not a tall man, Manthorp. It's Shoaib Bashir, straight mid-wicket, and he fields.
It's just getting squared up a little bit, Manthorp, and that would worry me, the way Stokes bowls, the way he gets that one just to hold its line. He's trying to get square on. He's trying to get deep in his creases, Manthorp. And I wouldn't encourage him to come forward because he's not a very tall man, and not a very big man, but he's got to stay side on or he'll get done by Stokes.
Shapes to play, then withdraws the bat. As Stokes gets one to travel past at good pace, 83 miles an hour, so he's pushing 84, 85 in this spell. Josh Tongue has been the fastest of the England bowlers. Gus Atkinson, I heard Jarrod speaking earlier. He noticed he was coming in about 80, low 80s, I think, 82.
Yeah, low 80s. He got driven for 4 in that last over, and then his next 2 balls were at 85, 86. So it is in there.
Manthorp readies himself, takes his hand off the bat as he plays defensively again, just trying to get his eye in, get a feel for the game. Zimbabwe haven't lost wickets in clusters. They've put on partnerships throughout the innings so far. 10 minutes from the tea break as well. They can go in 4 down with 200 on the board again, much like at lunch. They'll feel they're doing their bit with the bat. All of this after Blessing Muzarabani picked up a couple of wickets this morning, dismissing Harry Brook and Ben Stokes. The one to dismiss, a short ball to dismiss Stokes, is one of the best balls of the match, as Stokes does break through. Wicket number 2 for the England captain. Manthorp will have to depart for a dark, forcing shot. Wasn't playing with a straight blade, and the ball is cannoned past the inside edge onto middle stump. And Zimbabwe do lose their 5th before the tea break. 199 for 5.
It's a beaut from Stokes. Just seen again. Yes, it's the one that's the one that comes back, and he's enjoyed that as the captain. He really has, because he set Manthorp up very, very well with a couple of big away swingers, turned him sideways, and this one, I think it's nipped back more than it's swung back. It has. He was holding the seam. Seen the replay there. The seam position was for it to swing back in, but it was a bit shorter of length, and it's nipped back as well, and it's found the inside edge back onto the stumps, and the England captain strikes again. And Zimbabwe, who at drinks were in a really, really, really good position. That injury of Shoaib Bashir, the finger injury of Shoaib Bashir, Jon Norman, has changed the game a little bit.
Yeah, it's funny how things turn out. Shoaib Bashir's fine, by the way. He's back on the field, but if not for that injury, then he'd probably still be bowling. But boy, oh boy, we were talking, as was Brendan McCullum, about how fit Ben Stokes is looking, and just reminding us all, as if we needed it, of just what an important role he plays in this England side. 2 wickets. He's gone for 3 runs from his 2.2 overs. 2 maidens in there as well. Didn't score any runs, but he's taken some wickets, 2 of them. And that brings it to the crease. Seager, the wicketkeeper, who put down a catch today, but he was called upon numerous occasions yesterday with some wayward deliveries and fielded really well. Can also bat. Scores of 66 and 66 not out against the professional cricketers, county cricketer 11, that Zimbabwe actually lost to in the build-up to this game. He put on a decent partnership with the man that he replaces, Manthorp, of 127. He also scored runs against Durham when they were over in Zimbabwe. 64 not out and 76. And Gus Atkinson continuing to bowl from the Stuart Broad end. Goes for another couple, and that is the 200 up for Zimbabwe. They've got to appreciate the milestones as they come. Certainly the reaction to Brian Bennett's century will live long in the memory. It was fantastic, not just by the crowd, but the whole England team as well, applauding. A wonderful moment for the opener. He's 111 from 104, and he's facing now, and he's cutting on the up through vacant points, and that will bring Seager on strike to face his first delivery. 7 minutes until the tea break here at Trent Bridge, where we're broadcasting from the Radcliffe Road end at the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, Jon Norman, Steve Harmison alongside me. Became a granddad for the third time yesterday, and we went out last night and we ate, we drank, and we talked a lot about cricket, which is what we always seem to do.
We always seem to do, yeah. We've got a bit heated after a couple of times as well, which is always, it's always enjoyable. Difference of opinion, that's what this great game brings. I don't think anybody will have a different opinion about Ben Stokes. He looks very, very good from an England fan's point of view.
Over the wicket continuing is Gus Atkinson. He could do with a wicket. He's been expensive, 52 from his 8 overs, and this is fielded by Duckett, running in from the covers.
A bit similar to New Zealand there, John. He looked a little bit out of sorts when he first got to New Zealand, then all of a sudden he got a couple of wickets, and then he seemed to get his tail up. So a couple of lower end tail end wickets would be nice here, and stand them in good stead for the second innings.
The thing is, these England bowlers know they're all there's a lot of competition, more competition for the bowling places than the batting, you could say, as this is clipped to mid-wicket from Seager. No run, 202 for 5. You consider the bowlers that are set to come back in, possibly Bryden Cast, who isn't playing for Durham today but played the last county game. He's recovered from an injury. He was the standout bowler in December, wasn't he, when we were out in New Zealand?
Yeah, he's in the one-day squad. You could probably name 10, easily name 10 or 12 bowlers that England could use in the next 9 months, in the next 11 test, 10.5 test matches which are left.
And they'll almost certainly use 7 or 8 of them. So again, Atkinson is in. Seager hit high on the bat, not with a straight blade either. This bounces down and away. Chris Wokes, questions about his fitness remain. Is he playing today?
He's supposed to be.
Let's have a look at Warwickshire. Warwickshire are batting at the moment. They're 165 for 3. Sam Hain, of course, 69. Is Wokes in that side? Yes. Yep, he plays today.
And he's in the Lions squad as well.
So that's good. We'll see how he goes. Atkinson continuing. And again, Seager just chops this down. Just for a second there, he's not quite sure where the ball has gone. A bit nervy, but it's fielded behind the stumps. And that's the end of the over. We've got 5 minutes until the tea break.
From the bowlers I've got in front of me, you've got the ones that are playing here. Tongue, Cook, Atkinson, Potts was in the squad. Wokes, Archer, Cast, Wood. Will we see somebody like Sonny Baker? That's somebody that's probably an outside pick. I'm trying to think who's in the Lions squad. Jeet Singh Dale is in the Lions squad. Jamie Overton, possibility. So there are a lot of competition for bowlers going into the next, what is a pretty important period going forward for England.
Yeah, which is why they've got to make these opportunities count. 3 slips for Stokes as Bennett is forward and playing defensively, getting the head over the pitch of the ball. Bat and pad positioned closely together, watchful, wanting to get through to tea now. And at the other end, Seager just shadow batting a couple of defensive shots, this time up on his toes. So that tells you what his mindset is, as Stokes at the top of his mark, 2 wickets to his name already, begins his run up towards Bennett. 114 not out. That's a swing and a miss. That's a He's cover-driven beautifully at times today, but chased at that and lucky not to get an outside edge.
Yeah, he was lured in, wasn't he? Ben Stokes has got a deep third, deep square leg, deep fine leg, so you're thinking there's a short ball coming, and he's gone big, full, booming wide, half volley. Just started swinging and got wider and wider as it went past the batter and didn't quite get anything on it.
Stokes again, beautiful here in Trent Bridge, and that is a shot I think Brian Bennett will dream about tonight. On the up, driven along the ground, as straight as a die, just past the stumps at the non-striker's end and all the way to the boundary. He moves to 118, Zimbabwe 206 for 5.
I reckon that's 4, possibly 5 times, John, that he's hit it that close to the stump, straight back down past the bowler. He did it to Josh Tongue a couple of times, did it for Gus Atkinson from the Stuart Broad end. It's a fantastic shot.
Short ball possibly. Yep. And, Bennett ducks out the way. You were talking about Surrey's 6 seamers.
Yes, have they used them all?
Yeah, Overton's just taken a wicket.
Ah, good man, good to see.
They've all taken a wicket now. 197 for 8, Essex.
I'm assuming they've played on something which is seamer friendly at the Oval compared to, you know, what you are potentially going to get at Chelmsford.
Well, this is it. It's a lot of talk about negating Surrey's strengths, but Surrey's mentality has always been win at home, draw away. Bennett again, just a little bit of a movement towards the off stump, and plays with a straight bat, drives, but is fielded by Gus Atkinson at extra cover. Hampshire have been bowled out for 154. Durham are 8 down now, 221 for 8. Notts
221's not a bad score, I think.
Yep, up at Chesterley Street. They're playing Somerset. Hampshire are playing Sussex. It's such a... If you don't follow the county championship, you're really missing out. Worcestershire last week, that win over Essex, is just really throwing the cat amongst the pigeons. It's a free-for-all there, isn't it?
53 points between top and bottom.
There we go. Yorker from Stokes, and Brian Bennett will say, I'll have a bit of that. 4 more, past mid-off and away to the boundary. Over-pitched by Stokes. He was going for the Yorker, but it was just a touch wide and just allowed Bennett, had already taken a little movement towards off stump, just to lean into the shot and hit it to the boundary. And with that, it is tea on day 2 here at Trent Bridge. 43 overs remaining in the day. No chance. Zimbabwe trail by 355, so they need 256 to avoid the follow-on. You'd say, even with Bennett in there, and Seeker come back, it's a push to suggest they will avoid the follow-on. The question is, how many overs will Stokes want in his bowler's legs before he decides that's enough and we'll have another bat? Either way, the story of the session, well, I suppose there are 2 main takeaways. Firstly, a return to bowling duties for Ben Stokes, who looks as fit and in form as we've seen in quite some time. And there's a nice moment down here, just at the boundary edge. There's Brian Bennett, who walks off with a 97 ball 100 to his name, unbeaten as well. And the England players just hold back and just applaud him as he walks off the field. He's accomplished his dream today, a century in England. It's his 2nd Test century. I doubt it'll be his last. A future of real promise. It'll be exciting and interesting to see how it pans out. But for now, there's a game to save, maybe. But despite those last wickets, after a little injury to Shoaib Bashir, Zimbabwe would love to have gone in 3 down. They're going in 5 down, 210 for 5. But once again, they're showing that they have the ability to take the fight to England.
Absolutely, and it's brilliant to see. We looked at yesterday's performance, and I think you put that down to a bit of nerves, a bit of youth, a bit of naivety when it comes to the bowling was just not there. And you wanted, and we talked about it last night over dinner, Zimbabwe, have they got the fighting qualities? Will they just capitulate? I think they've answered that. Brian Bennett answered that perfectly. They want to be the big table when it comes to Test match cricket. They've come over to England, and they put a great day's performance with the ball this morning, with a bat this afternoon. Yes, they would like to have been just 3 down, and if it wasn't for the injury to Shoaib Bashir, they probably would have been just 3 down. But just had a small sample size. We've had 4 overs from Ben Stokes, and in the preview for this Test match, he talked about not only getting fit and wanting to play a part, the part that he wanted to play more than anything else, not the batting part, not the captaincy part, but he wants to be the all-rounder, get back to the real Ben Stokes before all them injuries. And you know what, in them 4 overs, 2 for 11 that he's got, he looks very, very good. So great signs for England supporters, and also good signs for New Zealand, from Zimbabwe's supporters' point of view, because their team are fighting back. They might not win this contest, but what a day for Brian Bennett.
Well said, Harmy. Harmy will be back alongside Ed Rainsford, Andrew McKenna and Jarrod Kimber in about 20 minutes' time for the evening session here, live from Trent Bridge.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Trent Bridge for the final session of the day, about to get underway. Zimbabwe resuming 210 for 5, so trail by 355 on the second day of this 4-day test match. England having declared earlier on 565 for 6 declared. I'm Andrew McKenna, alongside me is Steve Harmison, and we're about to watch the first over after tea, bowled by Sam Cook from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end. On strike is Seager, the wicket-keeper, and in comes Cook, and it's played quietly up to mid-on by the batter, and there is no run. Good afternoon, Harmy.
Good afternoon, Macca. Good afternoon to everybody who's listening all over the world. It's been a really fascinating test match. For all, Zimbabwe weren't very good yesterday. I think that masks over the fact that England were brilliant yesterday when it comes to the batting side. And Zimbabwe have had a good day today. Bowled well this morning, and Brian Bennett, what an innings he's got so far.
He's at the non-striker's end watching at the moment as Cook comes in wide of off stump. No need to play at that one. Curling further away and taken by Jamie Smith behind the stumps.
And England's bowlers, well, you look at it and you think Sam Cook, very nervous coming in. He's been expensive, 1 for 55 off 11 and a bit so far, but this is the time where I'm sure he's calming down now, and you'll see the real Sam Cook. Josh Tongue as well, probably didn't hit the areas that he wanted. Gus Atkinson's been expensive and he hasn't hit his lines and lengths. The captain, Ben Stokes, looked fantastic.
Cook in once again. That's an absolute beauty to Seager. He's done really well not to nick that one through to the keeper. Beaten on the outside edge. It remains 210 for 5.
Yeah, good delivery, excellent seam position. It's just held its line. It's angled in. He's looking to sort of angle in with a seam, you'd say, from an outswinger's point of view, an outswinger's grip and an outswinger's shape, but because of the way Cook bowls, it just angles in. It just held its line there.
In he comes once again, right arm over, played up to mid-off by Seager. Ben Stokes does the fielding, no run.
And again, we'll look at the speed gun, but for me, it shouldn't be a thing. We know that the pace that Sam Cook bowls, that's 3 balls at 78 and 1 at 79 miles an hour. It's quick enough. For me, it is. It's it's about how it moves off the pitch. Seager's batting a good foot outside his crease, so he's trying to get out and try and negate any movement.
Cook in, very full. Taken on the pad is Seager. It's sliding down the leg side, which is why the appeal is stifled, and there's no run. Cook got Ben Curran earlier for the first wickets of the innings and his first in international cricket, caught by Harry Brook at second slip. He made 6 from 10 balls, 31 for 1 since then. 2 wickets for Shoaib Bashir, who's managed to cut the top of his finger attempting a return catch, and 2 wickets for Ben Stokes. Cook is in, chest high. Seager is turning this around the corner into the leg side. He'll be off the mark with a single. 211 for 5 at the end of the 44th over here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, not a bad start after tea. And a couple to hold their line. Pitch is slightly quicker than what it was yesterday. It's still a good batting deck. I can imagine India would have come and play on this, or Australia to come and play on this, and they'd fancy themselves to make big runs like what Brian Bennett has done. He's been very, very simple in technique. He doesn't move his feet that well. He's got great and quick hands. Ball that was pitched up and over pitched, he's belted it straight back past the stumps. And anything short wide outside off stump, he's hit it square, and he's hit it square with power. And he's been on the pull, but not much. His pull shots weren't as convincing as his cut shot, but Josh Tongue is now going to try and bowl from the Ratcliffe Road end, and it wouldn't surprise me if there'll be a few short balls coming their way.
He's running away from us, right arm over, starts full but wider. Seager doesn't need to play at that one, and there is no run. 7 overs for 37 in his first spell from the pavilion end. As Harmy said, he's now going to go from this end. 3 slips, a very wide gully or a backward point really, square cover, as this is played up to the mid-off fielder, who is Atkinson, driven by Seager. Mid-on is Bashir, Ollie Pope under the helmet, and then the long leg fielder is Cook down at the far end. Zimbabwe fans away to the right-hand side in the uncovered stand, bouncing up and down, singing away, as you can hear. A lot of colour around Trent Bridge. .211 for 5 as Tongue makes his way in once again. Right arm over, played well by Seager. Guides it down to backward square and will take a single.
Yeah, the crowd have been in good voice. It's good to see. It's probably, what, 60% full yesterday? 65% full yesterday. It's probably 80% full today. I think the top tier of this Ratcliffe Road stand end is closed. So it's a healthy crowd. Whenever sort of Zimbabwe, South Africans, that the African part of the world, they do enjoy a good sing-song and a dance and a laugh and a joke with the opposition, and they've been in great value. Yesterday, I think to our left there was 2 or 3 groups in the lower tier, and the top tier were having a sing-off with each other from about 30 yards apart, and it looks as though they've moved to the other side of the ground for this afternoon. They're getting closer to the bar, so yeah, which is good.
England are taking the slips out as Tongue goes in and bowls a short ball to Bennett. So 3 slips a moment to go for Seager, but now for Bennett on 122. Take the slips out. There's a deep mid-wicket and a catching third. Basically a very deep fly slip for anything uppercut. There are then a long leg and a deep backward square. So 3 out on the leg side. In goes Tongue, pitches this one up. Bennett plays defensively, no run.
Yeah, we're going down the bouncer route. Ben Stokes does like to do this when somebody gets in or the wicket gets flat, the ball gets a bit softer. I thought he might have done this just before tea, 2 or 3 overs before tea, when Gus Atkinson come on. I thought Josh Tongue would have come on then and gone down the bouncer route, but this is the way England are going to go. Tongue's going to do it. Keep the captain away from doing this, because that's when he gets injured.
Goes in once again, his Tongue, and puts that bouncer in, and Jamie Smith will take it above his head, slightly down the leg side. End of the over, 45 overs gone, 212 for 5. Well, that was something that Jon Norman asked Ben Stokes before the game, in the fact that we know that Ben has been such a willing workhorse, but there is kind of an acknowledgement that he can't do it all himself, and there have been a few issues with the body, and Jon sort of put it to him that, are we in a position that Ben's okay, that if someone comes up and taps him on the shoulder and went, mate, that's it, you bowled 6, 7, whatever it may be, you don't need to bowl 12, 13, and he was like, yeah, we've had conversations, we need to be sensible. Cook starts it in again from the pavilion end, pushed up to mid-on, no run.
It's a lovely shot from Seager, really was. It was a good area from Sam Cook. Yeah, I think he's learned the hard way, and sometimes you do learn the hard way when the all action, the intense cricketer that Ben Stokes is. I've got no doubt in the next 10 Test matches Ben Stokes is going to bowl a 10 over spell, and he's going to bowl a 10 over spell of bounces. If his team needs it, he will do it.
Cook goes in. Seager turns it down to long leg where Bashir is stationed, and will take a single, 213 for 5.
But when you do unfortunately learn the hard way, you get signs. So you get signs in your body. So Ben knows now, when the body's at a point of no return when it comes to an injury point of view. He's gone through the pain of the hamstring going and the rehab and everything that goes with it. So even though it is the right thing to do for the team, sure hopefully he'll only do it to the point where he'll understand the signs of he's about to break, and then he doesn't need a tap on the shoulder. He should know by now that this is the time to sort of relent, give in, and give the ball to somebody else.
He's watching Sam Cook come in and bowl again outside of off stump. Bennett has nothing to do with that one, and there's no run as it's through to the keeper. Yeah, the mantra needs to be with Ben now, one too few, not one too many. Yeah,
and like we said, you do learn from not mistakes, because it's not a mistake getting injured. It's not a mistake running in and puffing your chest out and bowling 10 overs with bounces, because of that's what your team needs. And I think it's just understanding that when the body's about to go and you've gone through them signs, you will understand and rectify quickly.
Cook is in outside of off stump. Bennett aims a big drive at that one, and it cuts back so that Jamie Smith ends up diving down the leg side to take that one. Bennett remains 122 not out.
Good delivery from Cook. It's just angled, and he's inside edged it, and it's not quite carried. It was there to hit. It really was. It was wide. He's tried to get it to come back, but it just hasn't come back. Bennett now, he'd be disappointed he didn't get another 4 inside edge 4 past Jamie Smith.
24 boundaries so far in the innings, and he punches back past the stumps at the far end and beats mid-on. This could be number 25 for him, and it will roll into the sponge at the far end. It was Josh Tongue at mid-on who couldn't quite get around, cut the ball off. It's another boundary. Bennett goes to 126.
Yeah, it's been a very lucrative area, that for Bennett. He wasn't as controlled and as comfortable and timing perfectly this done, but it doesn't matter. Inside third of the bat, Josh Tongue has been unfortunate in the field. He's probably let about 12 or 16 go through him as the big fast bowler.
Cook comes in to reply. It's a punch drive through cover. Duckett is out at deep point and has to run about 15 metres away to his right hand side, so it will be just a single, not another boundary to Bennett. But it's 46 overs of the innings completed, 219 for 5. Bennett 128 of those from 119 balls. Seager 3 from 15 is the man at the other end for him. So the deficit 346.
Good again from Zimbabwe. It really has been good. Cook's ball 13 overs, 1 for 63, no maidens. That's the thing about Sam Cook. We talked about his building up pressure and run rate, and the movement that he gets off the surface in the air, even at a pace which is not as eye-opening for as what normally is from a Test cricketer's point of view. But he hasn't been able to build pressure, and that's largely down to Brian Bennett, who's been excellent for Zimbabwe. He really has. He's not give England a chance to settle with him and dot ball on over after over pressure. He really has thrown everything back at England.
It'll be a new over with Josh Tongue starting, bowling right arm over, and he's angling it in towards the pads. And Seager gets it down to long leg, and they've really hustled well. 2 runs taken to the right of Cook at long leg. 2 more to the total. Seager goes to 5, 221 for 5. The good thing about this, and I mentioned this with Ed in the afternoon session, England need this. They actually need their bowls. If they come up and just put it there or thereabouts and roll Zimbabwe out in 22 overs, that wouldn't have actually done England any favours at all. Tongue is in, bowling very full, landed past the crease line going for the Yorker, but wide of the stumps. Jamie Smith knocks it down behind there. So actually being made to work, having to Ben Stokes to be creative with the captaincy, to try a few things, change things. This is what this game's all about.
No, I 100% agree with you, Macca, and it is. Ben Stokes hasn't played since the back end of last year, so a good proportion of overs fielding. A lot of these players have been looked after in the first 6 rounds of championship matches.
Short ball from Tongue once again down the leg side. Seager raises his hands high, allows it through to Jamie Smith, no run.
But the way I look at this, and Sam Cook's played a bit of cricket so far this season. Josh Tongue's played quite a bit of cricket so far this season. Atkinson not as much, because obviously he was away more in the winter. He's only played 2 championship games, but still he's played enough. And I think from an England point of view, I'd be disappointed the way the bowlers have bowled.
Tongue is in. Again, he's that slightly back of a length because of the big fast bowler. It's his natural length, punched into the covers, and Stokes will do the fielding at cover point, and there's no run.
I said before, just to continue, I don't think England have bowled that well, to be fair. You know, Stokes has got 2 wickets out of nowhere and bowled beautifully. He really has. Cook has been not the Sam Cook that's bowled for Essex. Tongue's a bit hit and miss.
In Tongue comes once again. A little grope at that one from Seager. Doesn't get anything on it, and it actually bounces about 3 foot in front of Jamie Smith behind the stumps as he gathers.
But you're right, I think England need to be made to work. If England get just short of 600, then bowl Zimbabwe out twice for 120 and 180. You know, we've not really learnt anything, and I think, especially in the bowling department, we need to find out what our best bowlers are and our combinations are for India and for Australia.
Tongue in, bowls, Seager on a punch drive, gets it through Bashir at mid-on. That will run away for 4. Bashir's got something on it to take some pace off, but not enough. He turns around, sprints after it, but he's never going to win that race. Seager has a boundary to take him to 9. It's also a no ball, so there'll be another to go to the total. A no ball and a 4. 226 for 5.
Yeah, it's just slightly overstepped from Tongue, probably just trying to put some more effort into it, and you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to catch Seager on the crease. Newish batsman, he's only been in for 21 balls, 88 mile an hour, but the wicketkeeper was up to the task.
Tongue goes in and bowls. Solidly in behind it is Seager, and there is no run. Over is completed. 47 gone. 226 for 5. To Fansworth Seager, 30 years of age, only his 4th Test match. Highest Test score is 24 not out. Made 46 runs in the previous 3 Tests, averaging 11 and a half. Didn't play in the first Test of the Bangladesh series. Played in the second when he made 18 not out and 0 in the game that they lost in Bangladesh. He's a very tall man though, Seager. Gone are the days of 5'6" wicket keepers.
Yeah, he's the anomaly when it comes to the wicket keeper. But saying that, Jamie Smith, well, Jamie will be about 6'1", 6'2". He's quite tall himself, stockier. Seager's a lot more sort of ganglier.
Yeah, he's lithe, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Not Adam Lithe, obviously. Cook's going to start once again from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end. In he comes. Bowls to Bennett, who just plays quietly out on the offside. 128 not out he remains. 1 slip in place for Bennett, and that's Joe Root, who's at about 2.5. And there's a short mid-off has been stationed, almost about a step and a half off of the cut surface on the drive, and then there's mid-off and cover point on the offside. Mid-on, short mid-on's in play as well, as it's hit off the back foot by Bennett. Stokes will have to chase this one out to the cover boundary, pulls it in a couple of metres inside the rope. 2 more to Bennett. 228 for 5. Bennett goes to 130.
Good shot from Bennett, just waited. It's ball back of length. He's just waited on it nicely, got it to the top of the bounce, and again his hands, his quick hands have really impressed me. And he gets into a position early because he doesn't move his feet that much. So because he does that, and he's all hands, and his hands are very, very quick.
He's playing another push drive into the offside. Fairly low on the bat on that occasion, but for no run. Well, he's in new territory here because this is his 2nd Test match 100. Previous best was 110 not out. So this is his best in Test cricket. So it will be a whole new experience for him. Can he get to 150? and then go on to make it the Daddy 100. England have got a ring of 3 on the offside. Short mid-off, short extra cover, short cover, and a short straight mid-on. As in goes Cook, on his toes is Bennett, playing defensively, no run.
Good again from Bennett, nice in behind it. And Stokes just asking his bowler and encouraging his bowler to bowl that little bit fuller. Just that little bit fuller. Joe Root's he's probably at second, 2.5 slip. He's going to stand probably in front of James Smith. His ball's not carrying as much, but there's 3 men on the offside just there for that big drive. So he's asking Sam Cook to bowl. Ben Stokes is asking Sam Cook to bowl that little bit fuller.
Well, in goes Cook. It's whipped sort of thigh high out to the deep mid-wicket sweeper. Single will be taken. Bennett will go to 131, 229 for 5. Seager back on strike. And now everyone reverts to their previous positions. 3 slips. Orthodox mid-on and mid-off and cover. Root at first slip. Brook at second. Crawley at third. Deep square leg stays out though. He's in. Cook bowls, played defensively by Seager up to mid-on to end the over, and there is no run. I don't know what the song is the Zimbabwe fans are singing in that stand-over, but I'd love to know how many verses there are, because they've been at this for about 15-20 minutes.
It's a bit like they must be singing their national anthem. Their national anthem went on forever, didn't it? It was well respected by the England supporters and well sang by the Zimbabwean supporters and the players, but boy, did that go on for a while.
It's always rugby international when you got South Africa against New Zealand. Those are 2 pretty long ones as well. You've got to allow about 10 minutes for the anthems. Josh Tongue to start a new over, and guess what? It's a shortish ball. Helps round the corner by Bennett out to deep backward square, and he'll take a single to take himself to 132, 230 for 5.
That's a better height from Tongue. The short balls that he's bowled at Bennett so far have been far too short, and Bennett, what will he be, 5'9", 5'10", has been able to comfortably get underneath him. So at least that one there was more at the body, directed, and asking the opening batter from Zimbabwe to make a decision whether to stand up, play it, or to try and pull it.
Tongue goes in again and digs the ball in, played from roundabout waist height by Seager out on the onside, and there's no run. Well, the England fans have decided to wake up and join in the singing with the Zimbabwe fans as well. It's reached that point of the afternoon. Where are we? Nearly 25 past 4 on a Friday afternoon. Come along, watch the cricket in the sunshine, have a couple of refreshments. Tongue in again, playing from the crease is Seager, and there's no run to mid-on. I'd like to say Jarrod Kimber's joined us again.
Macca, I wanted to know if I said there's a possibility that Brian Bennett could do a Bannerman, if you know what I mean when I say a Bannerman. Look at his little head thinking here. It's not like when I said Sikandar Raza was a pilot and he didn't know.
Tongue in, all bowl short. Seager gets in a bit of a tangle about armpit height there, thinking, do I play it, don't I play it, do I let it through? Ends up dropping it down at his feet, there's no run.
Bannerman?
For some reason I've got Matthew Bannerman in my head, but I don't think it is.
Don't know who Matthew Bannerman is. Charles Bannerman was the Australian opening batter who scored the first run, hit the first boundary, made the first 50, made the first 100, and also made 67.34% of Australia's runs in the first innings, and no one has ever made a higher percentage of runs before. And every now and again, it looks like a player's going to do it. Michael Slater was one, VVS Laxman was another one.
In goes Tongue, short ball, well over the head of Seager, no run.
But somehow the guy in the first ever test who faced the first ever ball still has a record in cricket all of these years later. Bennett is 132 out of 230 at the moment. We've got a defensive batter batting with him, so he can pick up higher percentages of runs here, and then he'll probably be swinging out with the tail because I've seen some of them bat later on. He's an outside chance. He's about 57% of the score at the moment, Macca.
Absolutely. Tongue goes in, pitches this one up. Nicely played from Seager. He's been pushed back a couple of times, and he plays a lovely punched-on drive down beneath us into the advertising sponge for 4. Lovely shot.
Didn't need that. I didn't need that for the Bannerman, but it was a beautiful cricket shot. The back foot just punching that down the ground through mid-on.
I think Ben Stokes needed it either. He set the field for short balls. He's been belted back past him.
He's got fielders absolutely everywhere on the boundary behind him, doesn't he? It did go into the surface, didn't it? It just wasn't short enough.
Yeah, it wasn't short enough. It came off the surface very quickly, and it came off the bat of the Seager a little bit quicker.
Actually, just look. It looked beautiful. I just looked at the replay. I think he was trying to hit it to mid-off.
Yes. Yeah, but it don't matter. You know?
Take him.
I played some of the best of my cricket shots, and they all went to third man.
Only ever made runs at the Oval, though, didn't he?
Exactly.
No pictures in the scorebook, just numbers. In goes Cook to start a new over and beats Bennett on the outside edge. He's trying to play a forcing shot at that one. It's through to the keeper, no run.
One of my favourite things at this point is when Ben Stokes starts playing with funky field settings. And I love the extra cover, the short extra cover, that's on a slightly different angle than the short cover is. There's no way, it's not like Ben Stokes is out there with a protractor going, well, if he plays this shot, it goes here. He's just like, let's just muck it around a little bit and see what happens with it. He's got 3 catches at short mid-off, short extra cover, and short cover point.
As Cook goes in, defensively played by Bennett out on the offside for no run. Chuck in the short mid-on as well. Exactly. There's basically 3 in a line, and then the shorter cover fielder as well.
Yeah, he might just like talking to Ollie Pope better than he does to talking to Zach Crawley. Ollie Pope being vice-captain, going through some tactics. You stand a bit closer to me, Zach. You know, we're talking about you, so you go a bit further away.
I love the idea of just getting the batter to think, what on earth's he doing there? Just might get you out of the bubble.
Helps if the bowler pulls an area where you want him to, though.
In goes Cook. Where's he putting this one? Again, it's weight going backwards, and he can just drop it down backward a point, take a single. Joe Root has to rush out from second slip to do the fielding. 2:35 for 5.
If you do have this field, you really want him to bowl a little bit fuller, don't you?
He's seen that for the last 20 minutes, haven't you? So, yeah. I mean, Ben Stokes is basically saying to you, I need you to pitch this thing up. And if you get driven it back past you, so what? We've got 580 on the board. I'm setting this field for you to pitch it up. And Josh Tongue and then Sam Cook in this over. And Sam Cook bowled back of a length when he wanted to pitch it up, and when he needs Josh Tongue to bowl short, he's getting driven back past him.
Cook on his way in and bowls to Seager. Seager punches to mid-on. As it is Seager, it's revert to the normal field.
But that's the interesting thing, is that was the fuller ball. Now he doesn't have any of those catches. That would have gone pretty close to the catching short mid on if you
straight to Harry Brook. Yeah, Harry Brook's now standing at slip, shining the ball. So yeah, a little bit like yesterday, you know, bowling to your field and understanding the plan. And you have to give the bowlers leeway because they're not used to playing international cricket. They're not used to be captained by Ben Stokes. Ben's trying to guess what they need.
Cook in and bowling. Seager's just playing quietly out on the onside, and there's no run.
So Ben's trying to get understanding, and for all the conversations, all you need in sort of practice and preparation and seeing videos, there's nothing like the real thing. You standing close to your bowler, having a conversation, understanding what his strengths are from a line and length point of view, and how then Ben utilises these fields.
Another fielding change. Short mid wickets in now.
Cook will come in and bowl outside half of Seager's bat as he's pushing forward into the cover region. End of the over. 50th of the Zimbabwe innings. 2:35 for 5. Bennett 133. Seager 13. Those fans away on the right hand side. They've picked up again, and we've just seen them on our monitor here. it's about a 75% Zimbabwe fans, but there's about 25% of that group are, I would say, England fans who've decided they're just going to go and join in and have a bit of fun and bounce up and down and clap and cheer.
I remember in Australia for the World Cup in 2022, I think it was, when Zimbabwe went on a really good run, and the Zimbabwe fans just started following them around the country, and it just completely, it's brilliant cricket fans. I mean, you see the atmosphere in Zimbabwe, it's exactly the same. So we've recreated that out on the boundary there.
Josh Tongue starts a new over, and he starts with a short one. He goes down the leg side. Bennett watches it over his shoulder and then immediately turns to the square leg umpire, Kumar Dharmasena, and said, "Is that high enough for a wide?" And he says, "No. Carry on."
So they've got the 3 fielders out. It's not quite the full Neil Wagner field. They don't have the deep backward point, and they also don't have that fielder that's usually somewhere between deep mid wicket and normal mid wicket.
Tongue goes in once again. His weight going backwards, but from the crease, drops it into the offside. Bennett will take a single to get off strike. So yeah, as Jarrod said, England have got the 4 out, 3 on the leg side, deep mid wicket, backward square and fine leg, and then also the fine third for the uppercuts or top edge guide. But he's not threatened to go short in the last couple of balls. Maybe he will to Seager on this occasion, who's back on strike. Tongue bowls right arm over. It is shorter, but it's really well played by Seager, and actually threads the gap between point and gully, and the fielder who's down at the 3rd man boundary can't get around and cut it off. It's a boundary 4.
Good shot. It's a good shot. It is. It's guided into the gap. It's controlled. I think he knows where the fielders are, and I think he's guided it into that gap. Tongue went a bit wider on the crease there. He was right close to the wide line, trying to create the angle, not giving the batter any room, but unfortunately he give him width.
Tongue goes short again. Seager from the crease just playing it defensively back to the bowler.
That last one was, and the first one of the over, with the 2 where he's bent his back. Occasionally he's just going to bowl back of a length, doesn't he? And he's not fully committed to the plan. And they kind of feel the same way with the field. Like we've seen sometimes where you almost have no one else out in the field and everything's at your shoulder. That's not quite. Maybe Josh Tongue is not as experienced bowling for something like this.
It doesn't seem as though Josh Tongue enjoys bowling bounces,
which if he's going to be in this England side, he may have to do. This occasion he's aiming at sort of the left hip. Bit of a tangle from Seager. Drops down in front of himself and there's no run.
Yeah, because you look at a ball like that and he really has to play quite a bad shot to go out to that. This isn't the bounces where you're trying to keep the ball down or duck and sway. Like that's just kind of at his hip, maybe.
It's a natural length ball from Josh Tongue. You know, you talk about bending his back in effort ball. It's got to be a lot shorter. But when he's done that, he's been too short, and it's easier to get underneath.
For the final time this over, Tongue goes in. It's over the head of Seager and through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. 51 overs gone, 240 for 5. I'm shifting out the way for Jon Norman to come in and pick up the ball by ball. Harmy will make way for Ed Rainsford, but you lucky people get to hear some more from Jarrod Kimber.
I think one thing we don't talk about enough in cricket, and I think we've definitely seen it when Neil Wagner has come through, is just the ability to be very accurate with your bouncer. And we've seen that with Josh Tongue. He might have a good bouncer, but it could be a surprising bouncer. There's a difference between that and being able to bowl 3 or 4 balls in a row that are sort of hitting the shoulder, and a couple that are, you know, maybe slightly higher than that as well if you can get away with them. Most bowlers are generally going to err a little bit on length or line, and if you're not experienced at them and doing them over and over again, it's going to happen. And that's kind of what it looked like last over. It looked like Josh Tongue was just not a bouncer bowler.
It's about now, talk about Neil Wagner, isn't it? Dropped down in front of first slip by Brian Bennett, who's 134 not out, still going at better than a run of ball. Seager alongside him. Took a while to get going, but he's 17 from 35. And we are at the start of the 52nd over. Couldn't help noticing when I was outside, not just the pocket of about 16 Zimbabwe fans to the right here at the Ratcliffe Road end, just down there with a I'm sure it's not their Hornchurch flag, but that's where they're positioned, and really enjoying themselves and making it quite a party atmosphere here, as this is driven past a short mid-off, sticks out flailing the right hand, goes the fielder, Crawley I think it is, but that was hit into the turf and away, and fast as well. So another 4 runs to the score. Sam Cook bowling from the Stuart Broad end. It's just been punished back past him, and that score moves on. 244 for 5. So you've got the Zimbabwean fans to the right, and then sounds like there's a pocket of Barmy Army to the left. It's quite a picture, quite a scene here at Trent Bridge, where Brian Bennett gets away with one, takes on the short ball and cloths it. Kind of flies up and over where the slip cordon would have been. Not sure it would have been at catchable heights, but either way the field is now spread. It's more of an umbrella field, more fielders in front of the bat than behind.
Right off the toe.
Just going to watch a replay of it now.
Yeah, have a look. It's the toe and just gone out to what? Gully?
Yeah,
I'm not even sure it would have even carried to gully.
Yeah, it kept very low, didn't it? It would have bounced us in front of gully. Cook again, and forward comes Seager.
Cook just doesn't bowl a lot of bounces, but unfortunately there's 2 things that he needs to know if he's going to play for England. One is that the pitches are going to be drier at times in Test cricket. You're going to have to bowl bounces a little bit more, and England think every single bowler has to bowl bounces, as we remember with Ollie Robertson bowling bounces at Lords. So there is no, you have to get good at it. To go back to you mentioning Neil Wagner again a minute ago, everyone in the England side, they really like to rotate through this bouncer plan. Not exactly what he's doing here, but he's bowling the odd surprise one.
He is defended again by Seager. I couldn't help but notice when I was out there, not just the fans, but we reached the 48.4 over stage, like we did yesterday. And that was the stage that Mark Ramprakash and Mike Atherton at this ground in 2000 reached 121 without loss before Ramps was out.
They're going to have a restraining order on those 2 guys soon.
But the game must have changed. It's one thing to say, well, it's the Bazball era, and England were, whatever. But even Zimbabwe were 240 on the board. Okay, it has been 25 years. It can't all be about big bats. Forward is Seager, but can't get the ball past Crawley, who's stationed at short mid-wicket. Quite straight, so 245 for 5, end of the over. And I'm joined by Jarrod, Kimber and Ed Rainsford.
Well, Ed might remember that Dave Houghton talked a lot about Bazball when he was coach. When did he finish? About 12 to 18 months ago, was it now?
Yeah, about 18 months ago. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon.
But he was talking quite a bit about Bazball and how Zimbabwe needed to play more attacking cricket. I should say that historically, Zimbabwe has not been very famous for playing attacking cricket. If you, Alistair Campbell's here at the moment. I don't know if Grant Flower's here, but those guys at the top of the order, they could take the lacquer off the ball by facing it for about 45 overs at each.
Yeah, I think Dave Houghton's mantra was to be ultra positive, and the conversation and the approach in the game needs to be positive in all the 3 facets of the game. So whether they're fielding, whether they're bowling, whether they're batting, and it paid dividends for a period. I mean, that's really where Sikandar Raza found even is there more of a, it's a purple patch. How much more purple can a patch be?
George Tongue continues with the short pitch delivery, which is down the leg side and left alone by Bennett. 139. Seager is at the other end, 17.
I think Dave Houghton has one of the great quotes in cricket as well, where he was playing in a first-class game in Zimbabwe at one stage. It was really hot, nothing was happening, it was really boring, and the plane flew over the top, and he realised it was the personal jet of Nick Price, and they had grown up playing cricket together, and he knew he'd picked the right sport as he saw the private jet fly over the top of him.
Short again, and dabbed into the ground by Bennett, no run.
So I think they grew up playing cricket together. I think Dave Houghton might have played hockey as well, if I remember
Yes,
correctly.
he did.
And then, of course, Nick Price's nephew played for Zimbabwe. Is that right? Is that
Raymond Price? Yeah.
The most talk about aggressive. The most aggressive defensive spinner at all time. No one ever told that man he was a spinner. He thought he was bowling bouncers when he was bowling his little left arm lollipops.
What a wonderful bowler he was for Zimbabwe, Raymond Price.
Competitive, wasn't he?
Tongue again, short again, and dabbed down to one of two gully fielders by Bennett. No run, 245 for 5.
I think him and Prosper Tay at one stage were in the top 5 T20 or ODI bowlers in the world, and at a run rate as well, or economy at less than 4 at some stage. They were phenomenal for a long time.
Prosper Tay, who was the person who, when he had his bowling action tested...
Let's not go there, Jarrod.
No, it's a funny story because they said
it actually
he
is.
couldn't bowl deucers and he couldn't bowl off-spin. He was only allowed to bowl right-arm slow.
Short again by Tong. Too short and ducked under by Bennett.
I kind of hope he would turn up to the World Cup and just try it.
Yeah, he was tested and it came back that there were a lot of degrees in his bowling action. I'm not talking about
more degrees at a university.
Exactly.
It's funny when we do the advanced stats, we could go back and have a look at that. He comes out very well as a defensive bowler, but is one of the worst attacking bowlers in the history of limited overs.
Tong continuing round the wicket, dug in again, ducked again by Bennett. I mean, as I came on to commentary, you were talking about bowling successive bouncers accurately. You know, it's a bit different from just a surprise one, or...
Yeah, but you don't grow up bowling 6 bounces in a row,
No.
right? Like, you do grow up bowling your natural length, your natural line.
Top of off.
Yeah, maybe coming back a little bit or bowling a little bit, fuller. But actually coming in and bowling 6 bounces is very, very different. And then you got to worry about the fact that you don't go over the head. We've got short leg coming in now as well.
And he plays the short ball well, so I'm not sure where this plan has come from.
Well, I can tell you where it's come from. They've been doing it for about 2 years on
Yeah,
rotation.
I hear that part, but to the specific batter like Bennett, who plays the short ball well.
Tong again, short again, and caught brilliantly by short leg, diving to his left, one-handed, as Jarrod picked up. He'd only been moved to that position from regulation square leg for that delivery, and Bennett just trying to flick the ball to his left through mid-wicket, but the reaction will tell you here at Trent Bridge. Josh Tongue has overstepped, and that comes back to what we're talking about, bowling short time and time again. And we're looking at a replay, and it is clearly a no ball. Asks questions of a bowler that they haven't necessarily answered in the build-up to playing Test cricket.
I feel so sorry for Ollie Pope. I mean, this is one of the best catches you'll ever see in this position. Full-length dive, one hand, hangs on to it, and the bowler's just overstepped by just half an inch. And Bennett survives again.
That is painful moment for Tong. Head in his hands. He can't believe it. He's looking up at the big screen. Rueful smile on Ollie Pope's face, and Bennett survives, and he ducks under this short delivery. I'm sure you have mentioned it, but in focusing in on Josh Tongue's overstepped boot, it does appear that he's gone the old Derek Pringle, isn't he? Looks like has he cut a little hole out of his shoes? Big toe is just poking out. Well, that was a terrific catch. I'm not sure you really feel sorry for Ollie Pope, though, do you, Ed?
I do.
Really?
I mean, in terms of just being a purist of the game, whether you've enjoyed Bennett's 100, but then also the fielding by Ollie Pope is just superb. For him to react in that manner, and Jarrod picked it up straight away, that the field change happened in that specific instant. For that catch to happen, then it happens, then the no ball comes about. So, yeah, I do feel sorry for him.
You got to think about this the way that it's going to play out in years to come. He's never going to show his grandkids that it was a no ball.
Sam Cook continuing from the Stuart Broad end, and it's Seager facing up.
Just cuts the tape, shows it in slow motion, different angles. They're like, wow, you got out Brian Bennett. Yes, we got out Brian Bennett. Stop looking at the hologram of Cricinfo.
How many had he scored? You don't need to worry about that. Yeah, that's a blow. Where are we now? 4:45 in the evening of day 2 here at Trent Bridge. Glorious day. Seager facing the wicketkeeper batter, and he's beaten past the outside edge. No foot movement, just really presenting the bat towards the ball and pulling it away. Whistles past the outside edge, no run. 246 for 5.
Were you a cut out the toe of your boot man?
No,
You like your boots to look too good.
No, I like to sort of rip my nail off when I had to take my socks off.
Yeah.
Because if you don't want to look at my nails, my big toe, they're messy. And
I didn't before the conversation. I definitely don't now.
Yeah, because normally Cook again, and played straight back to the bowler who fields.
And I felt so uncomfortable with the toe with the hole in the boot. So it's just collateral damage as a fast bowler. Ask Harmy, how many toenails have you lost? He's lost a few. And he is a big lad as well, with that massive pressure on that front foot. So
Harmy's lost all 11.
All right, that's a yellow card. It's my mate. You can't do that.
You're not facing him now. Cook again, and Seager is playing at his own pace. Just defends again.
Yellow card for you, John.
It's all right, I'm out of here tonight.
You're talking about this short ball tactic, but I think it was the second ball or the first ball of this over that the good old-fashioned good length induced the play and miss. So
And that is his natural length.
Yeah, and I don't know why you have to go out of that.
Cook again, pitched up, driven and fielded.
They, especially at the sort of the height of Bazball, it was so predictable, and they would go through a cycle of just trying the short ball for about 40 minutes. Then they would bring the spinner on for about 30 minutes. Then they would quite often either try for reverse swing or bowl wide or something. Then they go back, and it would just be a cycle. They just keep going through this same thing over and over again. And I do think sometimes they just forget about just sort of the normal bowling. It's a bit too gimmick heavy.
Here is Cook. Seager on the front foot, but playing with a straight bat. And is that going to be the first maiden that Sam Cook has bowled today? It has. Or ever, really, international cricket. It is. 72 runs from his 17 overs. He's picked up a wicket and is now bowled a maiden. I see today that Mohammad Shami isn't going to tour this summer. He's not going to be part of the India Test squad. He hasn't been able to increase his workload enough to get up to Test match ready, essentially. So that's another big name missing from the India squad, which is going to be announced on Sunday.
Look, I think you have a look at Mohammad Shami. Remember when he was playing List A cricket, I think, in India, and India was playing the Test series in Australia, and everyone was like, well, he's bowling there, he can come over to Australia. But Mohammad Shami's a little bit like a Mack truck. It takes a little while to warm Mohammad Shami up. He's not like another bowler that's fully fit and you can throw him the ball. And we've seen this in his career 2 or 3 times before, where he can bowl.
Tong continuing, short delivery, and Bennett actually takes this on because it doesn't keep up at all. It's more back of a length. Keeps a touch low, he swivels, pulls, but picks out the fielder behind square on the leg side.
Yeah, so he can bowl. So he's been bowling in the IPL, but it's just clear watching him, he's bowling at about 85% and just doesn't have the rhythm, and we know that he really struggles. But that takes it for me. I had India as a slight favourite just because I felt they had the better bowling lineup. I don't think they have the better bowling lineup now.
A lot of pressure on Boomer now.
Absolutely. Short again, and Bennett swings and misses. That was a better bouncer from Tong, taken by Smith.
So if you look at the last series when Rohit Sharma was captaining in Australia, just when Shami wasn't playing, it was just have to keep throwing the ball back to Bumrah, and everyone was, 1.3 billion people getting more and more nervous that something was going to snap in Bumrah and it wasn't going to come back. And he was quite sore towards the end of that series. He missed the start of the IPL. Did he miss the Champions Trophy as well?
Yeah, short again, and this is out.
Check the front foot.
That's as comfortable a catch as you're ever going to get at short leg. Bennett caught in 2 minds about whether to take the short ball on, and it's the indecision that maybe got to him. Looped up, and Ollie Pope had all the time in the world to settle under the catch and take it 2 hands. The crowd here at Trent Bridge, Zimbabwean or English of persuasion. all on their feet though to applaud Brian Bennett, who finally walks off, but not before he's gone past 100 in England for the first time. 139 runs. He's beaten but not bowed. And with a clutch of test matches to come this year, we're going to see a lot more of this young man. 21 years of age, the second test century in the can, and off he goes. Brilliant stuff from him. And well done Josh Tongue. He got him out in the last over but had overstepped. Not so this. And Zimbabwe 246-6.
Well done Brian Bennett. It's possibly not the way he would have wanted to finish his innings, because he was caught off a no ball and then obliged again on this occasion, but this time the foot behind the line. But I'll take you back to the beginning of the day. Comes out here on this wonderful venue, full of rich history, against a very potent England side, and he put on a show, did Brian Bennett. In a historic test match, he gets to 100, make that 139, and sort of keeps his team alive. Fantastic from the young man, and a moment that he'll savor for a very long time.
Absolutely brilliant batting. You know, we've seen him in T10 and T20 cricket attack. It was really good to see him just play good shots. I know he still scored at a run ball, but it wasn't reckless or anything. But just seeing Josh Tongue there, who was unwilling to celebrate, waited, turning back over his shoulder and waiting for the umpire, and it was finally given out. The relief on him after the last one. That was the top edge, wasn't it? It was, or leading edge, I should say. Originally, I thought he'd scooped it up, but you go back and you have a look. I think he might have just edged that. He was completely in control of it. He just closed the face maybe a little bit too early.
Musarabani, the new batter. Will the tail wag, Ed?
Yes, it will. Musarabani can hit a long ball, but it's going to be quite hostile, I think. It's going to be the short pitch bowling that's going to come round the wicket. Also, what is interesting, will Richard Ngarawa bat? Because he can hold the bat as well. He can sort of add a useful 20 or 30. He likes to play his shots just like a Blessing Musarabani.
First ball coming the way of Blessing Musarabani, and I don't think it's possible to play a shot with less foot movement than that.
Well, they were firmly in the crease, because he knew that it was either going to be very, very short or very, very full, so he just kept them together and just sort of pushed his hands outside the line of off stump. It's not nice being a tail-ender when these big, fast, nasty bowlers are going at you.
Well, he enjoyed the start of his day, did Blessing Musarabani. I'm not sure he's going to necessarily enjoy the latter stages. He picked up a couple of wickets earlier today, a good one to dismiss Ben Stokes for sure. But if the short balls are going to continue, well, we'll see. Tongue again it is, and actually this is pitched up a touch, but Musarabani just stays rooted to the spot really and lets that one go through, holds the bat up. I think Josh Tongue might just want to aim for Blessing Musarabani's left boot.
And this tactic, yeah, I wouldn't mind putting the slips back in place, the conventional slips. First and second. He's new to the crease. Try and bowl a nice fast length on off stump and find the outside edge.
He's gone over the wicket. He's angling it in on off stump, and for the first time in the innings, 3 balls in, Musarabani gets his bat down on the ball and blocks it out. So end of the over number 55. We've got 24 remaining today as we approach 5 p.m. I don't think Shoaib Bashir has bowled since he hurt his finger, has he? He might have to. Over 8s and all that.
You look at the Zimbabwe batting card, it's a lengthened tail, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, Chavanga and Nyauchi there are not really known for their batting. Musarabani and Ngarawa can sort of frustrate you and add value to the tail. It's just those 2 extra seamers that just lengthen it a little bit longer than it usually is.
Well, we do have more of a regulation field for Seager, who's been at the crease for a while now. He's faced 44 deliveries, 2 slips in place for him. And Atkinson has been brought back into the attack, bowling from the Stuart Broad end, right arm over the wicket, and he's in, and he's flicking away is Seager. There's a chase on at deep square leg, but the fielder, Sam Cook, I think it is, isn't going to stop that from reaching the boundary, and the 250's up for New Zealand. Done it again. Second day in a row.
What is it?
I don't
What's
know.
happened?
I don't know. I think it's just the Zeds. Zimbabwe.
Yeah, nice looking shot here. A little bit of extra pace on the pads, picks the gap beautifully. Plays a little bit of flair there, does Tigger.
Here's Atkinson again, short delivery, and Sigurd rides the bounce, no run. I mean, he can bat, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
There's no need for, Blessing Muzarabani to start swinging for the hills just yet. If he just plays for his partner, we'll see how far both can go. I mean, what is it now? 250, so there. Zimbabwe trail by 315. The follow-on is 150 runs rather than 200. Atkinson is in, short delivery, and Seager plays this delivery uncomfortably, but there's no real danger. Just drops down in front of Zach Crawley at short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I think the key here is to have a small game plan between these two. I think Muzarabani needs to have that little bit of confidence installed in him and trying to hold up and in and try and get through the first sort of 15-20 deliveries and then build a small partnership. I think their next goal should be trying to get to 300 with these two.
Atkinson could do with a wicket. Again, it's a short delivery. Seager takes his hand off the bat and he'll take a single to the leg side. 251 for 6.
And it's all about just sort of feeding off each other. Rotation of strike is going to be important. You get the ones, the twos. You don't necessarily have to find the boundary all the time, but also just frustrate this England bowling attack.
He hasn't hit a 50 in Test cricket, but he's come close. 47 is Muzarabani's top score.
He can bat.
And there's runs out there.
Tigger as well, he's quite organised. And he'll put the bad ball away as well. So, more changes in the field.
Zach Crawley's been called into third slip. Atkinson is in, short delivery. Blessing Muzarabani's a tall man, but he's not going to get anywhere near that. He does flinch a little, ducks underneath it.
Yeah, he's got pretty difficult for him to duck under a bouncer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got to be. I think his technique.
It was short.
I think his technique here should be looking to sway out of the line of the delivery rather than ducking, because once you start ducking, you then are slightly afraid, so you push your hands away from your body, and that's exactly what the bowler is trying to achieve.
Last ball of the over. Atkinson is in, and that is the exact opposite of what we're talking about. A wild hack across the line, misses the ball, and that's the end of the over. 251 for 6.
Have a dip. That's what Muzarabani's done. Try to just clear the front hip and go through the leg side. And Zimbabwe also need to be aware that if these next couple of wickets do fall pretty quickly, they could be back in the field today. It looks like definitely England will probably have another bat. And so they want to possibly just frustrate England here and stay out there for as long as possible.
Just looking at Blessing Muzarabani's debut, it took place in that 4-day test that was actually a 2-day test against South Africa.
Wow.
2017.
Yeah, 2-day. Trying to do my timings here. Started at about lunchtime. It was over the next day at about 3 o'clock.
Bowled out for 68 and
Correct.
121.
Yeah. Mornay Morkel picked up wickets in that.
He took 5 for 21 in the first innings, and it was Keshav Maharaj with 5 for 59 in the second.
Pink ball as well.
Oh, really?
It was a day-night test match. Best lights in South Africa, Kabeja.
Yeah, you can pronounce that one. I've asked Manners to run me through what we used to be known as Port Elizabeth, right? Which is
St George's Park is still the cricket ground, but the city's called Kabeja.
oh, what a delivery from Shoaib Bashir. First ball of his spell, and that is an off-spinner's delight. He has Seeker groping forward, trying to play through extra cover. The ball spins in, takes the wicket, and Seeker's got to go for 22. Third wicket for Bashir, and Zimbabwe 251 for 7.
I'll just take you back to the wicket of the skipper of Zimbabwe, Craig Irvin. It came wide of the crease, beautiful work on the ball and curve, and it takes the outside edge. This one is the opposite to the right-hander because he creates that curve, he puts that work on the ball, but he invites the right-hander to try and play the ball through covers, opens the gate, and the stumps are exposed. Beautiful off-spin bowling. Tigger has to go for 22. Zimbabwe now 251 for 7.
Well, I think we might see some big hitting now because that's the last recognised batter gone. We're going to see who's walking in, Ed, because
that looks like Chavanga.
Right. We were wondering whether Garava was going to come in.
He'll be last then.
But he will. He'll be last. Chavanga walking to the crease.
Play shots, I reckon.
Well, England have been made to work hard for their wickets. Wonderful century at the top of the order from Brian Bennett. 40 from Craig Irvin. Not a lot else in and amongst it, though. And so now, with Blessing Muzarabani and Tanaka Chavanga, Yachi and Garava to come, I think we might get a little bit of fun and games here.
Yeah, why not? What do you got to lose?
Why not, indeed.
Exactly.
This has been an entertaining test. Let's continue.
I love the energy in the crowd as well. Everybody getting stuck in.
Absolutely.
So why not? Make it a festive next 30 minutes here. Play your shots, give this crowd a little bit of an entertainment, and just sort of soak up that lead that England have.
Absolutely. I want to get England back out to bat. Bashir is in, and a big step down the track from Chavanga lets this one go through. He's got a slip and a leg gully, deep backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on, lets this one through as well. There's a Stokes at mid wicket, and there's a fielder stationed on the boundary, backward of square on the leg side. So there's a nice gap here at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. The ball turning into the right-hander. Bashir loops one up, and there he goes, does Chavanga. Hits it square to deep point and comes through for a single.
Don't want to be shouldering arms to the off-spinner. He did it a couple of times, but he's off-strike now. All right, come on, Blessing. Where are you putting this one?
Well, if you waved out the window, Ed, I reckon he might aim here.
Right then. Go on. Go on, Blessing.
Come on, let's make the headlines.
Get it. Put one on the road.
The windows are open. Bless him. Oh, he's forward and just tries to almost like place this to the left of Ben Stokes at mid-wicket, but Shoaib Bashir fields too straight.
Right, this is the one.
This is the one.
Yes.
Here we go. I reckon Bashir will toss this one up. Let's have a look. He does. It goes a bit flatter, and bless him, Barney goes for the big shot. It's aerial, and it's just going to disappear over Ben Stokes' head as he runs back from mid-wicket, and he'll come back for a second. Oh, that's the end. Oh, it's just as the fun and games are starting. Macca is back, big thanks to Ed, Harmy as well. The score here at Trent Bridge, Zimbabwe 252 for 7.
Well, we're back in time as the fun and games is going to get underway, it appears. Myself, Andrew McKenna and Steve Harmison going to take you through the next half an hour. Quite what we're going to see in the next half an hour is anyone's guess. It's going to be Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end once again, To bowl to Shivanga. 2 slips in place. A deep square leg. And here comes Atkinson. Bowls. He gets really deep in his crease on that occasion, Shivanga. Just plays it out on the onside, and there is no run. Well, Harmy, things have changed a wee bit, but Brian Bennett's innings has been the mainstay.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. It really has been from a Zimbabwean point of view. Shoaib Bashir's on our screen at this moment in time, just getting a drink from the fitness coach, and it really was a brilliant delivery from Shoaib. Again, he looks a different bowler, playing with 3 lions on his shirt.
Atkinson in, Shivanga backs away, but gets just about enough of it in behind. Defenders, no run.
I wouldn't say he's bowled brilliantly as Shoaib Bashir, but what he's done is he's bowled. You can see why England love him. Ben Stokes is on the screen now, and you can see why Ben Stokes is encouraged by him, because he bowls wicket-taking deliveries. That delivery there to get rid of Tasiga was a wicket-taking delivery. It was a good ball. And that's what England want. So they feel with more experience, more playing, more game time, more bowling, he'll get better.
In goes Atkinson, swing and a miss from Shivanga, who is backing away to leg and trying to flay it through points. No run.
So, you know, you can see why the selectors have keeping faith with him. You can see why Ben wants him in his team. You can see why he feels as though, you know, a run-of-the-mill left-arm spinner or another finger spinner hasn't got the sort of height, the release point, the trajectory. You can see why England like Shoaib Bashir, because there is a lot to like.
Atkinson comes towards us once again. Shivanga just guides it down to Duckett at backward point, no run. And
I think the challenge now, and I said this at the end of the New Zealand tour, that, you know, he was averaging late 40s when he left New Zealand, and it's like, can he average late 30s when he gets to Australia? And if he does, and I mean, that's a big if, it's a huge if with India to come and how great they play spin, but if he can average that sort of late 30s going to Australia, you feel as though with all the games under his belt, he become a better bowler, and that's what they've picked him for, Australia.
In goes Atkinson once again, takes Shivanga on the body, and there's no run. Just back to Bennett for a moment. I mean, first of all, it was a wonderful catch from Ollie Pope off of the no ball, unfortunately. I was actually standing out to the box in the stands at the time, and they were all erupting, and Bennett was about 20 metres away, and then all of a sudden Aludin Pellicer went, oh, hang on a minute, whoa, and then made the no ball signal. And then a few balls later, they do get him. It was funny how all the England players turned to Pellicer and said, is that one all right? Watching as Atkinson in, and again Shivanga backs away, guides to Duckett at backward points. No run to end the over, and there was lots of smiles as Aludin Pellicer went, yeah, that one's absolutely fine, but he got rightly a standing ovation from this Trent Bridge crowd as he played so well, Bennett. He
did. He played simple, but he played very, very effective. And when I mean that, I'm not downplaying that when I say simple. It was a simple technique. If the bowlers pitched it up, he belted it straight back past them at the stumps. And there's no fielders behind the stumps, and he was very, very lucrative in that area. And then when you bowled short to him, not so much on the pull shot, but on the cut shot. Definitely on the cut shot, and the cut shot was lucrative for him as well. So very, very simple technique, not a great deal of foot movement, very, very quick hands. If you pitched it up, he hit it straight. If you bowled short, he gave himself some natural width to open up on the offside, and he punished you, and he batted very, very well. 1 or 2 chances, but in the main, it's a wonderful innings and a great story for Zimbabwe cricket.
Shoaib Bashir to bowl to Muzarun Barney. Bashir is in, off spinner, turns into the right-hander and turned on the onside to Ollie Pope for no run. Shoaib Bashir bowling with blood-splattered trousers at the moment, with the blood that came out of his finger earlier, trying to take a return catch. Bashir goes in once again, outside of off-stump on this occasion. Muzarun Barney punches out to point, no run.
And arguably that injury to Shoaib Bashir was the one that sort of started for Zimbabwe's demise, because if Shoaib Bashir had kept bowling, might not have been 5 down at tea.
Bashir, nice loop on that one, bringing Muzarun Barney forward, and there's no run yet. It was Ben Stokes who completed the over and then carried on bowling, and carried on bowling really rather well. If you are just joining us, England captain playing in his first cricket since December. He's bowled 20 deliveries and got 2 for 11 so far. Bashir outside of off stump. Musa plays a nice looking shot actually out to the cover sweeper around at deep point. Nice comfortable single. 255 for 7. Musa got 3 from 11. Chivanga on strike. He's got just a single from 9 balls to his name. Now to him, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, deep point, and I presume a mid-on down beneath us out on the boundary. Bashir starts this outside of off-stump, and Chivanga is banking on Bashir really not ripping one, because he puts the front pad across and then raises the bat high. Bashir has turned a couple quite big here, so Chivanga's got to get this right or he could get horribly embarrassed. Bashir comes and does the same thing again. Chivanga hits hard out to the cover sweeper though, and he will double his score to 256 for 7.
Just giving it a little bit of room, a bit of width there, Charles Bashir. He is turning it, he is getting the ball to grip, and he is getting the ball to turn. He keeps practicing trying to get over the top of it, trying to get right over the top and sort of dragging it down, and he's it just looks as though he's getting a little bit it looks as though he's just getting through his action just that little bit quicker than he probably wants to. But I think all in all, for where he's been so far this season, I think you've got to be very, very happy that they're in the he's bowled really, really well for me here compared to where he's been.
Gus Atkinson will start a new over. It's a short ball, and Chivanga has tried to play a shot we've seen a few times in this test match so far, where he leaves the bat there leaning backwards and guides it through third, and unfortunately ends up on his backside and guides it straight to the fielder at backward point. So it didn't work either way round.
Yeah, he's gone trying to get out of the way of it first, then he's left his hands there hoping to ramp it, and fortunately it's hit his left hand hard, because I think if it hit the top of his left hand it would have gone up in the air, but then hit his right hand it would have gone up in the air, but if it hit the bat he might have got in and over the slip cordon. But he was quite fortunate there with Chivanga.
Gully's gone out down to a deep third as he goes in. It's another attempt at a ram, a feather down on the offside, and again he's ended up on his backside.
Zach Crawley is convinced he's hit this. Ben Stokes has had a little bit of a noise.
They're going to review it. They are reviewing it.
Yeah, Brooke Rutten Smith are having none of it.
Well, I thought from Crawley's body language he was sort of getting a bit excited, but I wasn't sure, so I was glad that you said that, Harmy. Atkinson's back at the end of his mark going, where's the ball? Can I have it to bowl, please? Not realising that England have actually reviewed this.
Yeah, Ben Stokes thinks it's come glove off thigh. It hasn't. I think the glove and the thigh are miles away from each other. But Zach was adamant. He was straight up.
Well, third umpire is having a look, and now we're going to get the first replay. Well, it's going to be bat if it's anything, because it's a long way away from anything else. We're going to need Snicko. I don't know why we look at the first replay without it. Now we get Snicko, and it will show that he didn't hit it.
It's not far away, but no, whether there was a noise, whether that's the noise is the glove brushing the hip.
Well, his first round of drinks on Zach Crawley this evening then for the England team, because he was absolutely convinced that was out. Told them to review it, and it wasn't out. 256 for 7. Atkinson has ball in hand. Oh my goodness, Chivanga is backing away an awful lot here. He's backed away again and tried to sort of guide it into the offside and misses it through to Jamie Smith.
Yeah, he's just not picking the length up. You know, his bottom half is static and not backing away. His top half is backing away, and that's why he's bringing slip into play. I think I would have extra cover, or even more so, Ollie Pope at mid-wicket into that third or the sort of fourth slip gully area, because I can see him just running one off the face there.
Atkinson in for the fourth time of the over. This time he goes fuller and straighter. And Chivanga plays it defensively back up the pitch. After the last ball, Muzarambani wandered down and went, hey mate, any danger of you trying to hang in a little bit here, because we're the ones who are going to be bowling later on, and we don't really want to put our bowling boots on just yet. So.
No, yeah, I think there will be bowling. I don't see England enforcing the follow. I really don't see England forcing the follow on.
Atkinson comes in, short one, goes for an attempted pull. It comes off of the body and flies through to Harry Brook at second slip. Harry Brook is still lying on the floor holding the ball up going, I caught it, everybody.
Yeah, Harry Brook this time went across Joe Root and made sure he went for it. It hit the back of, I think it's hit the back of Chivanga. I don't think it's got anywhere near the glove or the bat. I think it's come straight off. I think it's close to where the numbers are on the back of his shirt.
It's off his right shoulder, the point of his shoulder. Actually, it's a good attempt by Harry Brook.
Yeah, it's bounced as well.
I mean, other than that, he had quite a lot going for it.
There was a lot going for it. It was a good appeal by Gus.
Final one of the over. He's in. Oh, it's short, and that was where it needed to be. Short, straight, and Chivanga, you could tell he didn't fancy that. The hands were in front of the face. He manages to drop it at his toes. It is the end of 60 overs, and it will be drinks. 5:15 this Friday evening. We've still got 19 overs of the day's play, so that's going to pretty much take us through till 6:30 local time. We'll use up all of the extra half an hour allocation. England will try and wrap up this innings this evening, and as Harmy said, they do not often enforce a follow-on, and at the moment, having got to the 60 over mark, you wouldn't suspect they would do so here. I think I've just seen actually as Stokes walks to the huddle down beneath us, him starting to do some is it A-frames they call them, or no, I'm trying to remember from plyometrics whatever it is called. Anyway, it's one of those sort of high kicking motions that he's just wonder if he's starting to loosen up for a spell here.
Yeah, I think the captain should come on to bowl. I think he cleans the tail up. I'd leave Shoaib Bashir on. I think Shoaib's done a decent enough job. I don't think England have bowled great today. I really don't. I think it tells you that. I know Shoaib Bashir's got 3 wickets, and I said he's gone all right, and he has gone all right. And I mean that because of where he's been so far this summer, going out on loan. His numbers didn't look great, and I think he's bowled okay. I think he's had control of what he was trying to do. I think a couple of times he's been excited, and I think largely down to the fact that he hasn't bowled a great deal in middle conditions. So you've got to give him some leeway on that, and he's picked up three wickets, and one of them was an absolute beauty, and that's why they picked him, because they see him as a wicket taker. But the pick of the bowlers has been the captain. He really has. He looked lean. He's looked spring in his step. He hit the crease hard. He got the ball swinging. He got the ball to nip. And I think if it was another day, and maybe it's against in India or against Australia, I think you might have seen Ben Stokes bowl double figure of overs so far. But I think he's got to find out about his team. I think he's got to find out about the group that he's got. Give Josh Tongue a go at that short ball policy that England adopt, go to pretty quickly when they play on flat wickets against a better opposition. And a bit like Gus Atkinson, he's a quick bowler that's not that comfortable, doesn't seem that comfortable of nailing the short ball that well. So I thought he would be more comfortable, and that would be Josh Tongue. And Cook's been expensive, so I think all in all, I don't think England will be. I don't really want to be too critical, because they've got Zimbabwe, what have they got them, 256 for 7, but I think they could have been more polished. I think they could have been a bit more sharper, and yeah, fair play to Brian Bennett for getting that big 139. But I think I'd be slightly disappointed if I was in the England bowling camp, because I don't think we've been right at it. I think we've been decent, but I don't think we've nailed what we've been trying to do, and I think our standards need to be a little bit. If our standards with the bat is it sort of 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, I'd probably say our bowling at this minute in time is about 5.5, 6.
Yeah, it's felt a little bit early season, some of the bowling, hasn't it? Which, I know that a lot of the guys have played at least a few rounds of county cricket, but we're not a massively huge amount into the season so far. And it just felt that they needed a couple of spells. Right, we're about to get back underway with Bashir bowling.
Give it Mish Rabani a single. That last ball to Travingra, I think if I got I'm on strike here, I'd just loop it up in the air.
Well, Muzarambani is going to be forward to Bashir, playing defensively back down the pitch. Bashir has doubled his wicket tally for the season today with the 3. 3 for 54 so far. Muzarambani has 3 runs to his name. Waits, bat raised, comes forward, plays defensively to Bashir, who fields in his follow-through.
That's good, really good from Shoaib Bashir. 2 balls, dragging the batter forward, good pace, excellent length, good line.
Just a slip as the sole catcher around the bat. That one's quicker, flatter. Muzarambani is with it and just pushes back up the pitch. No run. Bashir turns, moves his way away from us, gives that some air. Muzarambani didn't really know whether to stick or twist and ended up inside edging it onto his front pad and then out on the offside, no run. Jarrod Kimber has joined us once again. Bashir in, and Muzarambani plays a lovely looking shot, clearing the front leg out the way and hitting to the deep cover sweeper, single taken. Muzarambani goes to 4. We just saw a shot on our monitor of a nice little TV camera sweep across the press box, and I'm sure I saw someone at the back of the box who was having a quick 40 wings. It wasn't you, was it?
I'm at the front of the box. I'm right behind Bashir's arm.
Ah, Bashir is coming in. Oh, he beats Chivanga outside the off stump. Chivanga's playing the line of the off stump, so stayed inside it, but it's a really nice one to finish from Bashir. 61 gone, 257 for 7. How's he looked from ground level, from right behind the arm?
Oh, I love this press box. It's one of the best ones in the world. So it was actually great watching Ben Stokes bowling before. You realise how much his body shape has changed as well. He's walking directly at you and then coming in to bowl. But yeah, no, I think Bashir's done well. He still has the same issues. He was loose early on, over pitching the ball a little bit and under pitching sometimes as well. I'm not sure he should be bowling against Australia, and I'm not sure India might not give him some tap, but I don't think he's bowled poorly today by any means. I think Bennett played him quite well, but if his job is just to get the left-handers out and bowl the odd Jaffa, it's not the end of the world.
Muzarambani's on strike to Gus Atkinson. Muzarambani is clearing the front leg out the way to the leg side and then trying to dab it through the offside. Doesn't make any contact through to the keeper, no run.
Can whack them. I reckon there was a game. Did he hit a 4 or a 6 off the last ball, maybe to win them a T20 or a one-dayer? Got a feeling there was one game at the end he might have stolen for Zimbabwe at one stage, but he can hit the ball. He's got, you're going to be shocked to know this, quite long levers.
Yeah, I can imagine him hitting a long ball, but you actually got to have a stable base or a static base to hit it, and he hasn't got that at the minute.
No.
Atkinson goes in, it's short, and when I tell you it's over shoulder height of Muzarambani, I told you it's about 9 foot high. Through to the keeper, no run.
Right, if this is on the stumps, he's out. He's back to earth from the first one. He's bowled him a good short ball. If you can bowl a ball in and around top and middle and off here, Gus, you might have, will it be his first wicket of the day? Yeah, you could have your first wicket of the day. If you get the stumps here, I reckon you might get a wicket.
Well, Gus Atkinson is on the way. He passes the umpire, bowls right arm over, and he's gone full and straight. And Muzarambani has hit it back past the bowler. He's clothed it somewhat. He's not really timed it, but it wasn't a million miles away. Single taken, 258 for 7.
Yeah, it was just a bit short, wasn't it? He needs to get it a bit fuller there. Just needed a bit fuller.
I'm obviously not a fast bowler, but I would have been tempted to bowl just a straight full slow ball.
Yeah.
Because if he hits it, he's going to hit it straight up in the air.
Yeah.
And that's if he hits it, because he is backing away and moving everywhere.
In comes Gus Atkinson to Chivanga, goes full and straight, goes the Yorker. Does it hit him on the toe first? Kumadama Sena is unmoved. Gus Atkinson likes this. He's turned straight round to Ben Stokes and said, we need to review that. And Ben Stokes is saying, we are going to have a look at that, please. England have 2 reviews left, and they are thinking they have their 8th wicket.
It's clipped the toe first, he's out. He's not moving. I mean, he's not moving his feet that well. So if it's clipped the front toe first, he's got to be in front of all 3.
He was smiling, Chivanga, though. There, I don't know what that means. Yeah, it's in
He's
the middle
hit
of
it.
his bat. I mean, it was. If it hadn't have hit
Does
the
it hit
middle
his
of
pad
the bat,
first?
it's hard
It
to
just
tell
clipped the
from there,
pad first.
Wait,
So
wait. Oh, might have.
Oh, it does.
That's, you know, it has.
Why did we have a look at that at first angle?
Yes, it just clipped his pad first. This could be cannon to leg stump.
I still think it's going to be umpire's call for leg stump.
Yeah.
So it brushes the front pad and then goes off the bat. It's an in-swinger. It's impact in line. Wicket's hitting. That seems to change direction, Jarrod. Is that my eyes from where I'm
It's a
sitting
full
in the
toss,
box?
isn't it?
It's a full
It's a
toss,
full
so
toss, so
it
it has to go straight. So it's a full toss.
Well, Gus Atkinson has his first wicket. He gets Chivanga LBW for 2, and Zimbabwe a 258 for 8.
Yeah, he's not been at his best today, Gus, but in the last sort of 25 minutes, this last spell, he's gone into the bouncer, gone when the batters are coming at him, gone to the sort of more aggressive length mode of fuller and shorter. He's picked his knees up and he's bowled a lot better in the last sort of 20-25 minutes, and I think he's deserved that. He's deserved that because his first couple of spells, I think he'll admit that he probably wasn't at his best. But I think in this spell, he's come in in the sort of last 20 minutes. I think we've seen the real Gus Atkinson, and he probably has deserved that wicket.
How do you feel about the fact that we haven't actually seen their number 10 or 11 yet, Army, and we've seen their number 8 and 9?
Well, yeah, their number 8's injured, isn't he? So number 8's injured and hasn't come in. Muzarabani would have batted 9. John Ravinga would have batted 10.
Still a bit high for him.
So it is, yes. Yes, yeah.
I mean, his best batting was falling over.
Monty Panesar's coming in at number 11, so yeah.
I'm just saying, it's a hell of a tale they have.
Well, it is Naochi coming in at 10, which means Ngaraba will bat at 11. I mean, we're assuming that he's going to bat at 11 after he left the field with that back spasm.
He has been back once on the field since then. He did about 4
And then realised it was a bad plan.
Yeah.
Right. While the review has been going on and the wicket taken, kind of a quick drinks break. Joe Root is going to return onto the field, bringing a helmet for Ollie Pope.
People do ask, though, why international cricket is so slow and about overrates and everything. I don't actually remember what age I was when the last ball was bowled.
Yeah, talking about this yesterday, weren't we? And it was Gary, our statsman, on our WhatsApp group suggested £1,000 fine for every over that's unbowled. Said that'd get their attention. I quite like what they do with county cricket. If you don't follow county cricket at the moment, so lunch is completely unmovable, but you only take tea when you bowl so many overs, because that then pushes tea back, so you don't end up with a huge amount of overs in the final session, because again, there's no cut-off, and they'll carry on till they're bowled. Atkinson to Bolton Naochi. Well, he's forward. Nice looking push drive out to Bashir at short mid-off, and there's no run. 258 for 8. So yeah, they carry on till they finish bowling. I quite like that.
I just don't think there's any excuse. The overrate should be adhered to. I know there's a lot of distractions and for injuries and for drinks, and in between overs we've got a lot of time, and there's no excuse for me.
Atkinson in. Naochi plays defensively. It goes down to Duckett in the wide gully position, and there is no run. Because the argument that you get sometimes from players is, yeah, well, look at how many draws there are. It's positive results. But the point is, how many of the people in the stadium are coming to all 4 days?
Absolutely, absolutely.
They paid a lot of money to see a full day's play. If you pay £100 odd and the players in a Premier League football game walked off after 80 minutes, there'd be a riot. Yet somehow in cricket, it doesn't matter.
It's all right, it's all good. You're here for 6.5 hours anyway. So, yeah, I mean, I don't see there's any reason why, whatever the umpire gives the field and side when it comes to time allotted for any breaks or any injuries or any malfunctions of side screens and stuff like that, that can't be added on until the time at the end of the day from 6:30 onwards. So if you're adding 10, if you're giving the field and side 10 minutes, you give it to the crowd.
Bashir to start a new over. Oh, it's absolutely hammered back past him by Muzarambani for 4. It's almost gone through Bashir, and bearing in mind he caught one on the end of the finger earlier, he would have been well within his rights to have been a bit nervous there. That is hammered back past him for 4.
I think it was through him, and I think it's another drop.
He's not got close to it.
He might have got his finger on it. It dropped weirdly, didn't it, at the end? So I don't know if that was his fingers or...
No, I don't think he's got near it in the end.
Nutmegged him.
Bashir goes in once again. Muzarambani stays at home on this occasion, lets it turn, and then guides it down to long leg, and will stroll his way to a couple. The length of his strides is about 6 strides to get from one end to the other. I get the feeling we're seeing this one again. Yes, short from Bashir, and then it just drops on a stone, like a stone on him. It doesn't get a finger on it. Bashir in, bowls over the wicket. Geez, that's a good-looking shot from Muzarambani. It's quite stylish. The fielding, unfortunately, from Josh Tongue is slightly less stylish.
It's been brilliant. Oh, it's been lovely to watch Josh Tongue. It was a throwback to watching me field all them years ago. That must be about 17 gone through him today. That's good, that, for a number 10 or a number 11. Good on you, Josh.
I like the fact that at one stage both the batters were at the same end. Did you see that? I don't know what Blessing
That's a throwback to me as well, Martin.
I don't know what Blessing was waiting for. He kept looking at Nochin. I'm like, no, well, he's next to you, mate. At a certain point, you either have to send him back or run yourself.
One of you is going to have to move.
He'd not spotted the fact that Josh Tongue had dived at backward point, but hadn't stopped it. Unfortunately, the non-striker, therefore, could see the ball. Bashir in, bowls a beauty to Naochi, who is beaten, and it goes through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. And there's no run. Zimbabwe trail by 300.
Talking about tail enders though as well, he was so happy with the way he played that shot. He held the pose for about a minute and a half.
Bashir in over the wicket, played out nicely on the offside by Naochi, and there's no run.
The longer you hold the pose, Macca, the more likely all the photographers will get it.
I think the more runs you should get for your next shot. Times it by whatever you get in terms of seconds for holding the pose. Bashir gives that one some air outside of off stump. Naochi pushes into the offside. No run, end of the over. Time for Jon Norman to come back in and take over the ball by ball, and Ed to replace Harmy in the summariser's chair after Jarrod's given you some more thoughts.
Yeah, really good crowd here today. Beautiful day for cricket, really, all things considered. And the Zimbabwean fans have certainly made it one to remember for any of the English that have been here. It's noticeable bigger crowd than we saw yesterday. People stayed to the end. Got to see a great innings from Brian Bennett as well. Perhaps one of the more important modern day innings for a Zimbabwean batter, or Zimbabwean cricket really. Made 139 from 143. No one else has passed 50. We've seen a couple of others hang around, unfortunately get themselves out just before, and it's Atkinson coming in, right arm fast.
Muzarambani steps away and tries to clear the stand over deep mid-wicket. There's a pub just behind that stand. It would have landed over the roof. It connected there, but he didn't. He dragged it to Ollie Pope.
His stride pattern's so big he almost stepped over the stand at deep mid-wicket.
I think is that the highest overseas score by a Zimbabwean? Brian Bennett earlier today. I think I saw Gary Morgan. I tell you what, Macca does have his headphones loud.
It couldn't be the highest.
Sure, the listeners don't really care about that. But steps away from the crease, Muzarambani, and he's caught in no man's land. Suddenly, as the ball starts to follow him, he shifts from trying to full across the line to steering it through cover, misses the ball, and the stumps are a mess.
Yeah, one away from closing off the innings now, England. It'll be interesting to see if Richard Ngarava is still going to come out and bat, or what's going to happen as if he's not coming out to bat. Are they going to follow on? Is England going to come out and bat?
Well, that is the end of the innings. We're not going to see Richard Ngarava. That 9th wicket is the final one of the innings. Gus Atkinson's picked up 2. And what is Stokes indicating as he walks off the field? Batting again?
I think
or asking Zimbabwe to bat again?
Well, he's gesturing batting, so he hasn't really told us who is.
High fives all round. Usually a captain asks the bowler, or at least has a token question. Do you reckon you can go again, lad? I've made up my mind what we're going to do. You're going to say yes.
I mean, there's no...
They're
The
not
opening
racing
batters
off, are
didn't
they?
run off, did they?
Can't
Usually
see.
they would, wouldn't they? So I wonder if that means Zimbabwe's batting again.
I think maybe, because Crawley's certainly not run off. He's still with the pack. Is Duckett there?
It's hard to see Duckett because so much lower than the other guy.
He's in the change room already.
Yeah, he is in the changing room, you're right. Maybe he was off the field, but Crawley's not gone anywhere in a hurry, so maybe England will be bowling again.
We'll unpack it when they decide to tell us what they're doing.
What we do know is that Zimbabwe have fallen 300 short. They've been bowled out for 265. The roller's coming on. And that final wicket going the way of Gus Atkinson, whose bowling improved as the day went on. 2 for 50 out. I'll just run through the card while we wait and find out what Ben Stokes and England have decided to do. Earlier today, England declared on 565 for 6. Harry Brook, last man out for 58. Zimbabwe have picked up 3 wickets in the morning. England adding 67 to their overnight score. Ollie Pope going early, caught behind for 171. Stokes was caught on the hook for 9. And when Brook was dismissed, off they went. Zimbabwe then came out with a job to do and an hour to bat. And they batted well. Well, certainly Brian Bennett and Craig Irvine did. They reached lunch. We are getting news that England have enforced the follow-up. That was lead to scenes of celebration, no doubt, in commentary boxes here, possibly.
Well, there's a lot of people who'll be booking their Sunday golf game now.
There is rain forecast tonight, though. Ben Curran was the man to go, giving Sam Cook his first wicket in international cricket. But really the story of the Zimbabwe innings is a quite brilliant knock of 139 from Brian Bennett, his second Test century, his first in England. The fastest century by a Zimbabwean came from just 97 deliveries. And without that, then the scorecard would have a very different feel to it. He scored over 50% of Zimbabwe's runs. Craig Irvine, the skipper, weighed in with 42, but he was dismissed by good bit of bowling from Shoaib Bashir, who got the ball to turn off the straight, really. It was on leg stump, went away from the left-hander, pounched by Harry Brook at slip, and an even better delivery, you could argue, dismissed Sigger later on for 22. Clean bowling, the wicketkeeper bat. In and amongst that, Ben Stokes had returned after Bashir had actually picked up a little injury to his finger, filled in from his own bowling, and he dismissed Sakanda Raza with an absolute beaut, which turned the batter all round, and Madhaver didn't stick around before he was bowled without scoring. And then since the tea break, it's just kind of been a question of when, not if. Josh Tongue finally dismissing Brian Bennett, over after having him brilliantly caught at short leg, only to have overstepped. It's been a really entertaining day's play. It kind of got a little slow towards the back end, but the fans that have arrived here, and there's a big pocket of Zimbabweans to the right of us, a better crowd than on day one, have been treated to a great innings, some good spin bowling, the sight of Ben Stokes back in full fitness, and now England will hope to chip away again with, 50 minutes remaining in the day. Can they get Zimbabwe 2 or 3 down by Stokes?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, because obviously Brian Bennett invested a lot of his time, a lot of his concentration, a lot of his technique out in the middle to get that 139, and already you almost think it's a really quick turnaround for him to start another innings. So for him to come back and switch on is not going to be an easy thing. I'm also quite impressed that England have enforced the follow-on, because there's always the notion that they don't. There's also the notion that perhaps they wanted to get more time out in the middle. The wicket's still good for batting. Did any or most of their players get enough time in the middle with the bat in hand against Zimbabwe in this test venue as they prepare for the summer of cricket? So there's a lot of questions there that have been answered from an England perspective, because they want to bowl again, but from a Zimbabwean perspective, can Bennett do it again? And are there other players that are going to go with him now with a quick turnaround, because the wickets did fall quite quickly?
Yeah, they did eventually. I mean, he's made so much a percentage of this score. When you look at it, it's more than half. We were talking about Charles Bannerman and things like that happening earlier. He was going so well. England have enforced our follow-on quite a bit, I think, in the Bazball era.
Yeah, they have 7 of the last 11 occasions.
And Gary might remember, but the numbers have changed quite a bit. A lot of people think that it was Australia losing in Kolkata that changed the way that teams enforce the follow-on. But it's basically just back-to-back tests. Right? Teams do that. This isn't a back-to-back test. So I suppose from that perspective, if you want a day off, the easiest way to have the day off is to bowl them out again by stumps tomorrow. So either way, I can certainly see how they could have gone the other way. I thought they might just come out, score 250 quite quickly, and then spend a day and a half bowling. But they've gone for this one. And well, if you're going to pick a young bowling attack that doesn't do that much bowling, John, you might as well overuse them.
Well, let's also not forget that Stokes enforced the follow-on in Wellington against New Zealand, and New Zealand became just the 3rd team in the history of the game to win, and they did so by 1 run.
First time it didn't happen to Australia.
Yes, that's absolutely right. talkSPORT covered that test match, and that was quite something. So Brian Bennett's going to have to do a Kane Williamson, I suppose, and back for a day and a half.
It's not going to be easy. Like I said, there's a lot of investment there that we probably saw the end result of that 139, but the mental attributes, soaking up the pressure, having to lead this batting lineup as a young man as well, and now try and do it again. And the other thing that in international sport, in sport in general, your opposition learns quickly how to get you out, or where the errors are. So now you're going to see what England are going to enforce to try and get him out.
I definitely don't think they bowled well to him early on. And once he got in, it'll be interesting to see with the new ball now. Also, it's later in the afternoon. He won't be as sharp as he would have been in the morning, just in general. So, yeah, they've definitely got a chance there. Look, he's seen the ball well. That's always a good start.
It's got a little hazy here at Trent Bridge, isn't it? It's nowhere near as dark as it was at times yesterday. It's quite cool as well. There's a breeze. And I imagine someone like Sam Cook would be quite happy to have another little spell. He bowled at both ends today. He actually opened the bowling for England. He picked up his first wicket in international cricket, dismissing Ben Curran. That's another thing. Ben Curran's not exactly going to want to get out twice in a day, is he? Doesn't happen often.
You also have your own gremlins there, right? And the pressure of coming here to England, and the expectation of wanting to do well. And then it fails in the first innings, and then you got to do it again. And the other idea here is that he gets out to a very good ball. So now he's almost in the mindset of, how many more good balls am I going to get, and how do I play them to survive and almost get to where Bennett was? So, yeah, it's an interesting time, and I think it's a good decision by England, because I think they caught Zimbabwe slightly unawares here. And now Zimbabwe have a tricky time of surviving the next 45 minutes.
It's an interesting one. I think if Zimbabwe knew that they were going to be enforced, I wondered if the tailenders might have batted a little bit more within themselves. Because, look, you and I have seen Blessing slog before. It's not the first time he's ever done it, but he can also defend, and, with the big front step and everything. And clearly they were looking for runs. So, look, they've left themselves a little bit more exposed, but they did put in a good batting performance today, even if it fell apart towards the end. They've certainly done something for themselves. They give themselves another chance here. That's what the game's about.
I'm not sure Bennett took his pads off.
I'm just having a look at the weather forecast here in Nottingham, and there's no chance of any rain before stumps, which will be at 6:30. And there's a fair amount coming up overnight, but could be quite a lot of it. But tomorrow, or rather Saturday, just trying to have a little look. Looks like there might be some rain. Might actually be rain for quite a lot of tomorrow. Maybe they're going to
You're
have to
not here.
cancel that golf
You're not
on
here
Sunday.
anyway.
I don't mind. Oh, I'll be driving. I'll be driving in the rain.
The other aspect here is that Ben Stokes has basically said, right, more mileage in the legs here, bowlers, more mileage. I'm not sure how we're going to go, but we've probably learnt a lot about how we can be a bit better with the ball, and we go again.
Yeah,
Well, I think
he's probably less likely to say that if Jimmy Anderson's playing, isn't he?
yeah, and I think we were on commentary. You certainly were for most of it, Jarrod, when Josh Tongue was being asked to bowl a lot of short deliveries, and very often under Ben Stokes, you kind of feel there's things happening out on the field which aren't necessarily to do with the game that's being played. You know, it's about looking and seeing whether he can do a job further down the line, or whether it's him, because he's asked other bowlers to do that, hasn't he? And it doesn't necessarily come naturally to them. And even batting as well, you see sometimes batters are playing a style of the game which isn't necessarily to win that match, it's just to show they can do it.
265 all out, considering the pitch and the bowlers and everything else. I'd still say that's above par for Zimbabwe batting on recent times. I know one player has made so many of those runs, so you can lean on that a little bit, but it's still a high. If you'd have told me that they made 265 in this game, I would have been like, they're batting well.
Yeah, fair point. However, when you get into it, if you get a player that gets 139 and the other 2 or 3 senior players get starts, surely they go with the young guy and get close to 300 or over.
Yeah, no, I agree. They definitely should have got over 300 here. They'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, if you look at the breakdown of the wickets, it did look like they were going to be pushing 300 for a fair amount of that innings. 187 for 3, bowled out for 265, even 156 for 2. You're thinking 300, but there we go. Sam Cook about to bowl for the second innings, and he's opening the bowling for the second time today for England, and gets one to beat the outside edge of Brian Bennett's bat through to the keeper. What do we got? We've got 3 slips, and we've got a gully, backward points. Is that Ollie Pope and Ben Duckett?
Yes.
We've got Ben Stokes, who's an extra cover, Gus Atkinson, slightly deep mid-off, and there is Josh Tongue at mid-on, Shoaib Bashir out on the boundary. That long leg as Sam Cook is in again, and this is just played into the point region by Brian Bennett. So much like the start of the innings, there's runs to be had. Once you get it past the infield, you're gonna cash in. But let's remember, ball 3 of the innings, and Bennett guided the ball past leg stump and away for 4. That got him going, didn't it? How different this innings would have been if that had hit leg stump.
Jarrod brings up an important point in terms of how they bowled. They didn't really bowl really well to him, besides those couple of deliveries that beat him on the inside edge.
This is targeting the pads of Bennett. He'll get off strike. Just have a little look whether that's a leg by or not. Indeed it is. So Zimbabwe, 1 without loss in second innings, asked to follow on after being bowled out for 265. England earlier today, 565 for 6 declared. So Zimbabwe need another 300 runs if they're to make England bat again.
What do you think, Ed? Can they bowl England out for under 150? So knock up a quick 450 here and then roll them for a 125?
Jarrod. Just dangle the carrot.
I mean, that is what the follow-on allows you, though, isn't it? It does allow you that if you can put the big innings on, you've kept the other team in the field for days at that point, and you get them tired. It's a ways away.
Round the wicket to Ben Curran. There's a leg slip in place, and Ben Curran is off the mark. The little clip backward of square, so he'll be relieved. 2 without loss, Zimbabwe.
And look, in this summer of cricket for England, they may have a couple of occasions where they possibly could bat really well, and their bowlers will need to come back in a second innings or a fourth innings and try and be really good. But I just want to keep an eye on sort of the lengths here and also the speeds that these bowlers are going to try and put in, because when it comes into a follow-on issue, it's not necessarily your skill.
Brian Bennett, 100 in the first innings, yet to get off the mark in the second, and this is a controlled push to cover point, no run. It's beautiful conditions here, but rain has brought to an end to the second ODI between West Indies and Ireland in Ireland. Casey Carty with 102. West Indies would be disappointed. 352 for 8 from their 50 overs. Matthew Ford with 58 from 19 deliveries. 8 sixes.
He can hit the ball.
He certainly did today. Strike rate of 305. Cook is in again, and Bennett just blocks. That must have been an entertaining last. What were they at the? Just having a look. Wow, 246 for 6 with 7 overs to go. They hit 100 from the last 6 overs.
Have some of that.
Wow.
He's batting ahead of Gudakesh Modi, and he can also hit the ball.
What did they end up on? Sorry.
352 for 8. But unfortunately that rain came in and it's a no result, so still 1-0 down. I think that's a 3-match series, I imagine so. Back here at Trent Bridge, Gus Atkinson, who toiled away a little bit, picked up 2 tail-enders to give his figures a little bit of gloss, but he is going to take the new ball from the Stuart Broad end. You were here in 2015, weren't you, Jarrod? That Stuart Broad spell against Australia, which is Ben Stokes just down here.
Wasn't a long test match, was it?
That was ridiculous. That catch, it's been replayed many, many times. Was it Adam Lyth playing? Adam Lyth. I think there was 7. There might have been 7 fielders in the slip corner, and Adam Lyth had started to turn, didn't he, to run down to get the ball, only to realise that Stokes had actually caught it. Ooh, full delivery from Atkinson, which is scooted along and away behind the wicket where Jamie Smith claims the ball. We'll have to have a look at this one again. That seemed to keep a bit low, didn't it?
Yeah, I wondered. I mean, it was very full. Was it so full that it hit the foot marks?
That's what I'm thinking, maybe, yeah, it was very full.
If that's the case, it's not an issue. If it hits the normal part of the pitch and does that, it's more of an issue.
There is a little bit of rough just outside the left-hander's eye line. This is on a length and left alone by Ben Curran, who's 1 not out.
Yeah, and also a bit of focus on Gus Atkinson here on how he goes. He looked a little bit behind of his high standards that he generally is in that first innings with the ball in hand. So the second opportunity, it'll be key to see his speeds, the skill. Can he strike as well? Seeing some visuals of Ben Curran's mom, Sarah.
Well, how nervous will she be right now as Atkinson is in again. This is driven nicely, punched to mid-off, no run. Nice sound of the ball coming off the middle of the bat there. Curran will just want to get through to stumps here. Zimbabwe have got 38 minutes. Can they get through to stumps without losing a wicket? All you want to do when you're the underdog is be able to go back, whether you're playing or watching, just have an evening where you can dream.
120 without loss, that should be the aim.
Here is Atkinson, left alone by Curran, who steps away and just has a few steps towards square leg umpire. Flexes the knees. You can tell or feel he's feeling it right now. Fixes his gloves. Scrapes away at the surface and gets himself ready. 2 balls left in the over. Atkinson's first in second innings. Here is Curran. Bat raised and he's forward driving, and that's a superb diving stop to his left by the bowler, and Curran will be frustrated because Shoaib Bashir was not going to stop that from reaching the boundary. It was hit really hard along the ground, and Shoaib Bashir is quite straight at mid-off, but that was hit some pace, so Atkinson has saved 4 there, and he's just kept the pressure on the bat.
It reminds me, Curran, a little bit of Marcus Harris, the Australian opener. Very short, very compact. He's not ever flourishing through his drives, so playing across his front pad a little bit.
Last ball of the over, and left alone. Shoulders arms does Curran, he survives, as do Zimbabwe. 2 without loss at the end of the second over. And you're listening to live coverage on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yep, so Zimbabwe have to go again. Brian Bennett has to go again. And we spoke about, well, a short while ago, about how possibly England would have had to learn from some of the mistakes or be better with the ball. I think for Zimbabwe, some of their batters also have to come back with a better idea of how to approach these England bowlers. Man, some support has come in for the visitors. They have had a right old time.
Have you been hanging down there in the crowd?
I haven't gone.
It's too many
I've
selfies.
been working hard.
I would have thought just too many selfies.
You could do a little bit of crowd surfing down there, Ed.
All right then.
You can send him out tomorrow with a portable microphone.
Well, he's off in 5 minutes. He can go down there. Bennett facing up and just getting to the pitch of the ball, playing it late. And it's fielded by Ollie Pope, who took one of the great short leg catches that wasn't the catch in the end, didn't he?
Oh, pity.
Well, you said you felt for him earlier.
I felt for him.
Not anymore?
I do.
Kind of passed
Still.
it.
Good cricket.
I'll tell you what, there must be a great photo of that somewhere, which will never see the light of day.
Got a big X through it.
3 slips in place as Sam Cook goes straighter. Bennett gets into a bit of a tangle trying to place this towards mid-wicket. Doesn't connect. And it's another single. Big day for Sam Cook as well. His family, I imagine, is still here. They were here yesterday. It was a little expensive. How did you feel he went, Jarrod, early in the first innings? Picked up the wicket of Ben Curran. That was it. I think about 3 spells. Certainly 2, 1 from each end. Maybe 2 spells. He's in again past the umpire. And this is a forcing shot from Bennett. Doesn't time the ball, nor does he direct it in the part of the field where he intended, through the cover region. Just kind of drops to his feet. No run.
Just didn't think he was quite as accurate as he normally is. I wondered if, Alex Tudor talks about this a lot. You're playing in county cricket, no one ever knows your speed, so you just bowl the right speed for the right pitch. But here it's flashed up on the scoreboard occasionally, and people are talking about it.
Forward again is Bennett. Gets off the mark. Guides the ball to Shoaib Bashir, coming in from deep square leg. Yeah, I agree. I was kind of expecting a kind of metronomic approach. Good length ball, in and around off stump, challenging the outside edge and just plugging away, and that wasn't what happened, was it?
No, from what I've seen of him in county cricket, and as I said, I went through MV Play and watched all the deliveries. He's much more like a Tim Murtagh type bowler or a Vernon Philander, and that's not what we saw in the first innings.
That leg slip is back in place for the left-handed Ben Curran. There's a run-out opportunity here if the fielder running in, it's Stokes from point, can pick the ball up. Curran was concerned, but he needn't be, because Stokes fumbled, and I think Curran probably would have got back anyway.
Yeah, just for a moment, they're just trying to get to the other end as Ben Curran. And it's mainly because he's come around the wicket here, Cook, and that's how he got him out in the first innings. He just wants to feel one through, rotate strike, get to the other end. But I just feel maybe Sam Cook's length is a slightly short.
Yeah,
I think he could be a little bit fuller.
Here he is. And this is defended this time by Curran, who was got himself into a little bit of a tangle, didn't he? The ball before he was caught at second slip, he managed to hit the ball from the side of the bat, up and over the bowler, and it didn't go too far from mid-off as well.
One thing I would say about Bennett's batting today is I'm not as sold on his running between wickets as I am other parts. There wasn't a run there, so it was Curran who was in the wrong. Just if you have a look at Bennett, he wasn't exactly ready to explode into that run if there was one there. And if you know you've got a player who's struggling a little bit and wants to get off strike, you've just got to understand that situation. But you're right, I do think Cook's been a little bit shorter than I've seen him bowl before.
This is the problem, though, with batting a second time after you've scored that big century. You can only imagine how much mental energy is taken out of you. And then to go and do it again and to be focusing on your own batting, you wouldn't, for a 21-year-old, actually, it's when he's at the non-strikers end, he probably is just relaxing.
What
He's
about the
probably
emotion?
taking-
What about the
Yeah.
emotion of the occasion?
Exactly, he is going to sleep well tonight, right? He's going to be
Maybe.
exhausted. There's Bennett facing up as Atkinson, second over, and he is pinned on the pad. Big shot for a leg before wicket, and the umpire's finger goes up, but Bennett reviews straight away. There's a punch of gloves between Bennett and Curran. Has he reviewed, actually? Has he reviewed? Now he reviews. Now that changes things, because I thought he reviewed straight away, which would have indicated he got an inside edge onto the ball. He didn't. He's had a chat.
I don't think it was inside edge. I think it's it moved so violently back into him. And I think Curran thinks it's missing leg stump. I don't think Bennett thinks.
Yeah, we'll have a closer look at it. Let's see where that front foot goes. Doesn't go too far away. Ooh. Umpire's call.
He's deep in the crease, isn't he?
It can't be missing leg stump. It has to clip part of it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And he hasn't hit it.
No,
He's gone under his bat. Wow.
He hasn't hit it. Gus Atkinson is one of the game's great under-appealers. So when he goes up, you kind of think he's out. More often than not, he just turns and walks back to his mark.
There is something in that too.
Well, the batters, he's walking.
Yeah.
Bennett's seen it on the big screen and he's already started walking. Just about to see it on the big screen. 2 reds, 3 reds and you're out. Not even umpire's call. So, despite a century in the first innings, Brian Bennett will end the day in disappointing fashion, dismissed. Leg before wicket for 1, and Zimbabwe lose their first. 3 for 1.
Gosh, what a day for Brian Bennett. You get 139, you come out in the follow-on, and you get one that sort of just sits down. And possibly, if you want to be overly critical, could have been forward to that maybe, and try and cover that little bit of swing and shot movement, but it's not to be. He goes for 1. The hero from Zimbabwe departs, and England have picked up another 1, and they need to pick up another 9.
He just didn't look as comfortable, did he?
Another 8. Thanks, John.
He just didn't look as comfortable in this innings. I just want to go back on something you said there about Atkinson not being a good appealer.
An under-appealer.
You slagged him off. You slagged off someone from Surrey. Just accept it.
Never going to happen again.
So you know about this thing in baseball called framing?
No.
So they worked out a few years ago, maths geeks like me worked out that in baseball there were some catchers that the way they caught the ball would actually make it look like a strike when it was actually a ball. And so teams would end up hiring these catchers, even if they weren't as good at batting or as good at fielding as other players, because they could frame it and make it look like it was a strike when it wasn't. I've thought about this for a long time with appealing. Especially now with DRS and everything else, you really want some of those umpires' calls to go your way. The ability to be able to convince an umpire, and whether it's simple things, and Ed and Harmy would have done this before, where you appeal for an LBW is definitely not out, but you appeal completely 100%, and then you walk past the umpire and go, I was wrong there, wasn't I? That was going down there. Then the next time you get one that's a bit more 50-50, you appeal the exact same way, and you hope the umpire puts the finger up. Like little things like that really help you in your professional career.
Craig Irvin, first ball, short ball from Atkinson, and he gets off the mark straight away, just drops it to the leg side, no short leg, and off he goes. Yeah, I
nice
mean,
point.
You can there's definitely a type of appeal that you see from a bowler who knows, leg before appeal, who knows that unless the umpire puts his finger up, he's not overturning it. He knows it's going to be it's an umpire's call, leg before wicket appeal.
Or it just doesn't go your way and kick all the stumps out the ground.
Yes, there is also the Michael Holding way. You ever kicked all the stumps out the ground? One stump or one occasion?
I got banned for a match.
Curran defending. 4 for 1. Zimbabwe in second innings here at Trent Bridge with Gus Atkinson bowling from the Stuart Broad end.
Manners will tell you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got a big hearing. Didn't play the next first-class game. Kicked the stumps out the ground. Well, just one. He nicked it to second slip. How does the umpire not give it out?
Stuart Broad's here. He might be able to answer. Atkinson in again. And Ben Curran just drops his hands and lets it go. Was a comment from the back from Harmy. Well, that's a very good point. Yes, Harmy. Very good. For those of you that didn't pick that up, Harmy said just because it went to second slip doesn't mean it necessarily came off the bat.
And the umpire's name was a guy called I Know Chubby.
That's got to be a wind-up.
No, you can Google it.
Atkinson is in. This is steer to backward point, no run.
And he's part.
I know Chubby.
I know Chubby.
I know Chubby.
Yes, I know Chubby. He's an umpire right now, and he's actually making strides in getting into the next level of umpiring at the ICC. He does a few under-19 World Cups. He's been there, done that. And he didn't give it out. He nicked it to second slip, didn't give it out, and I kicked the stumps, and I proceeded to miss the next first-class game, and a mouthful from the MD as well.
I wonder if that's on. Is that on YouTube anyway?
No.
Last ball of the over, and Ben Curran again just covers up over off stump, plays it back once the ball came, and sees the over off. Success though for England in the second innings. Zimbabwe have lost their first innings centurion Brian Bennett for 1. Atkinson with an early success, and Zimbabwe's task is a huge one. 4 for 1 as Steve Harmison comes back in alongside Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, John. Yeah, it's been an excellent start from England. Better start to this second innings than it was to the first. England put the ball in the right area and made that breakthrough. Sam Cook bowling from this Ratcliffe Road end, getting the ball a little bit, to move a little bit away from the left-hander.
It's first ball of the new over from Cook. Brings his man forward inside half of the bat from Irvine, and they'll take a single down to deep backward square. 5 for 1. You felt for Bennett. He'd have 55 minutes between being dismissed and going out to bat again, and it was going to go one or two ways. He was either going to still be seeing it like a watermelon, or he was going to be absolutely mentally shot, and unfortunately for him, wasn't able to repeat the dose. But what a first innings. He'll remember today all right. Zimbabwe trailing by 295. 3 slips behind Curran as Cook bowls around the wicket, brings the lefty forward, pushes to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, he will, and he should do as well. He should be proud, and everybody from Zimbabwe will be proud of his achievements. Hundreds on the road. Murray Goodwin, Andy Flower, and now Brian Bennett. That's a wonderful club to be in if you're a Zimbabwean. And yes, he might not have got any in the second innings, but the ball did keep low. It would nip back and kept low, and it wasn't a bad delivery to remove him in the second innings as well.
Cook around the wicket, absolute beauty to Curran. It goes through to Jamie Smith, but only just misses brushing the outside edge of the bats. And Curran is battling hard. He made 6 from 10 deliveries in the first innings. He's got 1 from 15 here in the second. And it does not get any easier. 3 slips, a leg slip in place, as Cook makes his way in once again around the wicket, fended off the body to the fielder at leg slip, no run. 8 overs once we complete this 2 balls officially left in the day. We are not going to get 8 in 20 minutes. It's been a heck of a day for England. Cook is about to start in, but then realises that Curran has his batting gloves off, just adjusting something. So we'll just pause and now go again. In goes Cook. Now that's full and straight, worth an appeal. Umpires have changed ends. Kumar Dharmasena says not out.
Outside the line for me. I think this is just outside the line. It wouldn't surprise me if Ben goes for it, though. It would not surprise me if he goes for it.
They're having an official conflab. They've not gone automatically for it, but Ben Stokes makes the tee to say we are going to review this.
I think deep down, and I'm not convinced Ben thinks this is out. I think he's gone for it because it's Sam Cook on his debut, back in the bowler. They think it's close, but I would imagine it's either umpire's call or it's just outside the line. But it's a good delivery from Sam Cook. I'm not convinced the England boys are really sure about this.
So it misses the outside edge of the bat and hits him on the back pad, but on the replay you can see leg stump on the left-hand side of the front pad, which gives the impression that it's going to be outside.
He's hit it anyway.
Oh, he has hit it. He's got a little feather on it. Well, that was the one part that we didn't consider in the equation, but he's got a feather on that, and therefore it really doesn't matter what happens next.
Good appeal anyway, but no, I think there was always just something wrong with that. It was always just outside, but I think Ben Stokes has gone to back his bowler, his new bowler. He never looked convinced. Jimmy Smith didn't really look convinced.
Well, in fairness, Stokes is at backward point, so he hasn't got a great view, so he will take advice from everyone else. Cook will come in again. Curran drops it into the offside, where the aforementioned Stokes will do the fielding, and that will complete the 5th over. So Ben Stokes can judge height from point, but he'll be relying on the bowler, the keeper, and potentially first slip on the line. And he said, right, well, let's give it a look. And unfortunately, the look showed there was a little edge on it.
Yeah, there was a fine little. I don't think they even contemplated the edge. Did England? I think they were doubting whether the ball was hitting in line and going on to even hit the stumps. But it's a better over from Sam Cook. 3 overs for 3 runs. It's a much better start. And this is what I meant when I was talking about it this morning. You probably will see a better Sam Cook in the second innings than you would in the first innings. All the euphoria and the emotion and the mental draining and the energy that you use when you're making your debut is huge. It's massive, and I think we're seeing him just to calm down now.
Gus Atkinson's going to come in again and bowl to Irvine, and it'll be just dropped out on the leg side now. And England are continuing with the leg slip to Irvine. That's Ollie Pope who is doing leg slip. Joe Root, Harry Brook, Zach Crawley are the 3 regulation slips, and Duckett's in the gully. Stokes at point. Some of the crowd starting to move away and make their way home this Friday evening. Atkinson comes in and bowls. Irvine covers up, and there's no run.
A good time for England to take a wicket now. You look at the scoreboard, it says 12 minutes past 6. So in the Zimbabwe dressing room right below us now, there'll be a few conversations. Batters thinking, right, I need a night watchman. Already without a recognised number 8, so everybody's moved up for one. So the night watchman might be just scurrying around for his pads now.
Atkinson is in, bowls across the left-handed Irvine through to the keeper, Jamie Smith, no run. I'm going to be honest, I've never been entirely sold with the idea of the old night watcher, on the basis that if you think that one of your good batters is likely to get out, isn't sending a guy who normally bats number 9 or 10 more likely to get out?
Yeah, but then I would imagine you've just answered your own question there, Macca, because if you feel a good batter could get out, why would you want him to get out tonight when he could come back fresh as a daisy first thing tomorrow morning?
Atkinson goes in, Irvine's coming in and up, and there is no runs. He pushes to mid-off.
It really annoyed me, I must admit, when you've been out in the field for 120 overs, and to be fair, nobody really ever asked me to do night watchman. I think I did it once. I got a bouncer with about 3 overs to go and tried to hook it out of the ground, and I think you can make the rest up to realise, well, I never got asked to do night watchman again. So I mean, it's like doing 12th man and painting. If you do a bad job at it, you never get asked to do it again.
Atkinson, short ball over Irvine's head, and it's through to the keeper, no run. Well, on the same theory, if you were feeling a bit stiff an hour from the end of close of play and there was a lot of runs, if you turned around and went, right, well, someone else can bowl my overs, you'd have got short shrift. I've never quite understood why the glory boys are allowed to...
Absolutely, no sense of humour at all, have they? But no. And yeah, Duncan Fletcher, Norman Gifford when I first started at Durham, You used to have 2 night watchmen. You have one from 8 overs to go and then one from 2 overs to go.
Atkinson comes in from the far end. Again, it's across the left-handed Irvine. Doesn't need to play at it, so doesn't. End of the over. And Zimbabwe 5 for 1. Trailed by 295.
It was always the interesting one. It's like our number 8 and number 9 is a good enough player with defence, so we'll have him for 8 overs to go. And then when it gets to 2 overs to go, the number 8 and number 9 takes his pads off. And the bloke who bats 10 or 11, who is absolutely useless, can put two pads, put a pair of pads on, pair of gloves on, helmet on, walk out and face at least 6 balls. Because all you have to do with 2 overs to go is face 6 balls. Because you get out on the 7th ball, well, it's the last over of the day and everybody walks off. You've done your job. So, yeah, there was some logic in it. But again, you're asking 2 bowlers who have bowled 120 overs to go and put your pads on when a bloke stood at slip for 120 overs decides that he's going to have a quick shower, put his soft shoes on, and he's going to get his tracksuit and go home.
Sam Cook to start a new over. Curran is coming forward, dropping into the offside no run, as our old mate Alex Tudor would, as I'm sure if he's tuning in somewhere abroad at the moment, be listening in, if he go just shouting, it's a batter's game.
It is, yeah. He got 99 out of it, and he did really, really well at Edgbaston. But no, when Jason Gillespie 200, some batters, some bowlers relish the idea of putting their pads on and going in and having a bat in the top 4 or 5 and being night watchman. Me, on the other hand, had no interest whatsoever.
Cook is in, playing around the front pad is Curran, pushing onto the onside. They will take a single, 6 for 1. I guess it depends where in the world you are. If you're in Sri Lanka or somewhere where it's going to get thigh high at the highest.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah.
Fair enough, but at Perth or no. I don't know, Sabina Park, it's a slightly different proposition.
I had no real interest in somebody bowling at my head or my feet with 2 overs to go in the dark with a brand new ball. I mean, it just didn't make sense to me at all that anybody thought that was a good idea.
Cook is in off, well, the weight on the back foot. Irvine is playing inside half of the bat to mid-on and there's no run.
Where Hoggard would love the fact that he was getting the pads on and going out and batting number 4. I'm batting number 4 for England. Going out there trying to fend off Brett Lee and Sean Tate here. He wasn't exactly pleasant to face. I mean, yeah, Brett bowled fast in that series. I mean, Richard Dawson, remember, did it in Perth 2003 trip after the one that Alex Tudor got hit on.
In goes Cook around the wicket. Irvine pushes out on the offside, no run.
And I'm like, it's like Dawson, he got death wish. And you could see, I mean, as soon as we come off the field, it was like, right, night watchman, get ready. All the batters just ran for the hills. I mean, it could have been middle of the afternoon, and if you had offered any one of our top 6 the way Brett Lee was bowling, they would have all took a night watchman with 40 overs to go. But no, I was never struck on the night watchman role, and I didn't think it was a great one.
Cook makes his way to the crease, bowls right arm around the wicket, just dropped into the gully. Stokes will field, no run.
But I always seen the logic in it from a batter's point of view. And, end of a day's play, tired. Bowlers have got a little spurt of energy like England have here in Atkinson and Cook, and it's been a good over so far from Cook. And I've been talking about sort of night watchman and having a joke and stuff like that, but he really has. He's put a good over together, and it wouldn't surprise me if he tries to take this ball back into Irvine.
Well, in goes Cook. It's another little away shaper. Duckett will field in the gully, all along the floor. No run. 6 for 1. At the end of the 7th over, 6 to go in the day, but as I say, we're not going to get all of those in.
No, we're probably going to get Josh Tongue's going to have a go now. We might get some aggressive bowling from Josh Tongue. What have we got? We've got 13 minutes, so he'll have probably 2 overs to bowl. We've seen what Sam Cook has to offer. I think he was a bit expensive in that first innings. Striving to take wickets on debut, no problem with that. And we're now seeing the Essex Sam Cook, and he's bowled really well here tonight. And I'm sure when we get back to tomorrow morning, whether we need 7 wickets, we need 8 wickets, or whatever, I'm sure he'll be right on the money, and we'll get a true reflection of what England have selected. But Josh Tongue on his home ground, 2 fifers already this summer. Again, I don't think he was at his best in that first innings, and possibly a little bit of first Test match nerves in the summer.
Well, then he comes then, right arm over from the pavilion, and it takes Curran on the body. Great call from Irvine to come through for the leg by. It took Curran a moment to realise what was happening. In fact, it's been given as a run, so they get down to the other end, 7 for 1. And that's what the non-striker is for, to actually see where the fielders are behind you and say, right, let's scamper on, and you get up to the other end.
I think he quite enjoyed being down the other end now, Curran, because that hit him. That ball hit him hard, right on the splice. He's just checking his bat to see if he's bust the handle there, because it hit the splice very, very hard. He didn't know where the ball went. The captain, Craig Irvine, did know where it went, and he's done his partner a favour there by just getting him off strike and getting him down the other end as Ollie Pope runs off the field to get the helmet, to get short leg. I think he'll have had the pads on, but the helmet was off the field. So the England vice captain just putting his box on, getting himself ready in the short leg. He's took an unbelievable catch off Josh Tongue with, unfortunate being a no ball, then took a little bit of an easier one of Bennett about an over and a half later.
Could have read the Racing Post, the amount of time it was in the air, the second one. In it goes, in the air, and he's taken the catch this time. Irvine's turned it straight to Pope, and again, it lobs up. Bashir runs up and says, there you go. Stokes runs over, slaps Tongue on the back, and Irvine goes for 2. Zimbabwe 7 for 2 in the 8th over.
Yeah, the Zimbabwe captain must be thinking, why did I run through that quick single? Ben Curran has given the single from the non-striker's end. Josh Tongue getting over the top, over the perpendicular, and he's making the ball bounce, and that one there just held it. If anything, it didn't fly off the pitch. It just held, if anything, stuck in the pitch and just looped at Craig Irvine, and he's just closed the face just a fraction early, and as he's closed the face a fraction early, he's got the leading edge of the bat, and as short leg catches go, Ollie Pope had an easy one in the first innings, not get much more easier than that in the second innings as well.
Well, Sean Williams comes out at number 4, the regular number 4. So no night watching going on just yet. 7 for 2. Williams earlier today made 25 from 41 balls before being bowled by Bashir. Was the 3rd highest scorer in the innings after Bennett's 139 and Irvine's 42. Well, they've both gone already, so it's going to have to be up to someone else in this innings. Three slips, a gully, point, short leg, mid-off, mid-on. Just wait for Curran at the non-strikers and actually to put his gloves back on. Tongue has ball in hand and runs away from the pavilion towards us. Bowls right arm over, it's down the leg side. We're disappointed with that. Williams simply flicks it away, and it's away for 4. Zimbabwe into double figures, 11 for 2.
Yeah, that's a poor ball from Josh Tongue. He's done all the hard work. He's getting rid of the Zimbabwe captain, and yeah, that's not a good ball. It really isn't. From Williams' point of view, it's a perfect ball. Nice, juicy, sort of hip-high, long hop. Giving fine leg no chance to stopping it.
Turns at the far end. Comes past umpire Palliker. This occasion brings Williams forward on off stump, pushes to mid-off. That's the line that he wants to be bowling. 1 for 5 in the innings now. Ollie Pope has taken 2 absolute dollies, and the best one that he's taken doesn't actually count with it being a no ball.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it again. He couldn't have gotten that any easier. Even in the morning fielding practice, he doesn't get it as easy as that.
Tongue in from the far end, and that's a good short ball. Williams He turned his head on that one. He just accepted it was going to get too big and too quick, and he was just going to get hit. And just accepted his fate on that one, and just hoped it wasn't going to go to Pope at short leg, and it didn't. Takes the top hand and
hits the handle of the bat. It hits the handle of the bat. That little bit of handle he's got. It looks as though he's got a long handle bat. A lot of players now use a standard blade with a long handle bat, and that's just hit the top of the handle.
Tongue goes in again, whipped through the leg side. Pope for a moment would have been worried there. That has been almost half volley length through mid-wicket. And well, it's an event at the moment, every ball. 15 for 2 at the end of 8 overs. Williams has got 8 from 4 balls.
Just wonder if they go show Bashir here. Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me if Bashir's taking his hat off. Wouldn't surprise me if Bashir comes on just to make sure Tongue gets another over. I think they would have get another over anyway if Cook had bowled. But with 2 left-handers on strike, a harder ball, just wonder if they're going to go with Shoaib Bashir and making sure that Josh Tongue gets another over, having just getting a wicket.
Well, as I mentioned, Bashir did get Williams bowled in the first innings. He's got Curran on strike, though, to start the over. And he will be bowling right arm around with 2 slips in place. Ollie Pope has got the helmet on at the second slip position because he is fairly close. There is no close fielder around the bat. Sweeper out either side at mid-wicket and cover. Bashir then from down beneath us makes his way in, bowls around the wicket, plays defensively. Curran back down the pitch to the bowler. Bashir on his way again, and Curran is just almost waiting for the ball to get to him. He's in position, allows it to kiss off the blade, down on the bounce to Pope at second slip, and there's no run again.
Yeah, he's just going to play him off the back foot, isn't he? Shoaib Bashir is probably going to have to bowl that half volley length to see if he can get it into that foot marks, because Curran's just going to play it deep in his crease.
Bashir gets a little bit fuller on this occasion, round about middle and off. Curran coming forward, playing defensively.
It's better. That is better. Good pace, good length, making Curran come forward. And the first 2 just a little bit shorter, so Curran can play off the back foot, which gives him more time if it spins.
And goes Bashir again, inviting him to come forward. Push drive, might be a throw to the striker's end. Oh, it's a horrible throw by Ben Duckett, who missed the stumps at the far end by 10 metres. That's not unfair, is it?
Missed it by 10 metres, and a great stop. It's probably the first time that Josh Tongue's actually stopped the ball in today, trying to be kind to the big fast bowler, but everything off the bat today seemed to have either gone through him or gone over him. But Ben Duckett threw that, and Jamie Smith gave it up very, very early. It was a wild throw from Duckett, which he often does. It's gone straight to 45 at fine leg, and Josh Tongue managed to stop it.
Bashir to bowl to Williams around the wicket, bringing his man forward. No run. Well, maybe it was a Notts thing. Duckett was just trying to test out his mate. So
he must have seen the speed gun. He's bowling 83 mile now. He needs to bend his back, so he's just done it for him.
Final ball of the over from Bashir around the wicket is leg side-ish. Williams is able to turn it to mid-wicket and will keep the strike for what is likely to be the final over of the day. 17 for 2 after 9. Curran on 4, Williams on 9. And we're going to get one more. They're obviously going from a different clock, because there is only one clock at Trent Bridge at the moment, with the pavilion being out of action, but it seems to be a couple of minutes fast. The umpires seem to have agreed on a time that is a couple of minutes behind the actual main clock.
Yeah, they need to put a new battery in or wind it up a little bit. It's been like that throughout the Test match.
Here we go then. Josh Tongue around the wickets to Williams. Nice drive, on drive. Beats Bashir at mid-on. Won't go all the way to the boundary. And they will settle for a couple. 19 for 2.
Yeah, it's over pitch, but it wouldn't discourage me if I was Josh Tongue. If he's going to push that hard in Williams, if he's going to be sort of pushing away from his body and pushing at it, then yeah, I'd be quite happy I'm doing that at this point of the day, because any movement should bring slip into play.
Tongue around the wicket. It's short down leg side. Helps on his way again. That's 2 to Williams in that fashion. And both have just been helped around the corner and away for 4. 23 for 2. Williams goes to 15.
Yeah, that's a poor ball. It's a poor ball. It's a hip-high, rank long hop. It's in between. It's in between bowling short and bowling the effort ball and being aggressive. If you're going to bowl short, mean it. Hit the pitch hard. That there is just a bit of a drag down, not finishing your action off. And unfortunately for Josh Tongue, it just goes. Williams has to help it around the corner for 4.
Tongue comes in once again. That's better, straighter. But Williams has actually been squared up by that. It takes the outside half of the bat and runs down to the boundary at third. Ben Duckett will get the ball back in from inside the rope and get the ball in the air. And there's a proper yes-no moment. Williams had turned for the third. Curran sent him back. Williams ends up lying on his chest, reaching for the line with his bat to make his ground. That would have been a horrible end to the day for Zimbabwe.
It would have been. It would have been. You could see that was coming though, because Williams was ball watching, if anything, and then he was just an easy amble. He thinks it's not a problem. Ben Curran, the younger member of the partnership, he'll scamper back easily for 3. And there was a loud call. He did call early, but Williams had already turned to come for a 3, and he had to turn round and go back.
3 balls of the day to go. Tongue in around the wicket. Back foot punch by Williams. That's far more secure. That's going to run away for a boundary through cover. Williams goes 4 more to his total. He's into the 20 now. 21 from only 10 balls faced. And Zimbabwe go to 29 for 2.
Yeah, again, it's just it's in between. It's a no man's land length. It's not really a short ball. It's not a full ball to drag him forward. I'm not asking the batter to do anything other than stand up on top of your toes and wait for the ball to come to you and get a good piece on it. So Josh Tongue either goes for the short ball and means the short ball with short leg and play, or he's got to get it that little bit fuller. 2 balls to go. You've bowled 2 bad balls in the over. You've got to pick one of the lengths here, Josh. It's either got to be a fuller one or a shorter one with everything you've got on it.
Here he comes around the wicket. Again, it's into the thigh pad of Williams, and he's just able to ride the bounce on it, turn it past Ollie Pope at short leg, take a single and get up to the non-striker's end. And 30 for 2 with 1 legal ball left of the day. And if I'm Sean Williams, I'm taking my gloves off at the non-striker's end, because I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. And it's been a pulsating day. It really has been an excellent day. Zimbabwe have shown great fighting qualities. There's ball this morning, bat this afternoon. The damage was done in this test match yesterday. They did not bowl very well, and England capitalised massively. But with 1 ball left in the day, I think Zimbabwe can, even though they're following on, can hold their heads high, because they've really fought hard here.
Here we go then, final ball of the day. Tongue is in. Curran will play defensively, out on the onside. And that is all she wrote for day 2 of this test match between England and Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge. Zimbabwe close 30 for 2 after 10 overs of their second innings, trailing by 270. They are following on after England declared their innings 565 for 6 earlier on in the day. Ollie Pope out for 171, top scoring. Harry Brook making 58. Zimbabwe in their first innings were bowled out for 265. It's technically all out, but Nagara was absent, hurt. The highlight of the day, though, Brian Bennett, 139, opening the innings for Zimbabwe. He was 6th man out, 139 when the score was 246 for 6. 265 all out. England did enforce the follow-on with Zimbabwe 300 behind, and at close of day 2 they are 34-2. Steve Harmison, some thoughts on what we've seen today then?
A day which has been brilliant from a Zimbabwe point of view for one man, Brian Bennett. 139, and he's got himself into an illustrious name of players who have scored 100 on the road, Andy Flower and Murray Goodwin, to name 2 very, very fine players from Zimbabwe. The damage in this test match was done, like I said just a couple of minutes ago. That was done yesterday, but today they fought back, and they fought back very, very well. I don't think England were at their best with the ball. I really don't. I think every single one, apart from Stokes, couldn't say there was a spell or in different types of bowling in all the spells they bowled so far in that first innings. But England will win this test match. They'll win it comfortably. But today is all about one man for me, and that was Brian Bennett. He batted absolutely brilliantly. A 21-year-old to get 100 in England, it's a fantastic achievement.
Harmy, thank you very much. Ed is about to come in as well. Do not go anywhere, though, because there's far more analysis and recognition on the day with the following on podcast, because Jon Norman is going to be with you next here on talkSPORT 2.
Hello and welcome to Following On from talkSPORT. I'm Jon Norman, and alongside 2 former internationals of note, Ed Rainsford from Zimbabwe and Steve Harmison from England, following day 2 here at Trent Bridge, where England continued their domination, but boy oh boy did Brian Bennett and Zimbabwe fight them all the way. At 565 for 6, England declared this morning about 15 minutes before midday, with blessing Muzarabani picking up a couple of wickets and ending with a 3-for, and then it was over to Zimbabwe to see what kind of fight and what kind of joy they could get out this Trent Bridge track. Well, if your name's Brian Bennett, you pretty much had the best day of your life. He ended up top scoring and hit over 50% of Zimbabwe's 265, 139 at the top of the order. A quite brilliant innings. He went at better than a runner ball. He reached 100 from 97 deliveries. And if he'd been given a little bit more support from the likes of Craig Irvine, who hit 42, at Sean Williams or even Sekinder Raza, then maybe Zimbabwe, and actually they probably should have gone past 300 and maybe pushed 350. They didn't know. They were bowled out for 265 with about 50 minutes to go in the day, and Ben Stokes had no hesitation to bowl again. And in the time that we had remaining, unfortunately, Brian Bennett wasn't able to replicate what we saw earlier in the day. He was one of 2 wickets to fall in the late in the evening session. Zimbabwe 30 for 2 at stumps, and a lot of work to do on day 3 just to take it to day 4. Harmy and Ed alongside me here in the commentary box. It was a wonderful day, wasn't it? The crowd came in better numbers than on day 1. And they were treated to runs from the likes of Bennett, some good bowling, fast bowling, a couple of great deliveries from Stokes, a couple of great overs, that is, and also some wonderful spin bowling. Shoaib Bashir with perhaps the pick of the wickets of the day. So there's no doubt that the fans were vocal throughout. A huge Zimbabwean contingent here at Trent Bridge, and of course a lot of English as well. But at the end of all that, England will be hoping to wrap up a victory tomorrow and get that game of golf on Sunday, which their performances richly deserved.
100% agree with everything you've said there, John. I think Shoaib Bashir bowled some good balls. Probably, I think he needed the wickets that he got. I think he needed he'd be better for the bowl. And I'm talking about, the bar that he's had so far this summer has not been that high. Playing at Glamorgan, he hasn't had a great deal of confidence. He hasn't been backed. He hasn't been looked after. And that's nothing against Glamorgan. I just think you're going out on loan. You're not playing with the players that you feel comfortable with. He looked as though that was what we're used to from Shoaib Bashir. You get some good balls, you get some indifferent balls, you get some bad balls, but the backing and the environment that he's playing in, I think it was a positive today, a huge positive today. Even though I don't think England bowled, I didn't think they bowled great. I think some of their lines and some of their lengths with their seamers weren't the best, and if it wasn't for the fact that Shoaib Bashir got a bang on the finger, this day could have looked a lot different. It really could, because I don't think Ben Stokes was contemplating bowling in that session. When he did, he was forced upon him, and boy does he look good. Boy does he look good. How the England fans must be encouraged with the way Ben Stokes looked, because he came on and he bowled with good pace, good direction, good aggression, and picked up 2 wickets. Where I mean Zimbabwe could have went in the break 200 for 3, and in the end they went in 210 for 5.
He saw one put down as well, didn't he?
Yes.
Stokes. So yeah, it was a terrific little story within a story. But let's talk about Brian Bennett, because this is a day that will live long in his memory, and also yours, Ed, and the fans that were here to watch it, because that was quite something.
Yeah, it was, and it's been something that Zimbabwe cricket have invested a great deal in Brian Bennett, because they think he's one of maybe 3 or 4 young players that can push this side forward once the transition of the Irvins and Williams and Raza comes to an end, and he showed that today. What really impressed me was how he managed the emotion, he managed the occasion, and not just that, also how he managed the England bowlers. They're a very good bowling unit, England, and he went out there and really put the sword to them. He put pressure back on them, and yes, there were a couple of deliveries early on where the feet didn't move, and he was lucky to get away with a couple, and then he was put down off Ben Stokes, so he did ride his chances. There was a bit of luck involved there, but then to get to 100 in England after the last 100 being scored here in 2000, I think Murray Goodwin 148, to then do it almost 25 years later in a tour that has been back and forth between the ECB and Zimbabwe cricket, to open the door for Zimbabwe to come back and play here in a 4-day test match in front of this crowd at this venue is a very special moment. And I know some of these players and the things that they have to deal with as well, and the organisation trying to get them to play as much cricket as possible, re-engaging the ECB, getting county sides. Durham's been out there for 2 seasons as a pre-season. So there's this story behind that happens, and then he comes out here and gets 100. Everybody at home is very emotional for the young man. I know his parents as well are very thrilled with it, but the organisation and that support staff and the crowd that's come in today, very, very pleased.
Yeah, well said, Ed. That's brilliant. But here we find ourselves ahead of day 3, which will probably go the way that we expected it to go today. But Zimbabwe today, I don't know, after yesterday, I just found there was a bit of a downbeat feel to a lot of the match reports that I read overnight and this morning. And I didn't think they were quite in kilter with what we saw yesterday. After yesterday's game, and we know all about the disparate resources that the Zimbabweans have compared to the English, but on the way back to our hotel, both Harmy and I were talking about this is a further indication that the Bazball way of doing things, it does lead to more excitement. We were just asking the question, we won't name names, but we were thinking in a different era, what score would England have had at the end of day 1? And we were thinking probably about 310 for 4, and they'd be thinking to bat an hour after tea and make themselves safe, and then have an hour at Zimbabwe, and the game would just pan out in a way that we all expect. Here we are at the end of day 2, and I think 80% of the cricket I've watched and commentated on has just kept me enthralled.
It has. It's been brilliant, and I'll name the names. The Sir Alistair Cook, Sir Andrew Strauss, and Joe Root era. If that was then, I mean, I'll go a bit one further, and we'll continue. The conversation from last night. I mean, this is a 4-day Test match. Would England have been forced to follow one if it was a 5-day Test match? In that era, if England had getting the same
totally.
scores.
No, I think you're absolutely right.
Ben Stokes I don't think they would have. So, I think there's a lot of plus points. We are sometimes critical of this group when they do make monumental mistakes, because they have done in the past, and they lose games catastrophically, but they win games by a canter sometimes. But I tell you what, it is great to watch. It is great to watch. And yes, we're in a defining year between India and Australia, and whatever the result is, and I mean, copy this up, whatever the result is, come end of Sydney, whatever happens in these next 9 months, these two, Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum, 3, probably Rob Key chuck in there, it's the best thing that's happened to English cricket in 20, 30, 40 years. It really is, and it's been brilliant for world. It's been brilliant for world cricket as well, because I think the transition with that, I think world cricket has got on board and adapted to the way England have played as well. It's
been a ride. I would say that 20 years ago was the 2005 Ashes, and I think that might have been slightly better for England. But I do get your point. It's attracted non-cricket fans to the game in a way that we haven't seen for 20 years, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and I like those comments, but there's always that sector or that conversation that says, well, it's not traditionally Test cricket, is it? It's this very aggressive. It's not what we're used to. But you're right. It brings the entertainment. It brings the X factor to the game. It brings the excitement, and it brings bums on seats and eyes on television sets and people tuning into radio. But I just wanted to add a point here: is that every sport around the world, whether it's football, cricket, rugby, or whatever it is, you look at how South African rugby have gone about what they do. They've created their culture of how to win, and they've won 2 back-to-back World Cups. This is England's DNA. This is how they want to play cricket. And critics will come out and look at it and think, okay, it's not the norm, but this is what they've decided to do. They haven't sort of sat on the fence and thought, well, we're going to listen to the critics and we're going to feel uneasy about it. They've stuck to their mantra. Whether it works or it doesn't, they've decided to pick a way of doing how they want to play the game. And if you go to golfers, some will play like Bryson DeChambeau. Everyone will say, well, not everybody can hit the ball that long, and he doesn't win as many majors, but that's how he plays golf.
And to come on to that, you watch like that. It's a great point you make, because you listen to somebody like Rory McIlroy on that Full Swing thing, the DVD documentary that they talk about, and what they were saying was a lot of people, when Bryson first came on the scene, saying, hey, this is no good. This is not what golf is. And now Rory and many others are going, he's the best thing that happened to golf.
Exactly.
He's the best thing that happened to golf. And I think, whatever you think about the Stokes and McCullum, and I know Ben Duckett said something and the Indians jumped on the back of it. Australia will say, well, hold on. When we had the likes of Hayden and Ponting and Martin and Gilchrist, we were scoring at 3.5, 4 and over, and we were taking the game away from the era that we were playing in. I don't think it's the scoring fast that it's the positivity of the mindset and the body language that they want to portray. And the point that you make there, they're not bothered if it goes wrong. And this is the point where I think England fans sometimes think England are arrogant when they say they don't mind when they get beat. It's not they don't mind when they get beat. They do. They care. They really do care. But what they don't mind is people making mistakes. Yeah. Because they're not gonna sort of hang, run and quarter them for making a mistake. They're going to encourage them that next time they do it better.
And just 2 more points there. You talk about Bryson DeChambeau. When he was hitting the ball so long, they were starting to say, well, the courses are too short because he's beating the dog leg and the dog leg right or left, and they're saying, well, the courses now are too easy. It's not that. He's just developed this different side of his game, and now you're critiquing it, but it's actually quite exciting. And recently, Virat Kohli's just retired. And what do people remember about Virat Kohli is that he's in your face. He was in the opposition's face, and he created a culture for all the players that have then come out of Indian cricket. But at that particular time, you're sort of critiquing him. But look at the benefits that he's done for cricket in India and the players that are yet to come.
One of the points you made yesterday, Ed, was it's all well and good Zimbabwe having all this cricket, and it is good, across all formats. We heard Sikandar Raza actually speaking before play, and he was saying, you know what, we've got 11 tests, and that's well known now, but we've also got a lot of white ball cricket as well. And you were saying, well, look, in and amongst these 40-year-olds or late 30s, where are the guys coming through? Well, Brian Bennett's only 21, so that's another reason why that's a huge positive what he did today. And Harmy, to you, following that, Shoaib Bashir, another 21-year-old. Some people will be watching this and saying, how is it this guy who's dismissed 3 batters today and proper dismissals as well, how is it that this guy isn't good enough to play for Somerset? is not going to play more than 3 games for Glamorgan and only picked up 2 wickets while he was there.
Yeah, it's so weird. It is. It's so weird, and I keep coming back to the fact that it's down to one man. No, it's not. It's 2 men. But the most important person, it's Shoaib Bashir, feels comfortable in playing in an England shirt, and the main factor, the main man is Ben Stokes, because the way he just treats him, the way he speaks to him, the confidence that he gives him. It doesn't mind him bowling the odd half tracker. Keeps telling him that the wicket taking ball is in there, and this is what happened. The wicket taking ball was in there, and there he went. And we've just seen, we're watching a replay here of Bennett, and there'll be kids now. The beauty about this is, and where you mentioned there, John, 11 test matches. Sikandar Raza saying we play a lot of test cricket and we play a lot of white ball cricket. There's kids in Zimbabwe now watching a game against England. They're watching the big crowd. They're listening to people talk about it, what a fantastic thing is. There's kids 11, 12, 13, 14 gone into the garden tonight trying to be like Brian Bennett. And in 5 or 6 years' time, there'll be one of them 21 potentially coming to England the next time England come and being what Brian Bennett is, because that would inspire. For me, that's just inspired a youth of school kids in Zimbabwe to now we're back on the big stage. We're now back playing test cricket, and we want to be like Brian Bennett, and Zimbabwe have got to maximise that.
Are there some more Brian Bennetts just waiting to come into this side?
100%. There's a Dion Myers who was out of form, didn't make this tour, and I just saw him in the crowd there as I just went to make sure that all the Zimbabweans are okay in the crowd, and I just said hello to them. But I saw Dion, and he looks upset because he's not on the field. And they say he's actually better than Brian Bennett, and he bats at 3, but he's out of form, out of selection, but he wants to be as good as him and put out performances like this. And I mentioned Antam Nakvi, who is Belgian and Australian descent, and he's trying to qualify. He's been there for 4 years. You have the Ben Currans that are coming back. You have the Nick Walshes as well, and his brother Matthew Walsh, who are hanging in the wings and putting in a lot of performances in. There's a Joylord Gumbi. There's the Wesley Madeva. You haven't seen the best of him. And there's all these players, and they're young players, and they're waiting for these opportunities. And you're right, Harmy, is that these young players back at home are wanting to come and play in England. They're wanting to get county gigs. And I bet you right now, Brian Bennett, there's a few county teams that will be thinking to themselves, well, could we use him at the back end of the county season after scoring 100 against this bowling attack? And his career flourishes, and you don't know where that takes him. But I give credit to Zimbabwe cricket because they went through a very difficult time. Massive debt, players leaving. A lot of the players came here. Brendan Taylor came and played county cricket. A lot moved away, and they've come back and they've created a structure, and they've got the bank balances in the right places. They're putting the structures in place, and now you're slowly starting to see the rewards of that. But it's been a journey for them. And these kind of days like this, when you see a Bennett get 100, and maybe Zimbabwe doesn't win the test match, but they opened the door, they came to Nottingham, and they showed you what they can do.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, before we wrap up, just looking ahead to tomorrow, I suppose England will be looking, there is a bit of weather around tonight, but wrap things up by tea.
Oh, settle.
Lunch?
Yeah, lunch, yeah. Look, I think it's about England. There's no doubt England are going to win the game. There's no doubt whatsoever. But I think it's about the manner that England win the game. You've got Atkinson, who I thought was a little bit below par. I think I'll give Cook some leeway, because I think we're going to see the better of Sam Cook in the second innings. So from now on, I think we judge him, and I think he's going to be judged more in the second innings. So I think Sam needs a good day tomorrow and a bag of wickets if he's going to put himself in contention for India, because there's a hell of a lot of bowlers to come back for that Indian tour. And I think for me, it's about the manner and the way England bowlers bowl. I'd love to see Shoaib Bashir go and get a bag full of wickets. And forget what happened with Somerset and Glamorgan. He's now going to be playing with England for the rest of the summer. So I think for me, it's now about the manner. I wanted England to be ruthless in this test match. They were with the bat. Don't think they've been the greatest with the ball so far. They were better tonight. They've got to be nailed on tomorrow. And if they do that, for me, that's a good solid start to the English summer.
Okay, so England win, but how cool would it be if Ben Curran and Brian Bennett at the end of this test match can be toasting each other with centuries, one in first and he was one in second?
I tell you what, Ben will be really wanting to get a performance here or a contribution. And if he can stick around with Sean Williams, because Brian Bennett showed you that you can do it. Can a Raza come out and play a bit of a cameo? Can perhaps Wesley Madere look at what Brian Bennett did as well and also add or contribute to the target? It's all set up for someone or maybe 2 or 3 other players to say, you know what, we're also going to put our hands up because there's a player on our side that did it. We need to do the same. It's not going to be easy. I'm not saying they're going to come out here and do the exact same thing, but you have a bit of a template there to work on and maybe ask England a few more questions because they're going to be in the field for a little bit longer. Can you keep them out in the field for even longer than they were before? They'll have a night's rest and they'll come out and they'll be, in that first hour, very good. But can you just turn the tide and just say, and Hami, I always go back to one of the interviews you had with me probably 2 weeks ago, and you said Zimbabwe always have that fighting spirit. Right, go to bed today, wake up tomorrow, and have something in between the teeth and come out here and show some vinegar and fight.
Brilliant stuff. Ed, thank you for your contribution over the last couple of days. Both Ed and Harm will be back tomorrow. I won't be. I'm heading off. I've got a bit of a holiday booked. But thank you for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, or if you're listening to us via the Following On podcast feed. It's great to have you with us, and we will be back for day 3 at Trent Bridge.